mighty Skywalker blood. And in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're
Nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Well, what's that then? I've heard worse. You liar! Come on, you pansy! Victory is mine. Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. kainom.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the force be with us.
Ready programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. I hope everyone's well. Happy Friday. Here we are again. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Just watched the last episode of Falcon. Best episode. Weren't that good? Pretty disappointing. Yeah, I haven't heard very good things about it. Everybody I keep hearing is saying it's woke, so I don't know. I haven't watched it. I'm not really interested. Hello there, Greedo Kenobi. I like your name. Turning that dream into a video. Greetings, D. Greetings, programs. Hello there. Again, adaptive. Video man. Yes, video man indeed. You are in the video man zone, young man. Didn't you know?
Unreal!
Video man indeed. Fade in, I Dana Den I. Hello there. Hello. Good to see everyone. Wes, where's my wrench, you glue sniffer? I forgot about the glue sniffer. That's funny. Oh man, so much stuff going on. I totally forgot about the glue sniffer. That is too funny. Wes, I think I tried to do it last time, but I couldn't find your channel. What's the problem? If I can't find your channel. Same thing with what was it? Adaptive? I couldn't find your guys' channels. Oh, look who I found here. Is that what that is? It's a lake? And some mountains? What you got going on over here? Snow blowing the driveway? 1 million caps? $1 million caps? What you know about Fallout? Let's see. Just a moment. Well, what do we have? Is it? Aha. I see. I see. NASA, huh? All right. Just a second, guys. There he is. Alrighty. Wes, an adaptive, refresh your page. All right, let's see. Glue sniffer. I'm gonna have to find a meme or make something, a GIF or something. The High Republic, episode 10, Rock vs. Buckets of Blood. The High Republic. Hello there. Greetings. Hey. I've been looking forward to Return of the Jedi. I don't know if we'll do Jedi. I wasn't thinking of doing the movie, but I mean, we can. If you guys want to, we can. It's late. We can if you guys really want to. But I figure we just hang out and talk some smack. I have a little bit of Andor news. It's over, Anakin. Fade out. he might. Rob Swanson throws away the soigles. What did I miss? What did you miss? Hello. Do I work out? Okay, is that a little like a personal attack? Use the Force. You will subscribe. You will like the video. Adaptive Writer, did you see episode 9 where the Emperor is, alive? Yeah, that's a strong with this one. Thanks, Greedo. I'm glad you like it. BGZ, evening to you. Thank you for coming by. Probably skipped. Yep, lucky. Episode 9, Emperor's alive, so Anakin is not the chosen one. Didn't bring balance to the Force. That would be Rey. Hello. What up, fam? What up, PJ? Nice to see you. Video man. What's Gucci? Was Gucci. Just chilling. Hi. Always nice to see you, Dan I. Has a great name. First thing I was thinking when Mark said, "Not my Luke." There you go. Thanks. It's great after a long week. Did the Empire Part 2? No, what happened is we went too long. It ended up being, I think, 18 hours. And the thing is, when I go over 12, like if I go a little bit, 12 and a half, 13 hours, it might save 12 hours. But once you go over 12, YouTube doesn't like to curate it. So that's why lately, like a lot of the streams have been 12 or less. because it's like, you know, what's the point if you're going to lose the stream? But that last stream, it's a shame because we were talking all kinds of awesome shit in the later hours. And it's a shame that now a lot of you are never going to see it, or there's no copy of it. It lets me download for the first 4 hours. And I checked. It's like I barely started talking about Empire. So I could upload that. But I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe I'll do it again. I was thinking maybe do it again, but without like doing the chat, just go through the movie. I don't know. We'll see. But unfortunately, it's there. It's in my studio, but YouTube just says it's processing. That happened with the Rinzler stream too. It sits there. It just says it's still processing. I don't mind if you don't get all of it, but man, give me my 12 hours. But it doesn't. When you go too far, it just screws it up. Was thinking of, right? Check out my channel. I just did now. I will look at it more. I couldn't find it last week. Yeah. If you want, I can do a channel audit on it for you if you like. That's one thing we can mess around with. It's buffering, is it? Is it still doing that? Which is strange because I just got a new Xfinity just sent us a new modem router. So it's like a brand new, fresh 2021 upgrade. And man, that thing was a pain to hook up. But it's going. Anyways, the point is, on the old router, or old modem / router, like 2-3 months ago, the Ethernet just stopped working for some damn reason. But now I'm back on Ethernet, so it should be faster. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, please do. Nice to see you, D. Fallout Shelter, yes. I played that a little bit. I think I mentioned it in previous stream. I played it a little bit. I just haven't. Man, that was a while ago. Is that game still live? Is that server still open? Because that was a while ago. Greetings. Unlimited power. There you go. With great power comes great responsibility. On the like button. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Greedo. On uploads from my channel, it won't show my 2 most recent videos. You can find them in videos section. They won't show up on uploads. Okay, first, I assume they're public, correct? Because if they're not public, they're not going to show. If they're unlisted, well, if they're unlisted, they'll show, well, even if they're private, they'll show for you, but not for other people. So I know it's like obvious, like duh, but you know, just double check if it's not private, public. The only other thing is if it was blocked for some reason. Were you using music or something like that? That's weird. Let me see what I see. Nerdman 85. $1985. That was quite a year. There's your Lego. That hair. I see impressions of cartoon characters, which was 3 months ago. Top 10 movies that would be better if there was a sex scene. Okay. Strange. So it is public. I forget if uploads. Let me check. I can check on my. Where you at? Where you at? No, got to be here. I don't have an uploads. Yeah, I don't have it in my, I've taken it out of my, okay, so what I would do is go to Studio, and then there's dashboard content, and then playlists. And thing is, I don't have uploaded here. How can I? Trying to think how you're going to be able to edit that. I would go into okay, because there's an option if you look at your playlist. It says like you can click on the playlist, right? But underneath it says view full playlist, and then there's settings. There's playlist settings, also how you sort the videos. So maybe one of those, play around with that. Is it, for example, if you have set as official playlist, if a video is in that playlist, it won't let you put that video in another place because it's part of that. Let me explain that a little better. If you add videos to a playlist, people can see those, and you can put the same video in various playlists. But if you set it as official series for this playlist, that video gets locked to that playlist. So that could be one reason if you've done that. That's in your playlist settings. Other than that, how you sort it, like sometimes I'll add a new video, but it doesn't always want to take. So what I do is I go to sort, and then I do most popular, and then I just sort again to like refresh it. And I always put them as date published, newest. So you could try that. That's all I can really think of. I don't know why it wouldn't be. The thing is, I don't use an uploads playlist. I have all playlists that I've created, so I don't have them like on my page, because you can edit that. If you don't know, you can edit like what playlist and in what position they show in your on your homepage. So that's all I can think of. That is weird though, that it's in videos but not in uploads. The only thing I can think of is you have to add it to that uploads playlist, but you shouldn't have to. It should come up automatic. So that's very strange. But it's probably some sort of playlist setting you've got going on. It's that time again. That it is. That it is. And you know what time that is? Because I know what time it is, but do you know what time it is?
This is where the fun begins.
The chat jumped on me. Where are we at? Welcome, Mojo. Hi, Dana. Hello. Andor News. Yeah, we'll get into that in just a minute. Let me catch up on your chats and we can talk about that. Hello there, Ryan. Nice to see you, buddy. Happy Friday. Please keep doing what you do. We are with you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Not only do I like genuinely appreciate that, but let me tell you guys, I get so much I'm not sensitive. It doesn't hurt my feelings, but I get a ton of like just dumbass remarks on my comment, on my community, and on my videos, mostly on the community tab. There's like this little group of nutballs that loves my community tab, and it's so funny. They complain, they bitch so much about my channel and say how dumb I am and blah 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 blah, and yet every day they're in my damn community posts. So when you hate something so much, you don't go back and look at it. You know what I mean? Like you're going to do something else. So either they have like 0 lives, or they really actually love my channel because they can't stay away from it. But anyways, whatever the case, I appreciate it. I get all kinds of crap during the week. So, and again, it doesn't hurt my feelings. If anything, it just fuels me and I go farther and faster. But it's nice to every now and then hear something like that. So I do appreciate it. And that's nice to hear as well. I have been editing like a madman. You guys are going to get a video every single day, pretty much for the next month. I already have something like 20 scheduled videos, plus I have like another 10, 15 I need to schedule. So you're going to be getting all kinds of stuff. It's a lot of the older George Lucas stuff, but you're going to be getting a video pretty much I'm doing my best at where you're going to get a video every day and they'll be scheduled. And the reason is I'm trying to free myself for like the next few weeks or month to just be able to focus on bigger projects and not be stressed out. And I'm also trying to gauge my channel, see if it really, honestly, let me tell you something. Uploading every day has not been helping. It's almost kind of slowed things down. So I'm going to experiment for like the next couple weeks, month, upload every day, see how it goes. And if something changes or gets better, fine, I'll keep going that way if I can. Or I'll go back to, you know, like I was doing before. But anyways, you guys will, you know, check every day because I already have a ton of stuff scheduled and there'll be more, and you're going to get a video literally every day. Some days might be a short, some days might be 2-3 videos, but on an average, you're going to get one video every day. Chill stream is cool. Waiting another week. Yeah, I mean, again, if a bunch of you want me to do JEDI, we can. But I just figured it's late. I just kind of feel like chilling out. So I figured we would just hang out and talk smack. I have a little bit of Andor news. We could talk about whatever general stuff. Star Wars is nothing but lame fights because of newer movies. Yeah, well, that's what concerns me. It's like I've said before, it doesn't bother me. I know what Star Wars is. Star Wars was over in 2012. Disney can do whatever they want. What concerns me is your kids, your grandkids are going to grow up with Rey or whatever stupidity they're doing and think that's what Star Wars is, because most people don't start at the beginning. You know what I mean? Now, if you as responsible adults and parents make sure your kids see 1 through 6 first, and then whatever your kids want to do or you want to do, at least set the foundation for what Star Wars really is. Then, you know, who cares? I don't care what Disney does. To me, it's, you know, I've said it many times as well. It was over in 2012. So whatever Disney does doesn't really matter. It was never canon anyways. So it's like, whatever, you know. It sucks because they could be making tons of money and making cool stuff, but whatever. Worse than Russ. Can't really argue that. I don't know why a lot of people say Rise of Skywalker's Tross, actually, but yeah. I mean, it's a mess of a film, absolutely. But TLJ is really the one that, you know, Force Awakens and Tross are trash. They're broke Star Wars anyways, and it's just dumb. But the one that really like did the damage to the franchise, I mean, so did the other two, but the one that really, really blatantly broke shit was Last Jedi. So, black people in Star Wars believe that pansec, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, if you do them too long, they won't save them. They don't curate. So, which I don't know. I don't know how many people, I don't think any of you go back to watch the stream again, but I think that if you missed it, you know, or you fell asleep or something, then you'll go back to finish it, or if you haven't seen it. The thing is, I don't think that live streams are so much, well, at least not mine, are so much like videos where people are going to come and watch them over time. I mean, I can't totally say that. My streams do get views, but you know, it's not like I don't know, I'm Tim Pool or something, and you know, I'm going to get massive views. So, but yeah, it does. I like them to be there. I mean, if I do them. Part 2 is a great stream. Make sure you bring back up the fact that Luke fell. Oh yes, absolutely. That was fun. Yeah, that was a neat discovery. It is a shame. That was a really cool stream. We were talking about all kinds of stuff. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. Spectrum. Just subscribed. Oh, to his channel. I'm like reading that like, what? Yeah, to his channel. Yeah, I did too. I'll if you want, I can look at it if you want. What is your opinion about the sequels? Should we just ignore them and deny the canonness of it, or do you think they should be remade? Both. Okay. As you're new, I don't know if this is your very first time. I think this is the first time you've been on my live stream, so I'll quickly try to say what I've said many times. Canon is continuity. It's history. So you can't, like, today come along. Let's say you win the lottery. You win, like, you know, $600 million, and you're like, oh, I'm going to start a printing press. I'm going to start a newspaper because I want to. Okay, and then because you want to, you just start writing articles that JFK was actually his throat was slashed, and Martin Luther King actually lives in Acapulco. He's just chilling out. And actually, Hitler was a savior. He was going to save the Jews. You got it mixed up. He didn't murder millions of Jews. It's the history that you want to create. Okay, you can, because you own the printing press, you can say whatever you want. But should you? And historians, experts, people that lived through these things are going to know that you're full of shit. So while you can rewrite history however you like, and while a bunch of airheads are going to read it and be like, oh, well, that's what happened, doesn't mean that that's what you should. You're going to have to answer to experts. You're going to have to answer to the truth. You're going to have to answer to God, whatever your God is. So the second that you start twisting and turning and tweaking history to your liking, your narrative, you're already not history. You're already not factual. And the same thing goes for canon. Canonical or canonicity is literally, or in this sense, canon is literally history and continuity in movies, in media, let's say. Whether it be comic books, movies, cartoon shows, whatever. Okay, now, it's generally in the film world, you know, this is something that's been known for a long time. Well, canon started, as far as media, 1966 with Star Trek. So, it's always been known that film and TV as a secondary level are canon. In other words, if Star Trek has a comic book, you know that the TV show is the canon. Same thing, Star Wars. The movies are the canon. Everything else is extra. EU, comics, toys, games. Now, if something starts as a comic book or a cartoon, I don't know, Strawberry Shortcake, I'm assuming started as a cartoon. I don't know the history of Strawberry Shortcake. But if Strawberry Shortcake started off as a Saturday morning cartoon, that's the canon. Any comic books, a live-action movie that comes out 20 years later, that's not canon unless it respects and maintains the continuity of the original canon. Then it can be canon. But canon starts is where the franchise started. by default, movies and live action TV is what's generally canon. So the long and short of all of this is the second that you print some bullshit, or the second that Disney broke one little piece of canon, Disney already decanonized themselves. They decanonized themselves with The Force Awakens. So they could, like the EU, where they said, well, it's not canon, it's Legends. That was bullshit. That shouldn't have happened, but it didn't technically affect the canon because that was never true canon anyways. The movies are what's canon. But where they fucked up was Force Awakens, because now you want to start altering shit. And the second that you break canon, you decanonize yourself. And it's just like in court. You can't just lie one time, but, oh, everybody else is... No. Once you're caught in a lie, the judge, the media, the jury, the people that are sitting just as witnesses, the defendant, the plaintiff, everybody now knows you're a liar. Therefore, even if you told just one lie out of 100 questions, everyone's going to assume that all your answers were lies. They're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And it's the same thing with canon. Once you break one piece of canon, you've decanonized yourself. George Lucas never broke continuity. Never. Not once. Not one time can I challenge anyone on this earth to show me where the canon is broken. It's not. So if George Lucas for 35 years can maintain 6 films in perfect continuity, Disney nor anyone can change something. You can't just go off because we own it. That's not how canon works. You can do what you want, but it doesn't mean that you should. So the long explanation, sorry for that, but hopefully that helps anyone, including yourself. But the short explanation of that is, since they broke canon and decanonized themselves, from the beginning it was never Star Wars anyway, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Disney does because it was never canon to begin with. It never will be canon. Furthermore, George Lucas said himself, it was over at 1 through 6. There is no other story to tell. Yes, he was going to make 7, 8, and 9, but in canon, in continuity. So while they can do whatever they want, it doesn't matter. Now, let's compound that, because now you're in court and you didn't get caught lying just once, but now 87 of the 100 questions that you answered were lies, which is what Disney has done. Every book, every comic, every toy, every movie, every show, they all contradict each other. They can't maintain their own continuity. So when they can't maintain their own continuity, they've decanonized themselves internally. And when what they're doing doesn't keep in continuity of what has been laid down, the foundation of what is Star Wars, then they're double out of canon. So at the end of the day, Disney can do whatever the hell they want, but it's not Star Wars, so it doesn't matter. So hopefully that answers your question. First of all, it was never canon, so it doesn't fucking matter. Second of all, just ignore it, because if you like Star Wars, why would you want to watch something that's not Star Wars anyways? I mean, doesn't mean you can't like other stuff besides Star Wars. I want to be clear there. I'm just saying that you don't have to worry about it, because at the end of the day, you know, I've said it many times as well that George Lucas pretty much pimped, pretty much hustled Disney, because he said it many times. The story's over. Anakin brought balance to the Force. That's Star Wars. That's the Skywalker saga. So when he sold it, he knew deep down inside that even if Disney fucks the whole thing up, it doesn't matter, because Star Wars was already finished at 6. 7, 8, and 9 were going to be like a bonus, a further explanation, a deeper dive into the wills and the universe and or the galaxy, and expand on the story, but it wasn't essential. Furthermore, the prequels aren't essential either. They could have just stayed at 4, 5, and 6 and been fine. But that's not to say I don't love the prequels. It's not to say that I don't want them. I'm just saying that technically the prequels aren't essential. They are fantastic because they elaborate and they show us and they give us more and they world build and we get to see bigger and newer and better and all that. Bless him for giving us the prequels. But just saying, at the end of the day, they're not essential. But they do at least maintain continuity and tell the story. 7, 8, and 9 were going to be, I mean, being Lucas, he would have somehow, you know, obviously it would have had continuity and tied in and all that. But I'm just saying it's not part of the essential story. It's the saga's over. Go watch the Skywalker Legacy. He says it very clearly. The story's over. The saga's complete. So again, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what Disney does. Just laugh or cry because, you know, it is a shame because we could have great Star Wars. But at the end of the day, so the very short answer is both. Just ignore them because they're not Star Wars anyways. And they were never canon either. So it doesn't have, you don't have to get upset about it or, you know what I mean? The only thing that really like ever bothers me is when someone tries to tell me in Disney canon or Disney's canon, it's not canon. You can't contradict what was previously established and call yourself canon. That's not how canon works. You can't come along and say that Genghis Khan was a saint because that's not how reality and history and continuity work. Facts are facts. So it doesn't really matter. But it's doubly not canon because not only are they going against the definition of canon, but they're breaking their own canon daily. Every one of the properties, the Star Wars properties, contradict each other. Every last one. Even to the point of contradicting within themselves. Like Mandalorian episodes contradict and retcon previous episodes. So therefore, none of it's canon. And if it's not canon, well then who the hell cares? Patronize anything Star Wars made by Disney. There you go. I don't. Remade it in the sequels that have nothing in common with the nonsense. Well, okay. If it were me, like if I had Lucasfilm today, I would just simply, well, I wouldn't have to decanonize it, but I would say that. I would make a public statement. All that shit ain't canon. But you don't technically have to decanonize it because it was never canon anyways. But what I would simply do is get George's story treatments and make what you were supposed to make, because George Lucas is freaking Star Wars. So, yes, if I owned Lucasfilm, of course they would be remade. Not remade, the old ones would just be deleted. So they wouldn't exist anyways. They wouldn't. They don't matter, but they wouldn't even exist. So I would simply make Star Wars like they were supposed to do in the first place. Ignore them like anything silly and lacking cohesion. There you go. Here's the thing. Like, let's say you have a friend, a girlfriend, a cousin, whatever. And whether you met them like last week or you know them for the past 15 years, if you know them to be a liar, or you catch like your girlfriend lied to you, and maybe it's just one little thing, and you're like, but she's cute. And then another little thing, but she's got money. And then another little thing, but okay. But everybody at some point, you know, she's going to lie to you 3, 5, 10 times. Are you going to want to be with that person? Or are you going to have any faith in what they say? It's the same thing with Disney. They contradict themselves every single day. So why even care or look at or think about? It doesn't matter. There you go. Woo. Should be Gordon. Yes, it should. Mickey needs a mask. Speaking of which, why doesn't Mickey have a mask? Right? Shouldn't they, if they're being so woke all the time and virtue signaling, why haven't they made a Mickey Mouse with a mask on? I don't know how many of you saw that there was a meeting of world leaders and there was one world leader with a mask on. Oh, Lord. We are the laughing stock of the world. Not quarantine. Let them die from exposure. There you go. Give them a double dose. Sorry for what? Prequels have the most confusing and forgettable lines. Okay, then why is Rots the Star Wars movie that gets quoted the most? Yes. Oh, people quote all of them all the time. Clone Wars, all the freaking time. Double dumbass programs. Thank you. Love you guys too. Appreciate it. Cool. We sure as hell not here for the Disney crap. There you go. My kids will never know who Ray is. Yeah, well, you don't know that. You know, at some point they're on their own or they're going to see things or hear things, but I think a responsible parent would not allow them to know about such garbage. Fights, I don't even remember any fights in the sequels, except the one dope scene in TFA. Stormtrooper uses that cool melee lightsaber thing against Finn. Yeah, that like baton. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it, but 4 through 6, then 1 through 3, like we did. You lost me there. 4 through 6. Then 1 through 3, like we did. To show your kids, you mean? Tross. Yeah, no big deal. My first child a month ago. Oh, wow. Congratulations. We intend to do the responsible thing and show her only the real Star Wars movies. There you go. It's good parenting. Princess Leia is a great role model. Call me crazy, but I loved R1, Rogue One, and Solo was okay. Sequels are just fan films, in my opinion, not my canon. Yeah. Well, none of it is. Rogue One breaks canon. Solo's a freaking mess. I like Rogue One. I like it less after watching it recently. Maybe watch my live stream, the deep dive of Rogue One. It's got problems. And it breaks canon. Out of all the Disney stuff, yeah, it's closest. And I don't hate the film. I mean, it's, you know, fun. But when you're watching deep dive and you really break it down, you're like, I was like pulling my hair out, like no bullshit. Watch the stream. There's stuff in there that's like, oh man. Order of release. Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately myself. Because I've generally been like, just watch it 1 through 6 so you see the story. But the more and more we get into the future, and the thing is, it's like society has devolved. Listen, when I grew up, there was a thing called research. You used to go to the library and you had to look for microfiche or find a book. You had to read things and check things and investigate things and cite sources and like. And now it's like, man, a week or two, people were asking me like, what Star Wars channels do you watch? I don't, because they all are full of shit. All of them. They're all just like breaking news. And then you watch the video and it's like, well, you know, this article said that maybe, and I think, and, you know, leaked Obi-Wan. Yet it's just like some stormtroopers walking down a hill. That's, you don't know if that was a fucking fan film, some kids in their backyard, if it even was Lucasfilm, and if it is Lucasfilm, it could be any number of things. I don't know. So the more we get into this age of just stupidity, of people that don't ask questions, that don't look at shit, that, you know, the clickbait generation. The more and more I feel like, yeah, if I had a little one right now, 4 through 6 and then 1 through 3, just to establish, like, you know, what is really what. Because I think if you watch 1 through 3 first, it maybe influences you a little bit on 4 through 6. And really 4 through 6 is the whole foundation of everything. So you should start with that foundation and then expand on it with 1 through 3. Hello there. Nice to see you, Private Eye. I saw your comment the other day. I don't remember what it was. You always leave good comments on my videos. Good to see you. Agreed. TLG is the film that ruined Star Wars. Trust, although bad, tried to fix it. Yeah. I still think Tross could have fixed everything, but Disney could make a Star Wars, but that's if I was making it, you know, if someone that knew and actually cared about Star Wars made it, I could have actually fixed the whole fucking thing. Disney could make a Star Wars theme park as big and detailed as Disney World, possibly making more revenue than a similar park if they did make the sequels, and if they didn't make the sequels and steer Star Wars off the cliff. Yeah. Again, I just like, man, George should have just held out. Right now, we would have Star Wars Plus, and he could have made his own Star Wars Land Park. Wherever, LA, whatever, somewhere. He could have made a whole freaking, in the middle of Missouri, whatever, but he could have made a whole freaking Star Wars land. And screw all that. Oh, well. It's like TFA had so much potential, especially for Finn, who I wanted to see show more intel on his stormtrooper background and maybe even have him be a Jedi. But then Rian Johnson happened. Yeah. Rian Johnson did happen. Yeah, Finn was a total waste, unfortunately. I feel like they brought the Emperor back out of sheer desperation because they knew how much they screwed up with JLJ. That was desperation. Ryan killed off the freaking antagonist, Snoke, because Kylo was never anything. He was never established or taken serious. He wasn't the leader of anything. He was just a little pawn, not even like a real threat of an apprentice like Vader. He was just an emo kid. Ever relations of Shivadili? Shivadili? Huh? I don't know what you're trying to say there. Sure, check out my channel and stream if you'd like. It's more personal praise than a curated channel. I wish I had help and could make a ton of adaptive motorsports content, but I have no editing skills. Okay, I'll take a look at it in a minute. We'll talk more about it. Lucasfilm was really trying to get to that money by reverting back to pre-Disney stuff, Clone Wars, EU figures, Old Republic, Republic Commando, remastered. Yes, they are bringing a lot of stuff now from the old stuff because, you know, no matter how much you try to convince people that the new stuff is going to sell, it doesn't. It doesn't. Nobody wants it. Even all these fans that claim they do on Twitter or wherever, or they come on my posts and they're like, oh, you're stupid and Disney and the toys and just all this dumb shit they say. And yet, where's your toy collection? Where's all your Ray dolls? Nobody wants that stuff. So they got to do whatever they can. There's I mentioned Hammerhead from time to time because he was always one of my favorites from back in the day. And like I said, we knew back then he was a bounty hunter because it said it on his action figure card. On his back, you know, on the back card. I forget right now what they're called. Something card, whatever. Anyways, I mean, he came out a little while ago, but they got like this guy that's just a Hammerhead, you know, a little bit different. He's in the Black Spire, Galaxy's Edge. He's this character they made. And it's like everything. They thought they could just take Boba Fett and make Mandalorian, and take Hammerhead and make this guy, and take, you know, Revan and make Kylo Ren. You know, they thought they could do that, and they just don't understand that, first of all, you can't do that with any property. People aren't that stupid, and especially not with Star Wars. Star Wars fans are crazy. They know their stuff. They know what characters are like. So trying to make a variation of a known character is never going to go anywhere. We all want the real character. We don't want Disney's Mickey Mouse rendition. And they tried and they tried and they tried. But obviously nobody's buying that stuff. I have yet, and I'm sure there's somebody out there, but I have yet to see someone with a video that has just all sequel trilogy, all the vehicles, all the figures, this huge collection. I don't know one video like that. Right now, you can search for Clone Wars or Boba Fett, and you're going to see massive collections, entire like home theaters or a whole house of just all kinds, like thousands of clones and Boba Fett's and, you know, of course, Vader and Luke's lightsaber and all that stuff. Rooms of it. And I don't know one person that has even like a nook with all their Disney stuff. Now, I see a lot of streams that they have, of course, you know, BB-8 and Baby Yoda, a Porg. But where's your Disney collection? You guys, you're so about Solo. Where's all your Solo action figures? Where's your Solo Millennium Falcon? Oh, you don't want that Millennium. You want the real Millennium. Oh. Hello there, Ahsoka Tano. I used to love you. It's a shame Dave Filoni broke you and Star Wars. It's a damn shame. And Malcolm, if I may, I'll tell you the problem with this scientific power that you're using here. It didn't require any discipline to attain it. You read what others had done. There you go. Yes, that. Anunnaki. Nice with the Jurassic Park. As bad as the sequels were, I would have been okay with them if they would have kept Luke alive, respected his character, and made him a badass as he should be. Well, yeah. It's just kind of funny, like, as bad as the sequels were. Well, if they would have done those things, the sequels wouldn't have been bad. That's the thing. It's like you go to Burger King, and not only, like, here's Disney Star Wars. You go to Burger King because you're craving a Whopper. You look at the menu, and it's all Chinese food, which I love Chinese food, but I wanted a Whopper. So it's all Chinese food. In the corner, someone is punching the king in his mouth, in his eye, like someone's just punching the shit out of the face of Burger King. And then you're looking at the menu, and you're like, the guy at the register is looking at you like, well, do you want something? Are you going to order something? Do you want something? And you're looking, and he's like getting rude and loud, and you're looking, you're like, don't you guys serve Whoppers anymore? No, this is Burger King. We sell Chinese food here. But if you're called Burger King, and I had a Whopper last week, shouldn't you have burgers and Whopper? No. Shut up. Order Chinese food. But I don't want Chinese food, sir. I came for a Whopper. No, you're a racist. You're a homophobe. And you shouldn't be coming to Burger King for burgers. There's no Whoppers here. There's Chinese food. So if I go to your place to have a Whopper, you're beating up the mascot and you're cussing me out because I can't get the Whopper that I've always gotten and want, and you're insisting that I have to have Chinese food, and you're getting mad at me? Well, it would be much easier to just continue to sell Whoppers that people always have loved and not deface your own symbol and certainly not attack your customers. So had they done kept Luke alive, respected his character, and made him a badass, well, the sequels would have been okay, because that's literally why the sequels sucked, because they attacked the literal figurehead of Star Wars. And there you go. I heard that the Sith was formed to take down the corrupt Jedi Force. Where'd you hear that? Sith weren't formed. Sith are dark side of the Force. Natural currents. Jedi are natural currents. They have discipline and have created like a, I don't want to say religion, but you sort of, their ways over time, they not transformed, but they terraformed. I don't know. They like developed into, right, the Jedi Order, and they have their ways and beliefs and training and rules. And the Sith, they both became more organized and more established and became like labeled. But pure Sith and pure Jedi, I mean, that's the galaxy, that's the Force, that's life, that's light and dark. So I wouldn't say they were formed. They weren't formed. It was evil. It's just darkness manifesting. And there's people that have strong connections to the Force that are just evil. They're selfish, as George Lucas always says. It's about selfishness. They didn't form. On the contrary, they were all killing each other off. They were all fighting for more power. So they were all, that's why there's the rule of two, because all this, there was thousands of Sith and they were all killing each other. They were all backstabbing each other because they all wanted that power. But formed? I don't know. Where are you getting that from? Like, where is that context coming from? I'm curious. It's not, they weren't formed. It's a natural occurrence, like good and evil, light and day. Or you could say that God or the wills created that, but it's about balance. Indeed, that's why I think they should officially be made uncanon and remade without any decision. The KK Filoni is my only hope. Well, I don't like Filoni. He is actually one of the biggest reasons why we're in this mess. If you like him, I mean, that's up to you, but just know that he's one of the main reasons why this is all a mess. It's Dave Filoni. My wife just saw you and said you look from a distance like Harrison Ford. Thought you'd like to hear that. Oh, well, it's not a bad thing, I suppose. That's funny. Nobody's ever said that to me. Jar Jar Abrams and Ryan should take a writing class. I think they need more than that. Life class. Keep it alive, guys. I have to sleep. McClunky. Yeah, he did McClunky Disney. Just remember that when he sold it, okay, remember a few things. He didn't need the money. He had like 10 times that $4 billion. So that was pocket change. It's not about the money. Furthermore, what he sold Lucasfilm for, he donated to children's education. So, second, the story was over. That's like me, you know, like I build this pair of glasses. They're complete. They're done. And I sell them to you. If you step on them, break them, bend them, paint them, change them, say, well, this is with glasses. It doesn't matter, because when I handed them to you, they're done. So to me, if I sell it to you and you do whatever with them, it doesn't matter, because I knew and I told the world officially, these are done. This is what glasses are. Here you go. You want to buy them? There you go. They're done. The world's seen it, knows about it. It's in history. So at the end of the day, if you come along and you totally alter them and make them your own Mickey Mouse thing, it doesn't matter. I hustled you because I sold you. I already sold you a dead horse. So kick it all you want. It doesn't matter. It was already done. So Lucas literally hustled Disney. He did it so that we could get more Star Wars. He did try to have some faith in Disney. He's older. He didn't want to have to deal with it anymore. Disney's a huge property. They could do all kinds of stuff with parks and all this stuff. And he figured to keep the story going, he would sell it to Disney. So he did it for you to have more Star Wars. He wasn't expecting Disney to just be like, whatever. So it wasn't for the money. It wasn't for greed. He sold it for you. It was already finished. At the end of the day, he knew that no matter what they do, so it doesn't matter if Disney.
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not
gonna
nice
get you a
pirate.
shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever.
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever. So-
Yeah, Yoda,
and
whatever.
then- yeah.
So you have to consider, think of it in any kind of other translation. Like you're at a science symposium. You've got established scientists for like 50 years. And then you got this scientist that came in yesterday and is talking like that, like a child that has no clue of what they're even talking about. No one's going to take it seriously. People that are clueless as to what science is or the topic of the day, okay, they'll believe whatever they're going to believe. But people that know, it doesn't matter. It's like I said a while ago, it doesn't matter what Disney does. Where is... Where did you go? Ah.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
That's a fan favorite here at Not My Star Wars. There you go. Oh, nice to see you, that guy says. Disney, especially Lucasfilm, are just obsessed to the idea of canon, just the idea, not really maintaining it. Yes, even the most diehard nerds are not that crazy for canon. Well, I don't know. Depends. How are you saying that though? Because everything I do is about canon. Or are you talking about Disney's version of canon? Is that maybe what you mean? I think you care about canon. I watched your video. I'm pretty sure you care about canon. Now, I'm talking about real canon, not what Disney is saying, calling their stuff, saying that Star Wars is legends and our stuff is canon. No, forget. Disney doesn't even know the definition of canon. So I laugh whenever people are like, Disney canon. It's not canon. At least the prequels made sense. Absolutely. And I love the prequels. You know, just to backtrack a little bit. When I was saying they weren't essential, it's not to say that I don't love them or want them or that they shouldn't be there. You know, not at all. Just saying at the end of the day, that was like Lucas putting a cherry on top, giving us more. Because they didn't have to happen. But for whatever people think about the prequels, they didn't break canon. They maintained continuity. They made sense. They're beautiful stories. They tell us what happened with Anakin. Whether you like how George interpreted that is irrelevant. The point is they did what they were supposed to do. Maintain continuity and tell the story. Special feature disc, 2004 DVD box set. Nice. There was a lot of good stuff. That's one thing out of Lucas. I always wish he would make, I don't care if I had to pay like $200, you know, just give me a box with all the shit. Stop screwing around. Like every, what was it called? What they would do? The, oh shoot, I'm going blank right now. The, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
I've gone off the track.
The commentary, the audio commentary, you know, the movie commentaries. There were several of them over the years. All the behind the scenes, all the deleted content. Like, stop screwing around. 300, 400, I don't care. Give me like an 8-disc thing with just everything. That's one thing I wish Lucas would have just done, you know, and stop screwing around. It wouldn't be for everybody. It could be a little bit expensive, but, and not that right now, today, I would be in any position to buy that, but, you know, over the years, a $200-300 box set with just everything, I always wished he would have just done that. OT, overall of it, took me a while to fully appreciate the PT, but the ST is not the ST in my book. There is no ST. There you go. There is an ST. It's on paper, and Disney threw it away. So there is, but I agree with you. There is no like ST that exists in media. The Disney stuff is just, it's fan fiction. My OT Special Edition Laserdisc box set arrived the other day. Nice. Forward to those. Yeah, there was some really good stuff. Those Laserdiscs, the Laserdiscs are like the top 3 of all the media of Star Wars versions that came out. Yep. There's obviously the original videotapes. There's the Laserdisc. There's these. There was a 2-disc. There was the Special Edition and the originals. Those are probably the top 3. I'm sure there's others that I'm just not remembering right now. But anyway, the point here is the Laserdiscs were awesome. Disney Star Wars being a parallel universe in my headcanon, there's 3 universes. George Lucas, EU, Disney. Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way. Just call it Disney, though. Disney fan fiction, because it's not canon. Again, you have to maintain the definition of canon to be canon. And I'll remind you, Disney breaks against what is 1 through 6 actual canon, so it ain't canon. And then Disney pretend that even George Lucas never existed. Disney can't even maintain their own canon. So therefore, it's not canon, because the point of canon, it's like literally going to a history professor or college or a museum, and like everything contradicts itself. So then therefore you're not a true historian, you're not a true history book, you're not a true museum, because everything just doesn't make any sense. So therefore you can't by definition be canon, because canon means strict adherence to continuity. That's what canon is. There's not, this is where people seem to get confused. Canon's whatever I make it, or canon's whatever I want. Canon is, that's like saying, okay, I own this space in the universe, and I say that everything in this space is canon, just because I'm saying that everything that I put in here is canon. But that's not the definition of canon. Canon is not your isolated world, what you want it to be. Canon is a word in the dictionary. And if you break the definition of the word, then you're not the word. So forget that George Lucas even existed. Disney themselves have never maintained canon. So therefore, none of it is canon. And canon, again, does not work where, well, I can just break one little piece and everything's... No. The second you break one little piece of it, it's not canon. So don't even call it Disney canon, because it's not. they're not even maintaining the definition of the word canon. Disney fan fiction, Disney Mickey Mouse, Star Wars, Disney space show thing, but it's not canon. That's like me saying, I'm Michael Jordan. I say I'm Michael Jordan, so I'm Michael Jordan. I don't care what you think. I'm Michael Jordan. Shut the fuck up. I'm Michael Jordan. How ridiculous is that? Had to stick around to hear the end of your position on canon. Definitely identify with and appreciate the sharing of what you have to say. Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for hanging around, Andy, and hope to see you again soon. Have a good night. There's some good content in the Disney canon, like Rebels, Clone Wars, a couple of novels and books, but overall I'd say it's vastly inferior. Well, that's a fact. I mean, that's not even like I don't like any of that. That's all trash to me, but if you like it, I don't tell anybody what to watch or what to like. All I'm telling you is not canon. That's all that matters. It's not about you liking it or me influencing you liking it. You like what you like. You spend your money on what you spend it. You watch. Just understand that from a historian, a researcher, someone that was there from the beginning, and someone that knows how to open a dictionary and understand the definition of a word, nothing Disney has made is canon. It could be your favorite shit. You could love it, watch it, buy it, do whatever you want. But that doesn't mean it's canon. You could write 15 books about how JFK could dunk from the foul line and actually he died from a heart attack, but doesn't make it true. George Washington, JFK, dunk it from the foul line. George Washington rode a dinosaur. John F. Kennedy assassinated Hitler, and Alexander Hamilton blew up the moon. Really? Why is the moon still here then? Stop oppressing me. Yes. That's no moon. Greedo. Yeah, Greedo's cool. I think Greedo doesn't get enough love. Little fun fact, you probably know, and most of you probably know, but just in case, in the prequels, that little green guy that's with Anakin when it's working, and also watching the pod races, that's Greedo. It's baby Greedo. If you didn't know that. There you go. Make a video of Mickey, Donald, and Goofy robbing a bank. Ray Soy Waka. Greedo robbing a bank. A Disney live stream right now? Who? Disney is? There shouldn't be. Not that I know of. What are you talking about? Let me know. We can check it out. Let me know what's going on. I don't know if any Disney stream right now. I'm ordering a Lego Goofy minifigure on eBay because the only other way to get him is in a $400 set. Wow. By the way, I don't know if you watched that last Star Wars video from the Star Wars YouTube. I think it was the very last one. There's a new R2 Lego. He's pretty badass. And the thing is when they want to, we could have a real Star Wars if they wanted. He's pretty neat. I don't know how big he is, but he looks like he's pretty big. And his little periscope comes out. He also has an opening here where you can pull a lightsaber out. He's pretty cool. I'm sure he costs over $100 because he's pretty big and complex. But it's like, I forget what she said, 2,000 pieces, 4,000. I think it was 2,000 and some pieces. He is pretty neat. Show the kids 4 through 6, 1 to 3. Same timeline as a release. Yeah. Okay film, in my opinion, but utterly forgettable and soulless. Yeah, I mean, when you watch it, you don't get pissed off. At least it's trying. At least it's Star Warsy, but it is unforgettable. Here's the thing. If I remove Vader at the very end going down the hall, how many of you still like Rogue One? You've just cut off most of the people. Now, take the last 15 minutes half an hour tops of the film. Take it out. How many of you still like Rogue One? You see? So that's the thing with Rogue One. It's not that good when you really look at it. If you really watch it, step frame by frame, check it out, pay attention, it's not that great. Yeah, it's basically what it is. It's like a really high budget fan film. Okay. Booga booga. I was in the 9th grade and needed to cite a source, but today's media anonymous source says X. There you go. It's Lucas' story without him involved. It's insert your channel title. Yes. It's fan fiction. Everything Disney's made is fan fiction. Breaking news. Mandalorian, Clone Wars, Rebels, all of that. It's all fan fiction. Breaking news. Disney's making a TV show of Luke Skywalker going to Camtasia Station for the first time, where he loses his virginity to power converters. It's coming. Coming soon to Disney Minus. Emily Swallow said to Star Wars Theory on an interview that Dave Filoni had the job of deciding what is canon and what is not. Jon Favreau and everyone depended on him. They trusted him. Yep. And he's breaking canon all over the place. That's the thing. You've got someone that knows the stuff and don't give a fuck leading all the people that don't know. So they're all like, well, yeah, we're doing great. This is Star Wars. And meanwhile, it's like, you're making all mess. Dave Filoni is one of the biggest reasons we're in this mess. KK, Dave Filoni, Rian Johnson are really technically, those three are the most responsible. And right there with them is Jar Jar Abrams and Pablo Hidalgo. Those 5 people are the biggest reasons. Then you've got, of course, Robert Iger, what's his name, Alan Horn, and those guys. But those are executives that I don't hold them responsible because they're out of touch anyways. They're not expected to know Star Wars or respect Star Wars. Kathleen Kennedy and her little minions are supposed to be. They're the ones that are truly at fault. Regardless of Robert Iger should have stopped her and put her on a brace, he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to bake cakes, so he can't tell the baker that you understand what I'm saying? You're hiring and paying a baker because they're the one that knows how to bake, and you're counting on them to bake properly. So it's not, in a way, it's not really the executive's fault. They don't know. Robert Iger doesn't know Star Wars from his elbow. But Dave Filoni is supposed to. And yet we're getting elbows instead of Star Wars. Who do you trust more, Wikipedia or Dave? Oh, Wikipedia. Dave Filoni, I don't trust for nothing. Ruined. Never heard of it. There you go. Well, what's worse is he does know the canon. He just doesn't give a fuck. That's the worst part of it. Because you could almost forgive him if he didn't know. But he knows a lot of this shit. And he has the privilege of, or the benefit of, having been around George Lucas, access to the vault, been at Lucasfilm for how many years? And yet I understand, or at least respect, the canon more than he does. Emo Boy and Gollum in robes are the villains. Cardbacks. Yes, thank you. I couldn't find the damn word. Hello there, Horty African Travel Man. That reminds me of, what was those movies? The Gods Were Crazy. Some of you younger ones probably won't know at all what that is, but look for those. They're like, how can I explain them? Like over the top comedy. The gods are crazy, or the gods were crazy. Look those up if you're younger. Fans are already starting to get OT fatigue. That's why I feel they're starting to revert back to the EU and prequels. How are they getting OT fatigue? You mean ST fatigue? I don't think there's OT fatigue. Luke Skywalker was a Mandalorian. Everybody freaked out. Star Wars is saved. They just came out with a Black Series Luke. Everybody's talking about, oh, he's so awesome. Did you mean ST? I don't think there's any OT fatigue. Red Solo Cup count. What is that from? Red Solo Cup count? Besides killing Luke and the character of Luke, I never liked Rey or any of the new characters. I don't like any of them. There's nothing to like. There's no story. There's no Burger King. There you go. Analogies regarding Burger King and a Chinese restaurant. There you go. Jurassic World 3 better have a reunion scene with Sam, Laura, and Jeff. The biggest sin that the stupid trilogy made was not having a scene with Mark Harrison and Carrie reuniting together. Yeah, that's so funny because was it just today, I think? Today or yesterday? I think it was just today. And I was watching Mark. You know, I don't know if it was at the end of Force Awakens or like when he was doing Jedi in the beginning, The Last Jedi. But he was saying how he realized, like, wow, I'm never going to have a reunion with Han and the old gang. And, you know. Chinese food, there you go. But that's what it's like. It's like literally, you know, you walk into Baskin Robbins for a fucking mint chocolate chip sundae, and they're like, nope. We sell bananas here. This is the Banana Shack. But it says Baskin Robbins, 31 flavors of ice cream on the fucking side. I was here 2 days ago and no, sir, we sell bananas here. And you're an asshole for thinking that we have ice cream. Disney. James, I would have like a Jurassic Park with Lex and Tim, but it would be boring because they would know what to do. You're hilarious about the Burger King selling Chinese food and beating up the mascot. You should do stand up. Well, but that's, you know, thank Mickey Mouse, thank Disney, because that's where that comedy comes from. It was just not the killing of Luke and his character assassination. I have issues with Rey being Superwoman out of the blue, Finn's cowardness, Snoke having no purpose, Palpatine, etc. Yeah, all of it. It's all a mess. Dave Filoni. In case you're unaware, Greedo, or anyone else that's new or whatever, Dave Filoni was on the set of all the movies, including Rogue One. I have proof. Video proof of him on the fucking set. Okay? So, he was there. He watched Rian Johnson cuck Luke Skywalker. He sat there like, oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, make Luke Skywalker a piece of shit. Awesome. Because, you know, Luke didn't do anything. He opened the door for Leia and she did everything. Quote, Dave Filoni. He was on the set and watched Rian Johnson shit all over Luke Skywalker. Never mind the Tross shit and Force Awakens and Rogue One and Solo and Mandalorian and everything else that Dave Filoni has fucked. The canon, the over 100 times of breaking canon in the Clone Wars cartoon. Rebels, which is just fucking stupid, ridiculous. Dave Filoni. So if you're a Filoni fan, well, have fun with that. But he's the reason we're here, guys. Because regardless of what KK wanted to do or JJ thought, or they all looked at Dave like, is that okay? Will that fit in canon? Is that all right? And he was like, yeah, well, we'll make Ahsoka live and we'll fit her in. We'll explain it later. Without thinking of the consequence. How does it affect the past? How is it going to affect the future? Are people going to care? Is it respecting George? He didn't give a shit about any of that. Filoni cares about one thing. Dave Filoni. Or Ahsoka. He cares about two things. Dave and Ahsoka. That's all he cares about. Is his little Ahsoka show. He's not concerned with canon, your feelings, Star Wars, George Lucas. None of that. He's concerned with Ahsoka. So all that you see right there that you wrote, Dave Filoni. Yeah. He's fucked up canon so bad that even someone like me with like 5-10 years wouldn't even be able to undo the spaghetti and fix the mess. I would have to I would literally have to rewrite and fix everything. All of it. I would have to retweak everything just to make it fit and be canon. So why would I bother spending 5-10 years of my life fixing some asshole's fucking mess for being selfish? What his teacher, his master taught him, selfishness is the dark side, and yet he was selfish and made all this fucking mess. Why would I spend 5-10 years fixing it? I wouldn't. I would do it the much easier way.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Delete it all and start from October 31st, 2012. It's just that simple. I wouldn't even pretend to fix Dave Filoni, KK, and Disney's fucking mess. I would just delete it and start from where George left off. Yep. Yoda, whatever. Made me want to pull my hair out. Yoda, whatever. Yes. That's the assholes at Lucasfilm. The people that create Star Wars hate Star Wars. And more, they hate you. A puppy dies of cringe every time they say Yoda, whatever. Yes. A puppy and an angel. And a tree. Could you elaborate a bit on Filoni, or should I check one of your previous videos where you touched on it? Well, I just did. If you have more questions or would like me to elaborate some more, I'm more than happy to. Many of my videos do little touches of stuff. More so on live streams I've talked about Filoni. But I do have a video coming. I haven't even started it because I'm working on other projects. But the video that I've been collecting stuff for a long time and is coming is what is Star Wars canon, and does Disney understand it? And either in there is where I'm going to put my foot up Dave's ass, or I'm going to make another video that will be something in the effect of phony, baloney, macaroni, Filoni. So there is a video that is going to destroy Dave Filoni coming. I don't think I have a specific one. No, there's a lot of little pieces. But I'm here for the next 11 hours. So you're welcome to ask anything. I can show you all kinds of stuff. I can explain all kinds of stuff. There you go.
You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So it's about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
That ain't nothing. I got so much more.
And
that is
this is only the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Dave Filoni is why we are here, guys. Yes. Clone Wars, partially, and I'm no fan of Rebels. If Rebels is where Dave ruined it for you, then I'd see your point to a degree. Dave ruined it from day one. He should have never allowed Kathleen to do that Legends bullshit with the EU. Number one. Number two, Force Awakens, like I said. They broke canon. And Rebels, and Clone Wars, and Mandalorian, and Resistance, and the comics, and the novelizations, and the art books. All of it contradicts. All of it contradicts itself. And Dave and Pablo and Leland Chi, who's also responsible here, although Leland, I think, is very shy and quiet. Like, what is he going to say? But Dave Filoni is supposed to speak the fuck up and say, no, Kathy, Ryan, we can't do that to Luke Skywalker. And they did. Clone Wars is a mess, too. It's fun. Well, it's hard for me to say it's fun to watch because really the first few seasons are fucking slow and boring as crap. It breaks canon all over the place. So it's like Mandalorian. Turn off your brain and just watch it like, oh, pew, pew, pew. Okay, it's fun. But how much fun is it when you're like, well, you don't take Mandalorians don't take off their helmets. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they do. Oh, Jango was never a Mandalorian. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he was. You know, that kind of shit. It's like, that's not fun to me. Again, that's like your girlfriend telling you today that, you know, she loves you. She loves pink flowers. And her favorite food is lobster. Tomorrow, you're like, oh, I'll take her out to dinner. We'll go get seafood. And she's like, I hate you. I hate pink flowers. And I'm allergic to seafood. I can only eat Chinese. So then, like, okay, well, maybe she was just in a mood. So then the next day, well, actually, I love flowers, but only purple ones. I don't eat seafood, but once a month on a Thursday, I like shrimp. And, I don't know how I feel about you today. And you just go on every day like this, every day, like here, there, all over the place, no consistency, no truth, no nothing. You're just all over the fucking place. I don't want that kind of relationship. That's not my Star Wars. There you go. Good to see you, Andor, man. No, I meant it like just calling canon to whatever they create, like some sort of marketing ploy. Well, that's what it is. We care about details. Disney, Lucasfilm only care about calling everything canon as some sort of magic word. Exacto. Exactamente. Exactly. That's literally what they do. They know it's not canon. Dave Filoni definitely knows it's not canon. And I'm not talking about, is the EU canon or was that canon? He knows what the fuck is canon, especially the movies and what Mandalorian's supposed to be and all this stuff. He knows. But I'll remind some of you, or for the new listeners, Darth Maul, a non-Mandalore, beats a Mandalorian, gets the Darksaber. He now rules Mandalore. He's not a Mandalorian. He's not Mandoa. He's just the guy that comes and gets a sword, and now he rules over an entire race of people. Okay, well, if that's how you're going to make it, fine. Sabine Wren finds the Darksaber on the fucking floor, picks it up. Oh, well, I'm the ruler of Mandalore. But I don't really want it. So then she puts it down. Ezra, in front of her, picks it up and walks off with it. So he's now the ruler of Mandalore. He doesn't want it. He hands it to Kanan. Kanan is the ruler. No, he doesn't want it. So Kanan now gives it back to Sabine. Sabine now has it again, who still doesn't want it, but she's the ruler of Mandalore. But Bo wants it and kind of has the rights to it. So then, but Bo can only rule if she has the Darksaber. So then Sabine's like, here, take it because you should have it for Mandalore. Bo holds it up in the air. I take this sword for the name of Kryze and Mandalore and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now we've established, well, basically whoever picks up the Darksaber is the ruler of Mandalore, even if you're not Mandalorian. Okay. And then in the Mandalorian TV show, she can't take the fucking sword because she has to kill Mando? Can't keep track of your own stories, Dave Filoni. By the way, the Darksaber was created by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. That has nothing to do with George Lucas. He didn't create that. I saw an article on why The Last Jedi is because there's not supposed to be a Darksaber. It's lightsabers. So that's not some mystical ancient sword that's more powerful and blah, blah. No. I saw an article on why The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars film. I'm sure it was clickbait because of all the points were. Well, yeah, of course. That's going to get everybody, you write an article, the best Star Wars movie was The Last Jedi. See, here's the thing. There are some people that actually have like a big hole that goes through their head and like something like The Last Jedi. But most of them, no, they don't like it. They just talk that way. They just make clickbait lines and write articles and videos like, it was great, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because they know it's going to stir up controversy. They know it's going to get a bunch of views and clicks. But even they don't believe it. And you know why I know they don't believe it? Because they're on my posts, on my community, and in my videos, and in my streams, and blah, 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 blah. You're an idiot, and blah, 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 blah. Yet, if I don't know what I'm talking about, why are you watching me? And if Disney's shit is so great, then why aren't you watching The Last fucking Jedi instead of wasting your time on Not My Star Wars? The reason you're here, not necessarily you guys, but the reason why those idiots come through is because obviously The Last Jedi and the Disney stuff isn't that great. Because if it was, why aren't you watching The Mandalorian? I thought The Mandalorian was so great. When's the last time you watched it? Oh, that one time when it first came out. Oh, right. And how many times have you watched, I don't know, Empire Strikes Back? Oh, 450 times. Oh. What do you think of the stuff they added to Disney Plus? Ewoks, Caravan. That's called desperation. Because I think it's cool. Okay. If Star Wars was done correctly, had they respected the franchise and we were where we should be right now, then absolutely put all that stuff on there. But when everything's in total disarray and you're just putting it out there because you're desperate, the shit doesn't mean to me. I know that you're doing it because you're desperate. You're not doing it for me. Just like they did Luke Skywalker and the Mandalorian. That was not for you. That was for them. That was desperation. So when at the end of the day we know it's still Jake Skywalker, what the fuck does it matter that Luke Skywalker is in the Mandalorian? It's just dumb. To be excited for someone that's just Jake, why are you getting excited? Especially when they didn't do it for you. They did it for them. So it's under the premise or under the reasoning that they're doing it. Had they done it because Star Wars is where it should be and it's part of the saga and you want to put it in there for the fans, great. I'm all for that stuff. Absolutely. If I owned Lucasfilm, I'd put all that deleted scenes and all. I'd be putting all that shit out. But when you're doing it because you're desperate and because you've already pissed everybody off and now you don't know which way to turn and what to do and you're just, doesn't mean nothing to me. And the newer Disney freaking airheads aren't going to care about or know what Caravan of Courage is anyways. So who are they doing it for? Me, the 50-year-olds that we don't care about, right? When we destroyed Star Wars Land and made, I don't know how many of you know that, but if you don't, I'll tell you the brief. They were going to make Star Wars Land, this massive thing, this whole world, like 10 times the size of Galaxy's Edge. And like Galaxy's Edge would be one section. Like that would be Endor. And you had Hoth and Bespin and the Death Star. You had all this shit. It was amazing. But Kathleen scrapped that because we don't need to worry about the 50-year-old Star Wars fans. We need to worry about all the fans we're going to have with Kylo and Rey and the new generation. So they made this little dumbass Moroccan market that nobody recognizes, cares about, remembers. Doesn't even feel like Star Wars. It's some fucking dumb land. So the people that would even care are the people that they've been pissing off, cussing out, calling names, and not wanting us to be fans anyways. I'm not 50, but I'm in that area. I'm an OT. I was there in 1977, so I'm one of those people that you don't want. Well, that's fucking smart. You have a customer for 43 years, but you're like, nah. Imagine you go to, I don't know, the liquor store or the shoe repair guy, and you've been going there for 35 years. You know the owner, you know his kids, you know his grandkids. You've been to his parties, his wedding. I mean, you know everything about him. His cousin is married to your sister. I mean, and then like you walk into the shop one day and he's like, dude, I don't want to repair shoes for people that are 45 plus. So you need to find a new shoe store. I don't need your business. I'm gonna fix shoes for all the kids that are coming. Yeah, that's smart. Since Snow White and all the other stories that Walt Disney basically took from that made his movies not canon. It was all kinds of shit. Wow, you guys are chatting away. Awesome. And it's like I've said many times, Disney chose this route, not me. I would love to be celebrating George Lucas' real Star Wars right now. I would love to, be talking highly of Star Wars, but they chose that. They chose to fuck up Luke Skywalker. They could have stayed away from all of that. They could have gone up 300 years into the future and just left it all alone and just say, okay, we're way here and now we're going to make our stuff. Cool. We all would have been fine. We all would have been like, oh, new stuff, their stuff, fine. But you come and you shit all over our history and the things that we love. Disney chose that. Force running episode 1 made more sense than the shit Disney is trying to pull. Yeah, Force run is not a big deal. Well, hello there. Hello, hope you and everyone is well. Just joined. Nice to see you, Dead Girls, as always. There you go. You're pretty popular around these parts, Dead Girls. I would love that collection too. I mean, I have the Blu-rays, but none of the special features. Even Tartakovsky's Clone Wars DVD has all the special features. Yeah, that's a beautiful set. The Tartakovsky, the real Clone Wars. I wish I could show that. I have the whole thing edited. I don't know. Some of you maybe got lucky and saw it when it was up. It's been down for like 6 months because Disney blocked it, but it was all like a 2-hour movie. None of the little credits and stuff. It was like just an edited, beautiful. And I wish I could show it to you guys, but YouTube won't let me. I've been busy. I'm going to try to put it on Odyssey. But it was so awesome. You could just sit there and watch the whole thing. Hi there. Which is better in your opinion? Terminator, Terminator 2? Yeeks. That's kind of tough. I mean, original Terminator, OG, you know, I'll be back. Kind of hard to beat. But the liquid metal Terminator's a badass, ain't he? With young John Connor. And Sarah's a badass. And I mean, there's a ton of shit in Terminator 2. That's a really hard one. They're really both really good. It's hard to, that's a hard one. I mean, I guess, I don't know. That's really hard. That is a really hard one. I want to lean to the first one because it's the OG. It establishes it. We see, you know, the first Terminator and all that. Oh man, 2 is awesome. That's a tough one. Both. That is a tough question. Which one is better? I don't know. I that one I can't really say. They're both so great in their own way, you know. I mean, I guess if it was life and death and had to choose, original Terminator, that sets the tone and explains the story. We see why the Terminator came. I mean, you know. So, but that's a tough one. Did you see the mail I sent you about the making of huge recommended for anyone who wants to learn about Lucas? Yeah, it was like parts, right? I did watch some of it and then I got distracted with something else. I did check some of it. Yeah, there was some good stuff there. I need to go back and because it was like a playlist. I think there was a bunch of pieces. But I did see that. I thought I replied to you, maybe not. But I did. Thank you. I did check it out. I need to go back and look at it. I think there was a couple little things I disagreed with, if I remember correctly. I got to go back and watch it. There was a few little things I was like, eh. But for the most part, it was pretty good, yeah. Oh, they added the 2D Clone Wars? Yeah. But again, I had a video that didn't have, you didn't have to skip tracks or go to the next episode, or it didn't have the little Cartoon Network or credit. It was like one long, well, it is. I have it. It's just, I can't play it on YouTube. It's like just one long movie, understand? All edited beautifully into one. Even if you have the DVDs or Disney Plus, you're gonna have to load the next episode. You understand what I'm saying? Or you have it on autoplay, but still the credits are gonna come up and it's gonna have the bar in a couple seconds and then go to the next episode. No, I have it like just edited as one movie. It's fucking badass. It's cannot. There you go. I like that. It's cannot. Latin America, Dix. Glorious Canon debate, yeah. I have the Saga 1 through 6 Blu-ray with young Anakin, and you know something, that great canon debate, I have stuff that you guys, I've been keeping, I got cards in my sleeve, you don't even know the shit I have on Dave Filoni and all these dumbasses. That canon video will come. I'm really busy with a bunch of other stuff, but it's coming, and I'm gonna just drop a fucking ton of bricks on Disney's fucking head. Want to say Anakin and Vader Shadowbox said I haven't looked to see there is a 1 through 9. It's $250. It comes with a little art book. But I would never want to own that. I wouldn't want anything that has, me personally, I wouldn't want anything that has them And it says the Skywalker saga on it, the complete Skywalker saga, or some bullshit it says on there. Reading the Bounty Hunter Wars trilogy of books. I'm finding them pretty good. I'm halfway through Slave Ship. I'm curious as to what you think of them if you have read them. I did. They're fantastic. I loved Slave Ship. I've read most of the EU, like 80% of it. It's been a long time since I've seen a lot of it, so most of it's years ago. Like Splinter, I haven't even opened. I don't own it, but anymore. I haven't looked at Splinter in over 20 years, but I've read 80-90% of all the EU. Bounty Hunter stuff, all of it. Tales from Jabba's Palace, Jango Fett stuff, Boba Fett stuff. Slave Ship was awesome. It's just unfortunate I don't know any of that stuff anymore, and it's been a long time, so now it's like just little pieces of memories, and plus it's so much, plus canon, plus Disney fan fiction that I gotta try to keep abreast of. It's like just this whole thing of so much Star Wars information. But yes, I have read most of it, and I certainly all that Bounty Hunter stuff I read. Slave Ship was awesome. Disneyverse, yeah. I call it Disney fan fiction. I call it for what it is. It's a fan fiction. They're all fanboys over there at Lucasfilm. They don't really know or care or understand Star Wars. It's certainly not canon. They're just like, oh look, it's toys to play with. You know, look, I got toys to play with, so I'm just gonna write, you know, whatever stories, and here I got action figures to play with. That's how Disney does their stuff. It's like they got all like Dark Helmet playing with his toys. Well, that's literally like that's what Mel Brooks was showing us, guys. Didn't you know he had a crystal ball? That's Disney. That's Mickey Mouse. That's KK playing with action figures. And yes, we didn't see you playing with your toys again. That's what Disney Star Wars is. It's Dark Helmet playing with the dolls. Shit show. There you go. That works too. I like Solo. Teach his own. I don't like it. I thought it was pretty bad. But that's, if you like it, enjoy it. Thanks for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I personally don't care for Solo, but you know, I know there's people that do. That too. I enjoyed Solo. Yeah, there's people that like it. Complaints, yeah. Again, it breaks canon. To me, the second you break canon, I don't care if it's by this or by that. You're out of the. It's the same thing. A girl, she could be the baddest bitch on the planet. You lied to me. I'm no angel. I got no problem using you. If you're gonna lie to me and play games, well then. But doesn't mean I'm going to respect you or take you seriously or care about you, love you, pay for you, maintain you. None of that. If anything, I'll use it to my benefit as I do with Disney. It's not that I want to do that, but if you're going to come at me with lies and mess and nonsense, well then you chose that path. Now it's my turn. Disney Star Wars isn't Star Wars. It's Star Wars. Aldrich. Yeah, the thing is, Solo, that's not his story. His name didn't come because, oh, I don't have a last name and we'll just call you Solo. And, you know, Kira, and that's not how the Wookiees and Chewie got freed. And the whole thing is just dumb. But if you like it, enjoy it. He needed to be, but, you know, by the way, for anyone new, if you like the Disney stuff, one or all or whatever, that's fine. You know, I don't tell anybody what to watch or what to like. If that's what you like, fine. All I care about is that you understand something. That's fan fiction. It's not Star Wars. And it's okay if what you like is that fan fiction. God bless, dude. Enjoy. It's just not Star Wars, because to be Star Wars, it must maintain canon. And since Disney refuses to maintain canon, so, you know, Star Wars is an apple, Disney is an orange. If you like oranges, fucking buy land and grow a whole orange farm for like, you know, eat oranges for the rest of your life. Enjoy the shit out of oranges. Just know that that's not apples. As much as you want it to be, oranges aren't apples. What was that? He needed to be close in a way that believably would have him end up like Harrison's taken. There was nothing in that movie that was even resembling Han Solo. Like Mike, if I could be like, you mean if you could be like Not My Star Wars? What? I wonder how it became a bounty hunter then. I actually think Greedo being friends with Anakin and the Phantom Menace is kind of dumb. Well, but why? They're both kids on Tatooine. They're both locals. They would know each other. And friends? I don't know. When you're that little, I mean, sure, you could have friends. You could have a close friend that you hang out and play with every day. But you also have like a lot of other kids around you that are your friends, but you don't really, you know, it's not like you sleep over and know them and know their parents and know them all that well. Some, sure. But I'm just saying, just because you hang around kids, like at school or around the neighborhood, doesn't mean you're really friends. They're just kids in the Tatooine desert. I mean, what else they got to do? No, I'm just saying. I don't see it as a problem. I don't remember if there was a story as to him becoming a bounty hunter. I think Lucas at some point made a joke, like, you know, he just chose the wrong path or something like that. I don't think there was ever any kind of EU or anything like in a visual dictionary or something. I could be wrong, but I don't recall that there's anything explaining that. Maybe there was a comic, a Greedo comic or something, maybe. Nothing I can remember off the top of my head. It wasn't Greedo, it was some other kid there. There was a deleted scene where Bully gets beaten up by Anakin for calling him a cheater. That bully was Greedo. I don't remember which deleted scene extra thing, but that's Greedo. Out of George Lucas's mouth. I'll have to find it, but that's Greedo. Loved Rogue One. Remember, it's poetry, it rhymes, James. It's Greedo. Even after taking all that out, I'll look back and try to find where that reference is. Right now, off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly where it is. I'll have to, but I can tell you with like 98% certainty that out of George Lucas's mouth, that's Greedo. Even after taking all that out? Oh, okay. So you'll just watch the first 45 minutes, hour of Rogue One and you're good? I appreciate the Lucas interviews on your channel. What a smart, kind person he is. Just binged a shit ton of the interviews before I saw you were live. Cool. That's why I put him there. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I say, Filoni says, KK says, Mickey Mouse says, Lawrence Kasdan, or other people say. None of that. All of that is irrelevant. What matters is what the maker says, and that's why I give you guys the maker stuff. You know, because I don't theorize, I don't say whatever, or because Filoni said it. No, what George Lucas says. Maybe because I get to see some of my favorite characters in high budget costumes. Which characters? Vader looks the same. Casio keyboard. I don't think you're a fan of him. K2SO? What characters? I mean, I understand Baby Jin, but I'm not sure what you mean by high budget costumes. Who? Vader suit in Empire Strikes Back was high budget. Yeah. But the stormtroopers weren't. So what? Like the shore troopers? I like the shore troopers actually. And the death troopers. I don't necessarily like what they did with them or how they did them, but the character themselves. Same thing with Jin. Like at the end of the day, Jin's not that great. But the premise of her character could have been she's better than Finn because at least she got some love and some development and did something. But she's basically the Finn effect again. Like, oh look how amazing, and then you just got blue balls because it's like, damn, you didn't do shit with it. Always enjoy seeing stormtroopers higher quality. It depends. I mean, remember that the OT is an era of, well, the Empire did have resources, but yeah, I don't know. The only thing that I didn't like about the stormtroopers, because I think the helmets are wicked, and I mean the suits are kind of goofy, like that armor. Like, why are they wearing armor when they just get shot once anyways? That's like a silly thing, you know. Like, why even have all that clunky armor and do all that when anytime they get shot one time they just die? So, but you know, it's the thought. The one thing though I never liked about the stormtroopers is their shoes. They have like these dress tap shoes that have like a little heel. I don't know. I always thought that like, can you imagine running through the Death Star? Like, it would be a cool, like, I don't have the software or way to do it, but I think it would be so cool to see stormtroopers like running in the halls of the Death Star. And then, you know, like when you were a kid and you would like slide across your kitchen floor or like your living room, you know, in your socks. Like, I always thought it would be so silly to see like stormtroopers sliding around, because the Death Star, I imagine, right, has like very slippery, like a marble floor. So just like a silly thing. I always thought, you know, like stormtroopers, really what I would think is like when they're running, trying to chase someone or do any kind of battle, they would just be slipping all over the place because the shoes suck. They're not like combat boots. They don't have like a rubber grip. They're like these dance dress shoes. So I always picture, you know, like stormtroopers running and then like sliding past the fucking the bridge, you know, like the doors would open and you would see stormtroopers sliding by and Vader like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Krennic, I did like Krennic. Krennic was cool. Made the terrible mistake number 4. Not very trustworthy. Yep. And you know, Favreau, I've talked about it before, but I'll mention it. I don't know the guy. We only can go by what we see, but I think he's a good dude. I think he does love Star Wars, and he does have the intention of making, as best he can, Star Wars, George Lucas. The problem is he doesn't know the shit. He doesn't know the lore. Not only can you see this through interviews on paper, but there's like literally stuff, even in just the gallery for Mandalorian. He's like, I don't know what that is. That's too deep of a cut for me. And it's like, I don't expect people to know Star Wars on the level that I do, but like, if you don't really know Star Wars, then should you be the one that's making Star Wars? That's the thing. And if you're counting on Dave Filoni, shouldn't you be like double checking Dave Filoni? Like, shouldn't you have other story group people checking his shit? Shouldn't you be checking his shit? Shouldn't you be asking the fans? But it's like people at Lucasfilm just blindly are like, well, Dave Filoni knows the shit, so if he says it is, then it is. And meanwhile, you've got millions, not hundreds or thousands, millions of people that know this shit, whether it be EU or, you know, comics, or well, that's EU technically. Game canon and the visual guides and all that stuff. Millions of people. Well, I don't know how many millions, because the truth is that like the EU is awesome and it's pretty big, but realistically, how many people like buy the EU? A few 100,000 people. It's not like the movies or the games, or there's just the average Star Wars person doesn't know a damn thing about EU or any of the books. That's like people that are more, want to get more and more into it. And it's awesome that that stuff exists. But most Star Wars fans, however casual or serious they are going to know a lot of this stuff. So it's like, man, everyone at Lucasfilm is just like, oh, whatever Filoni, if he says it's okay, it's okay. It's like, why isn't anyone checking him? Here's my thing. If I owned any business and I'm hearing from, okay, I own a sub shop and I've got a guy that's great, just great at grilling. He's great at cooking, but he doesn't know any recipes and he doesn't know any special techniques or any history of the food or any of that. So then you bring a guy that does, who's not very good with his hands. He burns shit on that and is just not good at flipping eggs and doing all this shit. But he knows like the history of eggs and how the best way to cook them. And here's a recipe and all. He knows all the nuances of burgers and meatball subs and all this shit, right? So then you pair them together. So you got the amazing chef, the amazing cook, and then you got the guy that knows about food. When really you should just have a chef who knows how to fucking cook and knows about food. But okay, so you have a cook, a really good cook, and a guy that knows all about food. Now, everyone is trusting the guy that knows about food so that the guy that cooks can make great food. And for most people, oh, okay, well, whatever, it's edible. For a lot of us, oh, that shit tastes like shit. And then you've got all the customers of the sub shop telling the owner, hey, this meatball sub ain't fucking right. It's supposed to have mozzarella cheese, and you guys just make the sub without cheese. That's not a meatball sub. Not one customer, not 50 customers, not 3,000, not 500,000, but like 6 million people have come into your sub shop and said, dude, that's not a fucking meatball sub. And you're not having someone back check the guy that knows about food and the cook? Or you don't just hire a fucking chef? The acting was on the better side for all of the characters. Yeah, I mean, again, Rogue One is far and away the best thing that Disney's made. Much better than Mandalorian. Sorry, I keep hearing people like, Mandalorian's better than Mandalorian. No, it's not. Mandalorian's a fucking mess. And it's not that great. Production-wise, it's even more of a mess. It's not that good. Bob Iger is out of touch. Yeah. He was never in touch. Down with Hollywood. Imagine if Nintendo hires someone to make a Zelda game where Link is a crusty hermit who's addicted to some girl who's more powerful than him and Zelda. There you go. I really hate that people approve of the Clone Wars Season 7 finale as a way to fix Episode 3 as if that were how movies worked. Correct. And all the Clone Wars, but Season 7, holy fuck, does it contradict with that shit breaks Revenge of the Sith. And people don't even, this is the thing, it's like, man, so many of you are like, oh man, it's extra and it makes it better and it's all this extra stuff, and you're not even realizing that that shit breaks not just Attack of the Clones, but especially Revenge of the Sith. It breaks the entire freaking Star Wars story. By the way, I found another fuck up in Clone Wars. There's a scene. Well, I didn't find it, but I came across a video of was it Fives? I don't think it was Fives. It was who was it? Shit. I don't think it was Echo. I think it was Fives. Anyways, one of the main clones. Long story short, point of it is he gets into like an argument. Like some clones try to stop him and arrest him, and he's like, "What the hell are you all doing?" And he gets into a fight with a bunch of clones. This is like when Order 66 is happening. Point is, if you pay attention, R2's in the background witnessing this shit. So he sees that the clones are turning and plotting and doing all this thing. Well, first of all, they shouldn't be doing any of that until, because they all at the same time Order 66. And then second, R2 saw it. So you've got Ahsoka betrays the Republic and the Jedi and breaks the entire Star Wars galaxy because she didn't tell Yoda that the Senate's under control by the Sith and that Anakin's about to turn to the dark side. She was just like, Yoda, whatever. Now, there's a scene with R2 who's witnessing the clones fucking rebelling, turning, whatever. And he didn't say anything. He didn't tell Anakin, he didn't tell Yoda, he didn't do anything. The most important and connected droid in all of the Star Wars galaxy, he didn't tell anybody. He didn't do anything. He didn't tell Padme, he didn't tell Mon Mothma, he didn't tell Bail Organa. He just sat there, oh, look, R2, the recorder, keeper of the fucking Journal of the Wills, the person that's telling the entire Star Wars fucking story, sat there and watched clones going against clones, and that the Order 66 was about to happen, and R2 does nothing. Clone Wars breaks Star Wars. It doesn't fix or make anything better. It breaks it. Just found a big VHS box. Oh, by the way, I saw your message, and we can talk about that. The movies. I just found a big VHS box. Remember those? Yes, of course. Version of Star. I used to record a ton of shit. I had like videotapes, but I was somebody that would like both audio cassettes and VHSs. I would like record like 2 VCRs and do, dual cassette. That I would do all kinds of editing and recording. Now, granted, it was very rudimentary. You'd like play this cassette and pause over here, and then you would record the part and stop it. I mean, it was very like, there was no software and all that shit. It was just straight up editing. But yeah, I used to play a lot with tapes, videotapes, cassette tapes. Star Wars meant for rental stores. Wow. The box spine even says video rental series. Its initial release. Oh, wow. Where did you find that? Big VHS box. Is there a bunch of copies in there? I want one. That's interesting. Rian Johnson and Disney tried to twist history without knowing what happened 10 years ago. Yep. Just thinking back a second ago, so I don't know if I kind of circled the thing with Favreau. I think Favreau has good intentions, but if he doesn't know truly what he's doing, he knows how to make shows. But if he doesn't really know, like, what is the history of Star Wars or what ramifications it has to do this, this, and this, how is that going to affect that, then he certainly can't be the president of Lucasfilm, and he's certainly not the person to trust with these properties. You're clinging everything on Jon Favreau by what Dave Filoni says. Dave Filoni, we've caught many times lying, breaking canon, and even making mistakes. Like Sam Witwer and other people are like, no, Dave, that's not what happened. There's a video, Dave Filoni caught lying, something like that. And he's like, when we made Darth Maul's legs, blah, blah, blah. And right next to him is Katie Lux, and she says, no, Dave, we did that in the EU. And he's like, oh, yeah, when you guys created Darth Maul's leg. And that's just one little tiny thing out of many others. So you've got the guy that everybody's clinging on, who's clinging on to the guy who don't give a fuck and allow Jake Skywalker to happen. Okay, good luck with that, guys. You know, Star Wars is saved. I meant OT fatigue and the fact that Disney has been oversaturating the OT era in toys. I don't know. I don't agree with that. Whilst fans have been clamoring for more prequel, especially specifically Clone Wars, nothing wrong with the OT. Okay, I agree and disagree. First of all, no, dude. If there was correct, first of all, if Luke was who he's supposed to be, they made the movies right, and everybody loved him and understood him, and he's where he's supposed to be. Believe me, they'd be selling the shit out of Luke Skywalkers. And furthermore, not that I would buy it, and I would think it was fucking ridiculous, but if you made a Mandalorian Luke Skywalker with his black suit and his bullshit CGI face and a little baby Yoda, tomorrow they sell 100 million of those. So I know that's not OT era, but I mean, it's only 5 years after Jedi, and it's the Luke that was supposed to be, or at least a facsimile of the Luke that is supposed to be. So I wouldn't say OT era. Believe me, you could bring out all kinds of ships and toys and shit right now. Jabba, I mean, all kinds of shit that people would flounder over right now. OT. Prequel, yeah, sure. People always like the. This is the thing. Most people like the prequels and always did. The 10 people and the 3 websites that said, no, they don't. They suck. Weren't the ones buying the toys or saw the movies. Most people like them. Is it your favorite? Is it the best? Is it? No, but most people would love to have a Darth Maul or a Qui-Gon or a young Obi-Wan, Anakin right before he turns to Vader, Dooku. All that shit would sell just fine. Clones were always big. Guys have massive collections of clones. There's guys that have like every freaking clone, and there's tons of them, tons of variants. I've seen people that have entire cases, entire battlefields of just clones. So the clones always did very well. The Boba Fett's, I mean, did very well always. Because remember, you have Attack of the Clones, you have the Clone Wars cartoon, you have the Mandalorian, all of that because of Boba Fett. So Boba Fett has done very well, always. According to Wikipedia canon, that was not Greedo episode 1. His name is Walt. Okay. Let's look at it. And I'll have to find where... how did you search it? So, Greedo the Elder. Right here, I'm looking at a picture of Greedo on Tatooine in his youth. He accused young Anakin Skywalker of cheating in the Boonta Eve scuffle. The Qui-Gon, yeah, and that's in the deleted scenes, had to break up. His friend Wald warned him that if he continued his violent ways, he would eventually come to a bad end. Greedo eventually became a thug. Jabba's palace, hanging and playing games, a chance. Okay, this is... Alright. That was under Legends. Ugh, all these damn pop-ups. Found himself entangled in a fight with the during his youth, Greedo relocated and lived in the desert planet of Tatooine after the slave boy Anakin won the famous Boonta Eve Classic, beating the renowned racer Sebulba. Greedo jumped on to the conclusion that he had cheated. Angered by the false accusation, Skywalker consequently found himself entangled in a fight with the young Rodian. The fellow young Rodian, Wald, warned Greedo that if he continued to pick on fights, he would eventually meet a bad end. He met a bad end. All right. Greedo stealing Mundi's lightsaber. What is this? What the hell? This is canon. That's funny because here we go again with the contradictions. Unless they're trying to connect it, I'd have to do some research on it. But the hammerhead guy I was telling you about from Galaxy's Edge, apparently did he steal it or buy it? I think he bought it. He went to Jabba's palace and bought Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber, which really doesn't make any sense because that shit was down the shaft in Naboo. No, actually Obi-Wan had it, didn't he not? If I remember correctly, Maul kicks Obi-Wan's lightsaber down the fucking shaft. He wiggles Qui-Gon's lightsaber, which is on the side, right? And when he jumps out, he grabs Qui-Gon's, and that's why there's other stories where he had it in Tatooine in his Adobe home. So again, Disney, all confused. According to Disney, this hammerhead guy had bought no, okay. Sorry, I'm mixing it up. That's Qui-Gon's. Apparently, this guy bought Kiadi's lightsaber from Jabba. So I'm wondering if they're connecting it to... The thing is, I'm not seeing where... I see a picture of it, but I'm not seeing where the story is. Man, Disney's shit is so fucking... This worked for Jabba. Greedo capture, deliver. Where is the reference? It says Greedo stealing Mundi's lightsaber. Where? When? And I'm going on kind of a side quest here, but here we fucking go. Okay, Disney. In the From a Certain Point of View short story, The Luckless Rodian, Greedo is said to have never seen a lightsaber in person, only having heard stories of the weapon. The comic Galaxy's Edge 2 contradicts this. Oh, what? Disney contradicting? Showing Greedo's theft of Ki-Adi-Mundi's lightsaber. This article currently assumes the latter and more recent source is correct. There we go. See again with Disney. So there you go. From the certain point of view book, Greedo at some point stole Ki-Adi-Mundi's lightsaber. Right. Where did Ki-Adi-Mundi die again? Malastare? Shit. I don't remember the planet right now, but long story short, he died nowhere near Tatooine. It was a Malastare. What the hell planet was he on? All right, anyways, back to the point. I will have to double check and find. It's in the well, I guess it would have to be in the Phantom Menace, right? Deleted scenes. I'll have to look back at it, but I'm pretty sure Lucas said that was Greedo. I could be wrong. Because not only are they saying Wald here, but I do remember Wald being referenced in the past. Young Anakin and W. Wald. And he lived alongside young Anakin and Walt, although his father had been a esteemed hunter, chief rebel. So I'll have to do a little digging around on that. So I'm pretty damn sure George Lucas, out of his mouth, said that's Greedo, but I'll have to find it. And in fact, I don't think it's in the deleted scenes where they talk about it. I think it's in the commentary. Pretty sure in the commentary of the Phantom Menace, they talk about that being Greedo. I don't remember, D, if you're around. I'll have to check. The DVDs you sent me, or maybe the Blu-rays have the deleted scenes over there. I'll have to dig around some more on it. But I know it's sticking out to me. And I'm pretty sure that's where it was on the audio commentary, not in the deleted scenes. Because I know the deleted scene. They're with Qui-Gon, they're fighting, blah, blah, blah. I know that. Anyways, when I have time, I'll look at it, and I'll come back with a more definitive answer, but I'm pretty damn sure. And I use Wikipedia, so I'm not one to discredit it, but to be fair, it's not 100% right and either. So I'll look more into it. Because I know years ago there was this whole thing, the whole discrepancy with this thing, Wald and I'm pretty sure it's the audio documentary. The audio documentary. Or not documentary, but you know what I'm talking about. Audio commentary is what I'm trying to say. The gods must be crazy, yes. Those movies were crazy. I believe Disney is staying away from George's characters because it costs. That is a big part of it. It's partly because they don't want to pay Daddy George, and partly because they want your kids growing up not knowing George. They don't want your kids to know Hammerhead. They want them to know the dumb copy that's in Black Spire Galaxy's Edge that bought Ki-Adi-Mundi's lightsaber. Now, why did they develop that whole story? Oh, you should see the whole backstory they created for this guy. And you know why? Because he's the store on Batuu and Galaxy's Edge that you go and pay $200 for a lightsaber. That's why they did the whole backstory of this guy that's like a collector, and he goes around and gets all these artifacts, and he's a trader and buys all this shit. And that's why he has the shop on Batuu, so that you can buy a $200 Disney lightsaber. That's why they did that. Instead of Hammerhead, instead of making the cantina, Anyways, I will look into the Greedo wall thing, and we can yes, they do have banana. Well, good point, but you know what I meant. Like, all they sell is bananas and no ice cream. We can talk about the Wald and Greedo thing in another stream. Dave Phony would be a good one. It's mega cheesy, but that's how I say his name in my head. Like, or Dave, or Fee, like Fee Fo Fum. Dave Fee follow Dave Fee Phony. It was up to Filoni. He probably established a multiverse. Oh yeah, that's what he's going to do. I didn't know that about Filoni. If he stood there and watched all running going down, then you're making me see the light now. I had no idea. Thank you. I'm shocked though. Not my Dave anymore. Just a second. Just a second. I have the pictures, but it's just I can pull up the video faster than me pulling up the damn pictures. So just a second, and I will show you something. Because I literally just put this shit up just the other day with this exact thing. Right here. Okay. Just one moment. I'm not going to play the video. I'm just going to show you this. Which some of you would have seen this the other day. And there you go. All right. This is Dave Filoni. So, Kathy orchestrated sending me to set Pinewood Studios, where the modern Star Wars films were shot, and is therefore instrumental in all of this for me. I can't say enough supportive and good things about Kathy. This is from the Mandalorian art book and possibly Rise of Skywalker art book, but Mandalorian art book. But Filoni's greatest education as a live-action director may have come on the set of The Last Jedi in early 2016. Filoni recounted that director Rian Johnson had me right up next to him with the camera. He shoved lenses in my hand and said, "Look through here." He would bring me along to show me how to block a scene. Ryan was so supportive of my interest in doing live action, and his producer, Ram Bergman, they really made me feel like this was something that I could do. There's your boy, Dave Filoni, hanging out with Rian Johnson, taking a shit all over Luke Skywalker. And not a little fart, not a little turd, but you know in Jurassic Park that, wow, what a big pile of shit. Dave Filoni. And that is, again, just the tip of the iceberg. Kill it to death. There you go. I'm with it. I wipe them out, all of them. Do not give me Lucasfilm, because I'm telling you, it all goes bye-bye. Starring Sebastian Stan. Wow, I've never met power converters before. You want to take me back to your uncle's farm? The force is strong with my Only on Disney Plus. There you go. If only the wider fandom could see Filoni isn't the savior. No, he never was. Listen, I don't hate the guy. I don't have anything personal against him. He knows a ton of Star Wars shit. He knows stuff that I will never know because he's been privy to sitting next to George Lucas. And he can right now say, hey, I need to go into the vault. No one at Lucasfilm, not KK, not Bob Iger, is going to question. He probably has the spare key. He can go into the Lucasfilm fucking archive and vault anytime, any day. He has access to stuff that I will never see in my life. But one, he doesn't know it nearly as good as people think. And I love the video. I actually just put it out the other day, but people have seen it many times. George Lucas is talking about the Force, and Dave Filoni's there. And what is Dave doing? Is Dave taking notes? Is Dave looking at George and paying attention? It's just like a kid in school. You're not listening to the teacher. You're fucking you're doodling. That's what Dave Filoni's doing, drawing fucking Ahsoka. Instead of closing the fucking book and listening to George Lucas. No wonder why he's all confused and muddled, because he was just hearing it and it's like parts in the back of his head, but he wasn't focused and listening to George. He's doodling fucking Ahsoka. And I don't know why nobody calls him out on that. Why it's just the same as you being in class and are doodling instead of listening to your math teacher explaining formulas, and then later you're like, but I don't understand how square roots work. Yeah, because you were doodling instead of fucking listening. Or taking notes. I was a kid. I was in school. Many times I didn't pay attention to the teacher. I'm not saying that you or me or Dave can't do that or that's not human nature. All I'm saying is don't get mad that you're not good at math because you weren't listening to the goddamn teacher. So again, he has a lot of Star Wars knowledge. He has access to stuff that I'll never have, I assume, will never have the opportunity to see. But it doesn't mean that he's got it all in order or understands it all, or that he understands the minutia and detail of it, and it doesn't mean that he gives a fuck. Because he doesn't give a fuck. He cares about having a job and just doing more Star Wars stuff. He's not concerned with George Lucas or the canon or the characters. He was on the set with Rian Johnson and took a shit on Skywalker. That's all. That right there is the end of the case. Closed. Close the coffin. Book closed. Your death row. End of conversation. Just that alone. Done. Never mind the other 100 things that I can and will point out. Clear to me now. Oh, there you go. And again, what I just showed you is just one little. Can you elaborate on what the hell Finn and Rose were doing on the gambling planet? They made a mess, slave children, we'll clean it up. What the fuck were they doing? No, I can't, because not even Rian Johnson or anyone else can. It was just, we'll make a casino look real cool. That's what it was. There was no story. There was no plot. In fact, that scene, if you cut it out, literally, like you edit it. Here's the thing. Like, I wish that even if we couldn't make money, like we could like edit the movies and put them up. But the problem is like after 10 seconds or so, and it varies depending on the scene, the music, the background sound, how long it is. But as a general rule, about 10 seconds you can get away with. But if I could sit there and like edit The Last Jedi or edit, I would maybe even make one movie out of the sequel trilogy and like cut out all the bullshit. Okay, Last Jedi. If you literally go and edit, just cut out Camtasia, just take it out. Nothing changes. There's literally no reason to go to Camtasia. None. You cut out DJ and the whole they got caught and the kids and all that. You just take it, cut it out. The movie has not changed. It does nothing for the story, for the movie, for the trilogy. It literally is a big time suck. There's no point to it. other than to push agendas. Oh, look, the military complex and gun control and the evil guys. Meanwhile, you're doing all this to free fucking animals and you're leaving slave children. Bye, kids. And what did you do? You jumped through a window and broke 3 pieces of glass and knocked over 5 tables. Okay, they're all rich. You leave or get arrested or whatever, and then by tomorrow, all their hired maids and cleanup crew, not to mention they probably have a whole army of fucking droids, repair and cleanup droids. In 3 hours, that whole shit's all fixed and cleaned up and back and running, and it's the same. You did nothing. They accomplished 0. As stupid as Rise of Skywalker was, at least they got a MacGuffin to do, as dumb as it was, to go do something. Cantopie, like, you literally did nothing. There was no point to get DJ. So for what? There was no need for all that. You can literally, there's not many movies that you could cut out a whole 20-minute section and nothing changes. So I can't tell you what Cantopie was about because not even Ryan Johnson knows. It was just there. This will look cool. Planet, they made a mess, slave children, we'll clean it up. Yeah, they weren't doing anything. Wasting time. You don't have Luke Skywalker reuniting with his sister. You don't have Luke Skywalker mourning Han Solo. You don't have Luke Skywalker training a new Jedi Order, restoring a temple, training kids, or if nothing else, wanting to train the last new Jedi, Rey. You don't have none of that. But you got 20 minutes of Finn and Rose running around a casino. For what? Favorite? Oof, wow. That's tough. There's so many. And really, the thing with Lucas, everything he does, deleted scenes, documentaries, audio commentary, interview, he doesn't like just give you the bag of goods. It's always like you got to get a little piece here and there. And you know, part of it is because you don't want to give everything away and do everything at once. A big part of it is the people that are interviewing don't know the right fucking questions. Man, that's so hard because there's like the with what's his name? Shit, I can't remember his damn name right now. The white slaver, right? There's a few. There's actually 2 main tidbits in that video, and nobody talks about. I guess I'll bring it up. I've been saving it for a video, but nobody ever talks about it because that's another video that's coming. How involved is George Lucas in Star Wars? That's coming. There's 2 nuggets in that video. There's a lot of things he says, but there's 2 nuggets. Number 1, I sold Star Wars to white slavers. Number 2, he says, so you sold it for $4 billion and blah, blah, blah. And George says, that's what they say. And what's his name? Who is it? Is it Charlie Rose or... Is it Charlie Rose? Man, right now I'm going blank on who the hell it was. I think it's Charlie Rose. And he says, oh, that's what they say. And George is like, right. So on paper, and what's been reported, it's 4.05. That's officially been stated. Half was cash, half was stocks. In that same contract, it said that within 2 years, Disney's going to buy back all those shares. That is the intention. so that at the end of the day, George would have all cash. Now, he does have stock shares, and he always had shares, and I don't know how many of the shares he kept, because he was always a Disney fan. He wanted to have shares of Disney. But I'm just telling you that in the official press release, it says it was sold for 4.05, and that within 2 years they're going to buy back all the shares. That is the intention. Okay. But yet in this Charlie Rose, he says that's what they say they bought Star Wars for. So technically, guys, for all we know, because to me, George Lucas, I'm not saying is a genius about everything, but he's not stupid. And I have physical proof, well, articles that show that Star Wars at the time that he sold it was worth $20 billion. And to me, I never owned Star Wars, and you wouldn't even be able to open the conversation if it wasn't $10 billion or more of an offer. So to me, the guy that created it, it's his baby, and knows the worth of it more than anybody on this earth, I don't believe that he sold it for $4 billion. I think he got like 10, 6, 8. And in that Charlie Rose, I don't know if he slips or he puts it out there on purpose, but he says, that's what they say they paid for it. Now, if they paid a lot less for it, well, George would probably be like, oh, that's not right, or call them out on it. But if they paid a lot more for it and they all wanted to keep it quiet, well, then George wouldn't say anything. Understand? So between knowing the value of Star Wars, which is much more than $4 billion, we all know that. When he sold it in 2012, it was much more than $4 billion. And then on top of that, he says, that's what they say they bought it for. I'm pretty sure he got between $8 and $10 billion for Star Wars. I can't prove it. We will probably never know. I doubt I'll ever meet George and be able to ask. But I'm pretty damn sure he got $8 to $10 billion for Star Wars. There's no way he sold that for $4 billion. And there's the whole story that Iger wasn't going to pay more than Marvel, and that they had to negotiate, and finally George came to terms that it was okay. And Marvel is this. Star Wars is this. Who gives a fuck what they paid for Marvel? Marvel didn't change the world or the film industry. Star Wars did. In fact, if I was George Lucas, just off of principle, I wouldn't have sold Star Wars for less than double Marvel. So I don't believe for a second that they paid 4.05. So this goes back to answer your question. There's not like one definitive interview because there's little tidbits like that in different interviews. Just like the one that I discovered and uploaded on January 12th, and then all of a sudden Star Wars Theory found it, and everybody's like, oh my God, look at everybody started making videos and talking about it, how George is like, that's not my Star Wars. And I, January 12th, not my Star Wars, months ahead of everybody, put that interview up. George Lucas, Words of Wisdom on Star Wars and Life. Go watch it. And he says all kinds of shit in there too, but it's little pieces. There's not a definitive interview that's like, oh, yep, that closes everything. It's always pieces. So that's a very hard. But that Charlie Rose is a good example because there's two gems there. The recent one that I just mentioned from January 12th. There's some stuff in there, but there's other interviews where he says a lot of stuff too. That's the thing. There's not another really good one is which a lot of you probably saw, the George Lucas Explains Why Disney Star Wars Failed. He says all kinds of good shit there. So it's hard to say. There's not a definitive one. But what I can tell you is, one, a ton of them are on my channel. And two, a ton more are coming. A lot of people who think Dave is a savior. Yeah, I know. A lot of people do. Blind people. Like this guy who said, if I bought Star Wars, I would just let Dave and John do whatever they want. Okay, First of all, why would you buy something to just let? That's like saying I just bought a pizza shop and hey, you can do whatever you want. That's not how business works. And second of all, if you're that blind to just be like, oh well, do whatever you want. Oh Lord. B. Kimberlin interview asking about the sequels, as in every interview. I feel there would be someone. I feel George would appoint Dave Filoni or someone as head. Star Wars theory to B. Kimberlin on an interview asking about the sequels. As in every interview. I feel there would have been someone. I feel George would appoint Dave Filoni or someone as head. I don't imagine George. Well, obviously he didn't. He didn't. Why didn't he appoint Dave Filoni? If Dave Filoni's the apprentice, and why didn't he make him the president of Lucasfilm or the chief creative officer? Or you understand? Dave was busy doodling Ahsoka. That's why. Yeah, in theory. Again, I don't have anything against them. I'm not like trying to be mean or talk bad about them, but bro, you guys ask the worst fucking questions. You have Star Wars people on, and you're like asking all these other bullshit questions. Anyways, prayers, yeah, need them. Dave, yeah, well, there you go. I hate to say this about Kasdan, but man, if someone has to say we needed liberty for our story, is just a sign of a terrible writer. You need those limits, or else the story goes kaboom. And that's exactly what happened. It went kaboom. And I have a video coming up any day now with a little more on Mr. Kasdan. So keep an eye. You'll know the title's obvious. Always go by my motto: never trust a guy who wears a cowboy hat that isn't either a cowboy or an archaeologist. Correct. He's never been on a farm, doesn't know the first thing about cowboys or horses or any of that. And I hate to say it, but those kind of people piss me off. If you're a cowboy, if you grew up in Texas and you're on a farm, by all means, I got nothing against cowboys. But man, it's like, it's no different than someone trying to act like a gangster with their pants hanging down around their ankles as Dave Filoni wearing a cowboy hat. You're not that. Stop trying to be that. You should put some sort of sound effect for every transition. The moment feels a little empty there. Every transition. What do you mean, Private Eye? These little things?
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't.
That? Some sort of sound effect for every transition. Please clarify. Are you talking about these little...
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Those? I'm not totally sure what you mean. Or something in a video. Sound effect for every transition. The moment feels... Oh, are you talking about in the Kasdan thing? Where it just says, Dave Filoni, this date. Maybe that's what you're talking about. The thing is, when you're doing tons of editing, now I got to find like tiny, like 3 second, 5 second. I mean, I guess I could. I got like all kinds of droid sounds and stuff, but it's like, man, you know what I mean? Whereas lately what I've been doing is just putting music through. It just adds a whole bunch of extra. But yeah. The end of the iceberg. Some people are saying that Luke being searched was a distraction, so they wouldn't go looking for Grogu. But if that really was the case, Luke wouldn't have been a prick to Rey. Grogu's still dead. Luke being searched, okay, you mean like as in the trilogy, right? They're looking for Luke. Was a distraction, so they wouldn't go looking for Grogu. Grogu didn't, okay, see, and this is again Disney's stupidity and Mickey Mouse fucking airheads. Grogu didn't exist when The Force Awakens came out. Neither did bringing back Palpatine. So when you don't have something pre-planned and you're not establishing a foundation, a canon, and maintaining that, then what you're doing is inserting, like he's inserting Ahsoka. You're forcing something in that didn't exist into what did exist. So because you want to create a backstory in your mind that, well, Grogu was at the Jedi Temple and trained with masters, and they were looking for Grogu instead of Luke, and you can create that in your mind, but that's not what happened. Grogu didn't exist when Force Awakens came out. So it can't even fit. It can't even work unless you make believe and make it work. But that's like saying Michael Jordan was breaking basketball records in, you know, the 1960s. How could he? I don't think he was even. When was his birthday? He's not a whole lot older than me. Probably his 60s. But do you understand? He's not going to be breaking records in the 60s if he wasn't even born or he's an infant. You can't insert him because, oh, I want this story where he. It's not how that works. Whether, even though on paper you could be like, see, it fits. Look. But there's a problem. There's this thing called reality, where your fantasy and paper fan fiction runs into reality. And I live in reality, so therefore they couldn't have been searching for Grogu because Grogu didn't exist. That's retroactively, that's called a retcon, where you're trying to now make it to where he could fit. Go watch Last Jedi, dude. Prayers for George. Prayers for Georgia. Seafood. Please now and thank you. It's Obi-Wan. Thank you, Obi-Wan. Please now and thanks, Obi-Wan. This stuff is funny to me. Like, what did you accomplish? You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm certainly not going to go away. On the contrary, you just push me to do more. You look like a dumbass. You've achieved nothing. You've wasted time. You've given my channel more interaction, which just now you just boosted my shit even more. Like, what have you achieved other than making yourself look like a dumbass? Because if this channel was shit, you would be watching The Last Jedi. But you're not. You're on my stream. Have fun with that. But it's okay, you know. You can learn about real Star Wars. Imagine that. Last week, my favorite food was spaghetti. This week, it's tacos. And next week, it's going to be cheeseburgers. The girlfriend. Why do the critics on sites like Rotten Tomatoes give TLG such a high score? It's like 90%. It's higher than prequels. Because you get free tickets and passes to more movies and Disneyland and all that when you shill for them. And because, like many things in this world, the vast majority of people are sheep. They just see something and believe it. They don't question, they don't think, they don't say, well, wait a minute, Luke went through all that, sacrifice, wasn't selfish, risked getting struck down by the Emperor because he believed in his father and loved his father, who he barely knew, but he believed and loved him, and threw away his lightsaber to redeem his father at the risk of getting fucking annihilated and getting shocked the shit out of him. But yet you don't take 2 seconds to think and connect in your mind. Well, then why would Luke Skywalker be behaving this way, and why would he try to kill his nephew? Not just his nephew, but his twin sister and his best friend's son that they have entrusted him to train. But he's going to strike down his nephew, or even think about striking down his nephew, when he took lightning for his father that he didn't even know? Jake from State Farm picks up the Darksaber. There you go. And he is now the ruler of Mandalore. Without rebels, the rules for the Darksaber would be consistent, but there would still be some stuff that's rule breaking because the Mandalorian has its own rules that don't follow the Clone Wars. Well, but this is the problem. It does exist. And they are all connected. Just days ago, was it Dave? It was John or Dave. And he was going on about, it was Dave. Yeah, one of the recent interviews I found. It's all connected, all of it. He says it. All the Disney stuff, it's all connected. It's all one universe. And so he doesn't say that some of it's canon or some of it's not. Some of it's extra. Some of it you shouldn't take so serious. No, he says it's all connected. So that means Jake, the High Republic, Jango's not a Mandalore, Darksaber Bo can't take because in the Clone Wars she took it, and in Rebels she took it, but in Mandalorian she can't take it. That's the problem, is that it does exist and that they do consider it all connected. What I love mostly of the Clone Wars is showing the human side of clones. Young Boba, Ventress, and Ahsoka's story, helping Anakin to lose faith in the Jedi. Yeah, I mean, I like that stuff too. Asajj is awesome, although she was much better in the real Clone Wars. The Ahsoka part, the Ahsoka Anakin part is irrelevant because she could have saved him and chose not to. And she was supposed to die, and that's what further pushes Anakin to the dark side. And Filoni didn't kill her. So I can't agree with the Ahsoka. But the rest of it, yeah. Ever seen the clips of Eurobeat pod racing? No. Is that like a Star Wars parody thing or like a for real Eurobeat? Spelled it right. Gas. Eurobeat for medium Dorifto. No, I haven't ever seen this. That's interesting. What is it, like pod racing parodies? Ready Player One, Gas. Maximum Drifto. No, it's coming soon. Yeah, I don't know that. I'll have to check it out. I'm afraid to watch it now because I might get a copyright. So, by the way, talking about the little audio that you were talking about in between, that clip is very rudimentary. It was like an educational thing. It's not really meant for like, I don't have it in a video or like, it was just like a thing I put real quickly together specifically for that. When people are like, but Dave Filoni, or it's not, they're not connecting the sequels and it's not all. So then I just made a little quick thing. It was like, oh really? Well, here, shut the fuck up. So, So part of that, for what it's worth, part of why that's not overly edited is just because I just wanted to, like, in your face, you know, shut the fuck up. So anyways, I'll check out that Euro. I don't know it. Looks interesting. I'm guessing it's some silly parody of Filoni could give calls George. Yeah, that's the other thing. He's got his cell phone. And I have the proof again. He doesn't even talk to George. There's interviews where he's like, I don't remember the last time I talked to George. It's been a while. And people think they're like buddies, like every other day. Hey, George, how's it going? Yeah, man, did you see Ahsoka? Isn't she awesome? No. To fit its real canon, however, they only called George once, and on the entire series, he didn't call him again. If Filoni cared, he would be running shit by George. Doesn't matter who owns it. He would be saying, hey, George, is this right? Is this respectful? Am I doing Star Wars correctly? It's called not having an ego. It's called not having an agenda. It's called you truly want to respect the art. Disney shills. Yep. Video made saying Harry Potter was a terrible hero. They bring up points that make no sense and don't go anywhere with him. And then at the end, they say Hermione Granger should be hero. Well, all women are the hero. Didn't you know? Us men, we're worthless. I feel like it was only made because men bad. There you go. Forget the people who love Star Wars and have been with it for years. We have to focus on bisexual emos who spend most of their time on Twitter. And don't buy any of the toys and watch the movie one time and don't buy all the comic books and all the shit that they complain and go on about. Now the youth, I'd say, in my opinion, are 65% against Disney now. So they have done that to themselves. Obi-Wan. There you go. That's another thing. A lot of these Mickey Musketeers are going to get older and wiser and figure it out and look back at the movies. This is the other thing too. Like, you've got people that don't really understand Star Wars. Then they see the Disney stuff and they're like, oh, look, that's pretty. That's great. That's Star Wars. And they're like, then they get all upset and want to argue and defend it. And you're stupid and you just don't understand the art and blah, 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 blah. And that's because they're coming from straight their perspective. And one, they just are too naive to really get it. And two, because they've established that position that they like it, now they're going to fight, stand on that hill and fight. Well, what's going to happen is eventually they're going to see it with their cousin or their son or their nephew or their sister's, brother's, uncle's daughter. And that kid or uncle or cousin or friend or whatever is going to be like, dude, like, why this and why that and how come that and why did this happen? Why didn't he this and this and this? And they're going to get objectively from someone next to them who they're trying to convince, be like, dude, that doesn't make fucking sense. And it will come to a point where eventually they're going to be like, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense. And if the shit don't make sense, well, then what the fuck are you talking about? What are you defending? Why are you giving money to someone that's making shit that doesn't make sense? That doesn't care about what you think or feel or want or none of that. Why? Why are you giving money to people that hate you? Galaxy's Edge is so small. There's nothing there. There's only two rides. Yeah, the hell thing is fucking dumb. I bet you know this already, but I bet they are MFers at Disney that watch you, and I bet they are some audacious ones that make fake accounts to shit talk. I would put money on it. I have no proof, but I would bet my bottom dollar that Disney knows who I am and watches my videos. Now, just to be clear, my channel is small. I don't pretend that I'm like some big influencer and I'm shaking the world and Disney's all scared and they watch every minute of all my videos. I'm not saying that, but I guarantee you Disney knows who I am and has watched some of my stuff. I have no doubt of that. They have entire teams that do that, monitor the internet, look at what people are saying about them. And I'm just a tiny channel. So not only do I know that they watch my stuff, and again, I'm not saying religiously or all of it or every minute, but they know who I am and they have seen my stuff. And if I'm this tiny little channel, imagine, you know, someone with 300,000 subscribers. Or imagine Star Wars Theory. Now here's what's funny. He's far and away the biggest channel, has millions of subscribers. He's actually closing in on Star Wars themselves, YouTube. He shills, he rides the fence, he defends Disney, and they still shit all over him. And he still continues to shill and ride the fence and defend Disney. Anyways, yes, they know who I am. I have zero doubts about it. Are they concerned, or do they watch much, or I don't know. I doubt it. But they know who I am. Especially, let me tell you something. I don't know how many. I'm not like all crazy on Twitter, but believe me, a lot of my posts, I tag Robert Iger, I tag Dave Filoni, I tag these people. They know who I am. By the way, regardless of what you think of Gina Carano, apparently Favreau picked her. Apparently Filoni and them are all buddies. Apparently they loved her on the set. Apparently she was a big deal in The Mandalorian. I'm talking about internally to them. Okay. She gets fired. Well, first of all, you see, here's where the problems occur. People say Kathleen Kennedy has no power. She doesn't even allowed on the set of The Mandalorian. Well, but yet she was able to fire Gina Carano. You don't get to have it both ways. She is the president of Lucasfilm. She will walk on the Mandalorian set and give orders any fucking time she wants. Wake the fuck up. She is not just the executive producer of every episode of the show. She is the president of Lucasfilm. Be serious. She will walk on that set and do what she wants anytime. And she fired Gina. So don't sit here and tell me, well, she's got no power. It's Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau has no power, is what you mean. But anyways, back to my point. If Jon Favreau's the one in control, and Jon Favreau's, so great, and Filoni, well, first of all, why didn't they prevent her getting fired? Second of all, when she got fired, where was Dave Filoni and where was Jon Favreau? Not a tweet, not an Instagram post, nothing. Not a single comment. First of all, supposedly Jon Favreau handpicked her. And then she got fired against his will. So he should be the first one to speak up out of anybody. So either Jon Favreau doesn't care as much as you think, or Jon Favreau does not have the power that some of you, I don't know where you're getting this shit from, seem to think that he's in control of The Mandalorian. No, he's not. The president of Lucasfilm is in control of The Mandalorian. And that's exactly why she was able to fire Gina Carano. And that's exactly why Dave and John won't dare open their mouths. Because guess what? The president of Lucasfilm will fire their asses too. So that whole shit about, oh, they're in control of The Mandalorian and she can't come on the set and she has no control of Star Wars. Okay. The president of a corporation has no say over the properties in that corporation. Right. What the hell does Galaxy's Edge mean anyway? Never mind. I don't give a shit. It doesn't mean anything. It means it was Star Wars land, and we don't want to acknowledge that, and we don't want to build that or give George Lucas any credit. So now we're calling it, well, we're our land, and we came up with Galaxy's Edge. That's what it is. Am I weird for having 77 Star Wars as my favorite? No. I've said many times that you could take all the other films away And A New Hope is the only one that is a complete movie. Because all the other ones without A New Hope, on their own, like Empire, if you never saw any other Star Wars movie, you'd be like, this shit is awesome, but who the fuck are these people? Like, what are we doing here? I don't, you see what I mean? And then Jedi, my favorite, I think is the best Star Wars movie. Again, it could stand on its own, but really, you start with the Death Star and why they're chasing, the rebellion, and they have to go to Endor and all that shit. It's like, it's great, but if you don't have any previous context, I mean, yes, Jedi and Empire you can watch by themselves, but A New Hope is the only one that on its own is a complete beginning and end. Like, you could have never had another Star Wars movie, and A New Hope is fine, perfect, good to go, done. End of saga, end of story. So, but for me, Jedi has always been the best one. So, Galaxy's Edge, the gas station at the end of Spaceballs. I don't know. It might be. Was it? Oh, wow. Galaxy Grill. I want to get a better picture so I can really confirm that, but it's looking like Galaxy Grill. Where the hell? Why can't I find a freaking solid picture of this damn? I'm looking for an image and it keeps giving me videos. Effed up facts. The Millennium Falcon makes a cameo appearance in Spaceballs. Given a close look at the exterior shot of the Space Diner, and it can be spotted parked there among the other vehicles. And it is Galaxy Grill. And sure enough, there is the Falcon. And there's also the Space Shuttle. And another Winnebago. Now, that's funny. I never noticed that. The grill is like almost like a Star Destroyer. It has big engines. I just kind of thought of it as like an outpost floating in space. I never really looked at that close, but it looks like it's a mobile, like the lunch truck, I guess. It goes zipping around the galaxy. Galaxy Grill. If there's a God, George will regain control of Lucasfilm and will remake all new episode 7, 8, 9. And the first scene is a 15 to 20, 30 second montage of the cycles and Rey waking up from it, all being a dream. Yeah, most likely that will never happen, but nothing's impossible. By the way, earlier I said I could fix it all. Listen, guys, it's very easy. Beginning of Tross, first 5 minutes, the same movie. Rey floating and doing her force shit, and Kylo, I remember every voice you have ever heard in your head. blah, 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 blah. And you're thinking like, oh boy, here we go. This is still the same mess. Oh, what a bunch of bullshit. And then you see Luke Skywalker wake up, sweating, and he realizes that the past 2 movies happen unless he gets off that fucking island and trains Rey or whatever you're going to do and fix the situation. In other words, 7 and 8 would have been Luke's nightmare and his realization that if I don't do something, that's what's going to happen. And from there, you make proper Star Wars. And in that second, you've retconned 7 and 8 that they were just a bad dream. So all of that is irrelevant. Now we're going to see Luke Skywalker. Now we're going to see Star Wars. Easy fix. I could have fixed it right then. Now, would it be satisfactory and all of us excited? No, we just burnt 2 movies in fucking years and money and pissed off the fans and shit on Luke. And I get it. I'm not saying it's just going to make everything rosy, but I could have easily fixed it. Luke wakes up. That was all a bad dream. And now we're going to do Star Wars. And you've got 3 hours. Shit, you could do a 4-hour movie these days, right? Do a 4-hour movie. And you redeem the fuck out of everybody. Luke fucking destroys. And he properly passes the torch. And that's that. In fact, Rey could be just the tiny little piece that at the end she's going to train and then he's going to pass it on to her. But you could add a whole Luke Skywalker redemption. He fixes all this fucking mess. Han Solo was just part of the dream. Like, if I don't do something, that's what's going to happen to Han Solo. That's what's going to happen to Leia. So he wakes up and immediately takes action. End of story. 7 and 8 just got wiped out. Is it the ideal way? Is it the best or greatest or what I would really want? No. But if you came to me at that point and say, holy shit, please fix this. Very simple. First 5 minutes of the film are the same. Luke wakes up and now we start Star Wars. I mean, really, what I would say is delete and start all over again and make George's sequels. But if I had to fix from that point, you still could have saved it. It would be not great. It would not be what we wanted, but at least everyone would say, okay, well, you just retconned and trashed all that nonsense. At least we can finish with some respect. The irony of your grief with Clone Wars is that what you're describing is already on YouTube, all complete or in parts, but they're forever practically with his Spanish dub. Is that you are describing is already on YouTube? Been there forever practically. I do know of the Spanish dub that for some reason is there. I don't know if it's the same exact edit though, because again, I don't have any kind of, there's no commercial or credits or like it fades right, it fades in, it fades out right into each episode. I haven't watched, but I know what you're talking about because I know the Spanish dub one. And I know some other people have like pieces, but for some reason Disney, which again, obviously they know who I am, blocked my shit. And this was months ago. This is when season 7 came out, before there was any talk of them putting Gendy on Disney Plus. I wonder how Gendy feels about that. I wonder how he feels about that. Part of me thinks he's like, man, I'm excited as shit. I'm part of Star Wars again. I'm on Disney Plus. And then part of me is like, no, dude, I'm George Lucas. I'm Star Wars, dude. Don't mix me up with that bullshit. I don't want to be associated with that other nonsense Clone Wars. I think and I hope that's what Gendy would be thinking. Would he say it out loud? Probably not, because then he can never get any work with Disney. But this is the thing. I wish people would just be more honest, you know? Everybody's so worried about, like, I can't say the right thing. Me? Fuck your feelings. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to tell you the truth. That's it. Kenobi Star Wars was my number one favorite, always. Oh, Star Wars is my number one favorite, always. A New Hope, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, I love A New Hope. Again, we wouldn't be here, right, if it wasn't for that. That's the one movie that's complete. But Jedi. Revenge of the Jedi. Star Wars, Guerras Clónicas. Yeah, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure I know exactly the one you're talking about. And besides, I don't give a shit that he's got it. The point is I had it. No, but I think I know the one you're talking about because I remember the Spanish. Yeah. Risk Prayers. It's not just Star Wars, though, with not liking things that break canon. It gets old quick. Yeah, it's Star Trek, Doctor Who, all the shit. Marvel, all that shit. But here's the thing. I'm not a huge comic book guy, so it doesn't bother me as much. But I also know that like the comic book world is kind of looser. There's different variants and series of comics. And the same character will do different stuff. Now, I know there's hardcore comic guys that are all about canon. So I'm not saying that it doesn't matter or that they're not as serious. But just in general, like superheroes and then compounded by comics are kind of loosey-goosey. So for Marvel Universe, the MCU to be kind of doing dumb shit, because I know a lot of guys, even I, that paid little attention to that type of canon, can tell you, that's not really Spider-Man. It's not really how he would act. For the most part, a lot of people let it go because it's comic books and it's superheroes. So there's a lot of wiggle room to say, okay, some of it's ridiculous. Like Superman does this, but then doesn't do this. And then you're like, what the fuck? But a lot of it, you're like, okay. But three properties in particular, Doctor Who, Star Trek, and Star Wars, you don't want to fuck with canon. And then out of those, you've got Doctor Who and Star Trek, and then you got Star Wars. You do not fuck with canon. You think these fans or some Star Wars fans are like this? Nuts. You do not fuck with canon. Especially Star Wars canon. That's immediate suicide. And again, I'm not trying to diminish because I know that Star Trek has an absolute canon, although well, now it's the same thing, it's all over the place. And there's just very hardcore Star Trek fans that care about the same shit. And that's where the canon as we know it comes from. 1966, Captain Kirk, Star Trek TV. So all the props and all the concern there as well. I'm just saying though, Star Wars canon is a whole other level, like people knowing it, caring about it, getting crazy over it. It's a way whole other level than Doctor Who and Star Trek. Then again, Star Trek is like this, and Star Wars as an IP is like this. Star Trek's like not even. But anyways, yes, Thundercats, He-Man, all of it is being fucking destroyed. But especially the three properties that you would say always maintain canon, always had those kind of fans, always were, you got to be on point. Doctor Who, Star Trek, Star Wars. And all three of you are fucking up. I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Yes. Dark Helmet working at Disney. Well, that would be me if I went to Lucasfilm. Even just as a visit. I'm surrounded by assholes. That's funny. I love that analogy. Since Han Solo of Crispin is my favorite book of the EU, I was really disappointed with Solo film. It's just about how Han had the Falcon, Kessel Run, etc. Without going deep into Solo's character. Yep. Are you talking about Kira or Qui? Am I forgetting a character from Solo? Cui? C-U-I is Cui. Again, and it's been a long time, but Han Solo frees not just Chewbacca and not like 3 Wookiees. He frees hundreds, if not thousands, that are imprisoned by the Imperials. And this is why Chewbacca and all the Wookiees love Han Solo, because he liberated thousands of Wookiees and helped them not, just gain their freedom, but to fight and all that. And that's why the Wookiees have massive respect for Han Solo. And Wookiees are very good at heart, very kind, but they're also primitive warriors, and they don't like necessarily interact with a lot of other species. Yeah, they do when they're out and about at the cantina or trading or whatever. But in general, they're not like an integrated society. Like, you're right. There's not like, Rhodians and Ewoks and all this shit walking around Kashyyyk. No, Kashyyyk is a Wookiee planet full of Wookiees. So it's not to say that a Luke Skywalker or a Mon Mothma or, couldn't visit Kashyyyk. Yoda, right? He was friends with Chewie. But in general, they're not hanging around with humans and other people. And they have a great reverence for Han Solo. Why? Because in the EU, he freed not just Chewbacca, but thousands of Wookiees. Solo films really feels like a bad fanfic. It is. It really is not his story. And see, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. No matter how pretty it looks, no matter how cool it might be, no matter how you might be like, oh, look at that, at the end of the day, does it respect continuity? Because it could be the baddest chick on earth, but if she's just lying to you all the time, believe me, you're going to get sick of her face or her ass or whatever it is that's making you dumb. It's going to wear off, because at the end of the day, what you're going to really care about is the bitch lying to me again? Can I trust her to go to the goddamn corner store? No. So then what good does it do? And it's the same thing with Disney Star Wars. No matter how cool it looks or whatever concept, you're like, oh, I got to see Darth Vader in the hallway swinging around his lightsaber, which he wouldn't never do that to begin with. But, I got to see that. And you're not thinking of, well, but how does that affect Star Wars? And then when you think about it, you're like, oh, shit, that just broke a whole bunch of shit. So then, regardless of how good it looks, at the end of the day, it's just hurting what you love. Now, if you want to have fun and enjoy that and look at it because she's got a great ass, I'm not mad at you. I get it. But don't come to me and say, that's a great woman. She's the love of my life. She's great. She's amazing. She's an amazing person. And meanwhile, we all know she's a fucking liar. I'm getting convinced that Lucas only sold to Disney only to prove that he can make Star Wars. This is what I'm telling you guys. When he sold it, he didn't want this to happen. But he knew if Disney fucks it up, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Because it was done. Star Wars was done. And I know people don't like to hear that. Like, but we always wanted more books and games. Yeah, me too. But I'd rather be shut, vaulted, and protected than keep going and just shitting on it. And that's why Lucas, before he sold it, but also since he sold it, has said the story was done. There is no, people ask me all the time, what happens to Luke and everything after Jedi? And he says, and I'm almost getting the quote literally, and he says, there is no story. Anakin brings balance and the story's over. The story of Anakin Skywalker is concluded. Star Wars is done. So whatever Disney wants to do doesn't really matter, technically. As long as you listen to the creator and understand that and are aware of that he said it's been done. So Deleted scene. Had Greedo. Yeah. Hello there. Short troopers. Yeah, I like the short trooper. I like their suit. It's like a combination of a scout trooper and a stormtrooper. And I meant that I like seeing the stormtroopers in perfect shiny armor, whereas in the OT they were less perfect. Yeah, but when did you ever see stormtroopers in perfect shiny armor, except for the fat Peter Griffin First Order stormtroopers? I mean, I guess on the Death Star. Yeah. I kind of like my favorite stormtrooper, really? I mean, I really like the Death Troopers and the other variants, but like Stormtrooper, Tatooine, the guy with the orange, the commander with his orange, the Sand Trooper. He was always my favorite. The Snow Troopers were awesome too. Empire had the best outfits. I don't know. I really like Luke in his black suit. I love the Endor ponchos with the little helmets on the speeder bikes, the scout troopers. Oh, are you sure about that? You see a lot more of Emperor Palpatine. You see the Emperor's Royal Guards. Are you sure about that? I think Jedi does. And Rebels, yeah. Stormtroopers falling and can't get up. I'm behind in the chat, so what? Sliding through the Death Star, running and sliding through the Death Star. Dre prayers is the real reason I am Grandmaster Obi-Wan. Per Yoda avert. Oh man. Mr. One Word. Hello. What do you got there? A gator? What is that? Like a cartoon dinosaur gator? He's cool. He's smiling. How does Cosmonaut Variety Hour give Return of the Jedi 6 to 10 but gives men because Disney shilling, because you're not being realistic, and because you never loved Star Wars to begin with. Here's the thing. If you like Mandalorian, okay. But to pretend the Mandalorian is more than Jedi is, what the actual Star Wars is, goes to show you were never a Star Wars fan to begin with. Could you give a link? Could you give me link, brother? Link? What link? What link are you asking for? North Korean, Egyptian, green. Yes. Is a top. Man. Now that you've shared that info about Filoni, I feel pretty betrayed by him, not my Dave. Oh, there's much more. Archie was there. Wow, am I that far behind? There is a scene, Clone Wars. I can't remember who it is right now. Fives or one of the clones gets in an argument and starts fighting with the other clones. Not to mention there's like 18 clones around in full suits with weapons, and he by himself, no clone armor, no weapon, is like punching their helmets and grabbing their weapons. And I don't know what it is. Disney does two things. I mean, they do a lot of bullshit, but there's two things that they just seem is okay. Characters punching people in a helmet. I don't care if you're fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. You punch a helmet, especially a Beskar helmet, your hand is going to shatter. Your bones are going to break. If nothing else, you're going to sprain your wrist. And at bare minimum, you could be fucking Zeus. You're going to punch a fucking helmet and be like, oh. If nothing else. And Disney has created this fantasy world that people just punch people in the helmet and like it's me punching you in the face. No, that's not how that works. Number two, for some reason in Disney, people crash ships all over the fucking place and just walk right out of the wreckage. I don't know what it is with Disney with this shit, but people are wrecking vehicles all over the goddamn place and they walk out of the wreckage. They don't get, never mind killed, they don't get injured. They don't have like a scratch and blood on their face. Their hair is perfect. No ripped clothes, burnt clothes, dust, not like you literally, Kylo crashes the tie, rolls and tumbles, boom, flames, explodes, and he walks out. And he's not even dirty. Never mind like torn clothes or bloody or shook or you just crashed a fucking TIE fighter and rolled down the fucking. And it's not just that. There's many other instances where people are fucking crashing. Remember Poe and Finn crashing into the sand. Poe disappeared. Somehow he got like underneath the sand in some pit. Finn got tossed. And like, why would you even be tossed from the TIE fighter? You would crash and blow up. It's not a car like you run into something and fly out the window. It's not how that works. You're in a spacecraft traveling very quickly and crashing into the ground. Boom. But people in Disney just walk out of these vehicle wrecks like it's all good. Anyways, so this clone is fighting all the other clones that are in armor. He has no weapon, no armor. I can't remember who it is right now, and I keep thinking it's Fives, but I might be wrong. And R2's right fucking there. If you pay attention, you watch it slowly, and R2's right fucking there watching. Besides the first seasons of the Clone Wars, I also didn't like the final season. Yeah. I thought it was a different droid. As far as I know, that's R2. Looks just like R2. And since not to say that R2 is the only one that is in those colors and that scheme, but in Star Wars, they very much distinguish R2 as R2, right? Realistically, there would be like another million R2s that look just like R2. There's red and black and green, but I'm saying just like him, blue, same color scheme. There's thousands of them around the galaxy. But we only see, right, that's always distinguished as R2. You don't see like three of the same R2 model next to each other. Or scheme, color scheme, right? Same model, but not the same exact color scheme. Why? So you always can distinguish R2. So if that's the case, look at Phantom Menace when all of them are on Padme's ship, how they're all different. Why? So R2 always stands out. So it's got to be R2. Thank you for subscribing, Ultra Brian. Your feelings for her Lucas stuff aren't real. Me. They're real to me. Yes. Iron Steel Boxing, please, and thanks. Mandalorian was a bad show. It's not a very good show. Prayers, yes, yes. Is a top. I'm not sure what you mean there. Isotopes? Is that what you're trying to say? If you shut off your brain and you just want to see something that's like pew pew, look, a TIE fighter, oh look, Star Wars kind of, and you just watch it like not thinking of Star Wars, just like, oh look, this guy in a helmet, he's a bounty hunter and goes around and does stuff. Okay, it can be fun. And then the second you turn on your brain, you start thinking, well, wait a minute. Why does he behave this way? Why does he fail at everything? Why is the show called The Mandalorian? It has nothing to do with The Mandalorian. It has to do with all the guest appearances and a baby. He's a bounty hunter. He wouldn't go back for the baby. He would collect his bounty and move the fuck on. Mandalorians always took off their helmets. So that's just like two little things. That show is a fucking train wreck. Lore-wise and production-wise. Mr. Watch Jeans guy. Not a very good show. Not if you're paying attention. It's not a very good show. Cloning, now always from the Old Republic. And again, I'm not telling you to not watch The Mandalorian or not like it or that you can't have fun with it. All I'm telling you, if you turn on your brain and you start to think, you're going to say, but wait a minute, that doesn't fit. That doesn't make sense. Ahsoka's not a Jedi. The episode is called The Jedi. She's going around with 2 lightsabers, acting like a Jedi. She's using the Force like a Jedi. She gets Grogu's name, history, everything as a Jedi. She knows where the Seeing Stone is as a Jedi. But she's not a Jedi. Right, Dave. Right, Dave. I had the Lego walled minifigure. Oh, look at that. That's funny. What set did that come with? Or did you buy them loose? Disney is trying to make the Kessel Run and less than 12 parsecs line into something it's not. A New Hope is my favorite film in general, but that line was never that meaningful to me. Yeah, that whole Kessel Run through with the monster and the thing. Like, the monster lives inside of this thing. How does it eat? It just lives there. And, like, again, if you just watch it, you're like, oh, okay. And then you start to think, you're like, well, wait, that makes sense. Season 7 finale. No, not finale. Didn't say the finale. Padre said that had Sebulba's speeder and Anakin's speeder. Nice. I remember that set. I totally remember that set. That's funny. I remember that set. The weird thing about that set is that Obi-Wan's in it, but Qui-Gon isn't. Yeah, that is strange. In the movie, Qui-Gon was at the pod race and Obi-Wan was with the ship. Qui-Gon said that? Yeah, that's true. So what, they did it backwards, didn't they? That's funny. As far as this, I don't know. I don't remember the specific episode, but it's an episode where, here, let me just find it because new video. I think it was Eckhart's Ladder. No, maybe not. The Bad Batch looks amazing. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. What was that video? I just saw this damn video like today or yesterday, a day or two ago. Oh Lord. Anakin saved Grogu during Order 66. How fucking dumb is that? Damn it. What was that video? I just seen that crap. Aha. Fives. When Five is under arrest, he finds himself in a plot against Order 66. R2-D2 was there for some reason, but he didn't report the secret plot to Anakin. This is R2-D2 Witnesses a War Crime by Nicholas Damiani. Okay, and you got Fives in just normal, like, medical gear, a red, clothy thing, fighting clones in full armor with weapons, a bunch of them, and he's just pushing them around, punching their helmets, taking their what, instead of them just like, no, they're all like, hey, punch me and take me out. So he fights all these clones because they're all about to rebel, and he knows about it. And right here, I'm looking at it. As a matter of fact, I will share it with you. Now, as far as what episode and when, I don't recall, because Clone Wars to me is just a mess. So, okay, right here. You see R2? Let me switch so you can see my cursor. See right here? That's R2-D2. Witnessing this fuckery happening. So there you go. You guys can see it? You should be able to, I'm pretty sure you can see my cursor. So, there you go. So, what episode? I don't know. I'm assuming this is season 7, as it's Order 66. This might be something that was not released, although I think it was. But there it is, if you want to look at it for yourself. Yeah, as a matter of fact, okay, you see these clones, they're in full gear. He's under arrest. There's the cloner. Maybe it's only 2 clones. I thought it was more. But either way, they're in full gear and armed. Yeah, I know. Fives is special. He's better than all the other clones, even though they're all the fucking same. Okay, so he's like knocking down these dudes, punching them. See, he's just like, see what I mean? Like, fuck it. I'll just knock your weapon to the side. You're not going to shoot or do anything. All right, this guy could have shot him in the back, stunned him, hit him, butted him with the rifle. No, he's just standing there. So then he runs across the room, stops this guy, boom, and right there is fucking R2-D2 watching all of this right there. Surprise! Okay, so like I said, Disney nonsense. I'm wondering if this is something that's because I don't remember right now what's in the Clone Wars. I'm wondering if that was something that was one of the unfinished or unreleased, whatever. But there you go. There's R2. What episode or whatever that is, I don't know. From a pod race set that has a bubble speeder in it, right? Weird thing about that set is obi-wan. Right. How did I get behind here? What the? Oh, here we go. What the hell? When did Greedo steal a lightsaber? Was that in the Clone Wars? I don't remember him doing that in the show. Yeah, it's Disney. I think it was a comic book where they did that bullshit. Why did they add McClunky? That was George Lucas. In fact, to my knowledge, that was the very last edit he made to Star Wars, period, was McClunky. Just before he sold it. Listen, I'm very much for what we originally saw. I'm very much for Han Solo being a badass. I'm very much for, don't change things. But I'm also very much, he's the creator. He's God in Star Wars. And if he says that Han wouldn't behave that way, Han would not attack someone, that Han is the reaction, not the action, I and you cannot argue that. It's George Lucas's character. Whether we like it or not means dick. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. And if the creator says that Han would never shoot first, well, your feelings and your opinion mean nothing. What matters is that George Lucas said Han Solo would not shoot first. I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying I prefer it. I'm not saying that, I get it. You finish the painting, leave it alone. But put yourself in the artist's shoes. And if you not only had more time and experience and money to touch up and do the painting as you truly intended, but now you even got the tools because you had 5 colors before and now you have 55 colors. So I can't get mad at the creator saying, now I've been able to think it through, see it through. I have the clear vision. I have the time, the money, and now I have the palette to do exactly what it is I wanted to do. It is what it is. George Lucas says, McClunky, it's McClunky. And it will be the end of you. Baby Greedo in a deleted scene, but Wald is the one that comes out in the movie at the pod. Yeah, I'm again going to go back and look at that. I'm pretty sure I have a Lucas thing on that, but we'll see. I'll look at it. Well, one of your favorite Star Wars stories is classified in Legends. Yeah, I don't like that Legends crap. It should always be the EU, but that's Disney's way of demoting it, of putting it to the side. That's not what really happened. That's not really Star Wars. That's a legend. That's a fable within the Star Wars galaxy of people talking. Like, that's a story you tell your kids. That's a legend. Just like I would tell my child, or you would tell your child about the Odyssey. It's just a fable. It's just a myth, a mythology. It's just a legend. It's not really what happened. That's what Disney tried to be slick and do. Don't think of it as a legend like, wow, you're a legend. Michael Jordan's a legend. No, think of it as a legend as in that's not really what happened. It's just a myth. It's a legend. It's a bedtime story. That's what Star Wars is a bedtime story. Our Mickey Mouse stuff is the real Star Wars. That's why they called it Legends. Added it probably to troll Disney. Maybe. That's funny. Are you an hour and a half? No, it's just, there's a lot, and then I elaborate. As far as I know, I mean, yes, I am behind, but not because I'm behind. It's just because. Anyways, as far as I know, Greedo was only in the deleted scene. Yeah, I'll look into it. He's going to take an hour to get to my message. Well, I just got to it. To be fair, I always hated most of George's altering, like showing I hate the Jabba. I love that scene. I would have had just Boba Fett. But, yeah. And again, I'm not saying that I like all that stuff. But if George says fucking Jabba was there, well, then I can't say shit. Jabba was there. You know, it's like, it is what it is. Bring back Wolf Guy. Yeah, Wolf Guy. That's funny. Wolf Guy. Sorry, mate. It's already 1 a.m. and really need to go to sleep, even though there are things I'm waiting for you to answer. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Yeah, sorry I can't get to everything so fast, but the replay, or maybe you're still around. Are we getting a stream of the final Empire deep dive? Well, there was last week. It's just that YouTube isn't curating it because it's too long. So I might have to do it over again. But it was done last week. Oh man. The thing that annoys me about math is that I actually do pay attention and even write notes down, and I still don't get it. Okay, so imagine if you don't take notes. Good evening. I got my first shot yesterday and taking it easy, but if I'm not here long, it means I went to bed early. Hey, what's up, Mega Jetty? Your first shot, COVID? Not shot at COVID, but the vaccine. Is that what you're talking about? It wasn't even really its own casino. Yeah, that shit was dumb. Casino scene was just a Hunger Game. Yeah. Rose Tico is so selfish and hypocritical. I once said that she was the worst Star Wars character, and someone said I'm wrong, and she's funny. She is definitely a candidate for the worst. Jar Jar's better than her. Jar Jar was important. Jar Jar made important decisions. Jar Jar literally changed the outcome of the fucking whole saga, the Republic, and all of that. And he's probably Palpatine's fucking papa. He's probably the Dark Lord of the Sith. So Rose did absolutely in fact, she was counterproductive. Finn was going to save the Resistance by sacrificing himself in that fucking battering ram, and she went and stopped that, broke that dumb shit. Oh God, Rose, so fucking dumb. They did nothing. They lose. Good day, sir. Paraphrase of Willy Wonka. There you go. Rose is another thing. Like Canto Bite, cut Rose out. What changes? Nothing. She literally does nothing. Waste of time. If you are a rebel or the Resistance, you're doing that voluntarily because you're good and you want to be part of the cause. And meanwhile, she's got him like a prisoner and shocks the fuck out of him on the ship because he wants to leave. That sounds like slavery or imprisonment to me. That doesn't sound like what rebels would do. Now, Han wanting to leave. Is Luke and Leia going to give him some shit and be like, come on, dude? Okay. But it's not like Luke is going to use the Force or call troops and arrest him and lock him down and be like, you can't leave. You have to be part of the rebellion. I'm fucking dumb. Rose is counterproductive. She actually made the film worse and did nothing. You could cut Rose out completely and Canto Bite, and nothing is changed in the film. In fact, it probably just got better. Hey there, I was just about to hop in bed, but I wanted to stop by and just say that you, sir, are amazing and to keep up the great work, my guy. I really, truly appreciate that. It's Yahab. I do very much appreciate that. Truly, I do. Thank you. For anyone new, anyone old, anyone that sees this later, I've said it many times and I will say it again. I will never tell you what you want to hear. I'm not here to be your friend, to shill, to patronize. to get your agreement, to be popular. On the contrary, I could just be like, "Oh, Mandalorian's awesome," and I'd have a ton more subscribers. I could play along and be like, well, you know, I liked it, and play neutral like a lot of other channels I know that like to ride the fence. And that's not what's going to happen here. It's never going to happen here. I'm never fuck your feelings. I don't give a goddamn. I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm here to tell you the facts. And 95, probably 99% of the time, I'm telling you literally exactly by memory what is fact. Can I make a mistake? Absolutely. Can I forget something? Absolutely. But on the same token, if I tell you something, I can pull it up and show you that it is a fact. I will never tell you what you want, but I will always tell you the truth. Again, thank you. The entire ST had no real story. It was all filler to make the movies for making movies' sake. Yes. And hopefully to make money, and is more so agenda than anything. Because they've proven they don't even care about money at this point. You're all right. Dave Filoni could go to the vault, read George 7, and try to do it. Yeah. From the beginning, he could have said, "Kathy, what are you talking about? This is Star Wars. This is George Lucas. We need to use the scripts, or at least close to it. Or if you don't let me be involved with the movies, okay, Mandalorian, Rebels, all the little bullshit I'm doing, I'm going to adhere to what George Lucas says. And if I have a doubt, George, I just wanted to double check. Is this going to fit? Does this make sense? Is it okay? Dave, what are you talking about, dude? I don't own this shit anymore. You're in control. George, I care about Star Wars, and I respect you. We need to do this correctly. Is this okay? Well, since you put it that way, no, Ahsoka does have to die before Order 66. This, and this. Yes, Jango's a fucking Mandalorian. And stop with the bullshit, Dave. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. You're right. I need to respect and make proper Star Wars. Just that simple. You have the fucking man. You can call him, email him, get on a plane and visit him, and you all are dicking around. And soon enough, the man's going to die. Hopefully not tomorrow and not anytime soon. But he's getting old, and he's going to fucking die. And then you all are going to blow. You already blew the Han, Luke, and Leia reunion, and now you're going to blow fucking having the creator. Because you want to make fucking Ahsoka TV shows. Fucking asshole. Paul Charles Williams at Yahoo. Why are you, am I supposed to send you something? I'm sorry. I'm talking to so much shit. What was the email for? Did I miss something? Forget something? Huh. Not sure why you sent that. Please elaborate. Or did you want me to send you something? Are you asking a question? What's the email for? Is something good from Star Wars from the last decade? Star Wars died October 30th, 2012. It was over. Star Wars will never die because there's the original Star Wars, so it's always alive. But I mean, it ended in 2012, so it's been 9 years. So technically, well, what came out in 20? No, I guess no. There hasn't been anything in the last decade because the last stuff that we really got from Star Wars was Filoni's fake ass Clone Wars. So no, not really. Something good. What? I don't know. Is there anything good in the past decade around 2012, 2011? Not that I can remember. Maybe a couple toys. Not really anything at that point. I think the only good thing that was in the past decade was George Lucas announced he was going to do the sequel trilogy and got Mark and Carrie and Harrison That was good. And then, oh, by the way, I'm going to sell it off. And then that's where it all went fucking to hell. But outside of that, I can't think of anything. Not that I would say. I can't think of anything good. And here's the thing. It's like I said about Mandalorian. If you like the show, fine. If you turn off your brain, you just want to watch it for fun. Like, oh, look, there's a guy in a helmet and pew pew, and there's a spaceship, and yeah, I remember that. Look, a salacious crumb. Oh, wow, it's like Star Wars. I remember that. Okay, just to have fun and blah 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 blah. Okay, is that what George Lucas would make? Is that the level of George Lucas Star Wars? Forget about what you got. If you had George Lucas right now to make a TV show, he was young enough, motivated enough, he had the studio and connections and park and all the things that Disney has, and you had George Lucas, is The Mandalorian what George Lucas was made? And you know that it's not. Go look in the fucking mirror, look yourself in the face, and be honest, and you know that is not what George Lucas would make. Not only, if you know Star Wars, you know that shit ain't real, but he also had the Underworld show. Over 50 scripts, and we have footage of Underworld, and it's not The Mandalorian. And in fact, The Mandalorian is a literal ripoff of Boba Fett's suit in the 1313 game. It's literally almost 1-for-1. So be honest, is that The Mandalorian, Rebels, Resistance, The Clone Wars, something that George Lucas would make? No, it's not. What you saw in season 7 of Clone Wars is not what George Lucas would do. Ahsoka dies before Order 66, for one. So that's the point. No matter how fun it is and how good it looks, and you're like, oh, but it's the only Star Wars we got, and it's the only thing we've had in the past 10 years. I don't give a fuck. Is that what George Lucas would make? Is that to the standard and the level of what Star Wars is? And you all know that it's not. So stop getting on your knees for fucking crumbs and demand Star Wars. It's really simple. Dave was Anakin. George was Mace Windu. You're on this council. Would you not? Great, very good. I like that. That's good. If it's not good enough for George, it's not good enough for me. You all do what you want to do. But that shit is not my Star Wars. $4 billion is very cheap for Star Wars. George also sold ILM. Yeah, and that's another thing. It's not just Star Wars was worth $20 billion. Never mind Skywalker Ranch, Skywalker Sound, THX, ILM, Lucas Games. I mean, I wouldn't even have the conversation unless we're starting. Bidding starts at $10 billion. Do I have 10.5? 10.5, 10.5, anybody? 10.5? Okay. We wouldn't even begin the conversation for under $10 billion. And George Lucas ain't stupid. George Lucas spent 35 years building that shit. He saw the reports, he knows the books that he has and the toys that he has, and all. And you really think he sold Star Wars for $4 billion? Just forget about everything. Just think for a second. You really think George Lucas sold the Star Wars IP with all the extras and fringes? Remember, Indiana Jones, Red Tails, everything for $4 billion. Be real. Obviously, no. He got $8 or $10 billion. I promise you he did. He's just not talking about it. And Disney doesn't want to put it out publicly either. That's what's happening. Implications of Lucas having the shares of Disney. Well, he would control some of Disney's. And there was, he says, in one of the interviews, I don't remember which one, but he says that, like, somebody says, well, but, you know, do you like the movies? Would you talk about them or whatever? I don't remember the exact question or why it comes up, but he basically says, well, why would I disparage or no, there was a question about, did you have to sign an NDA? And he's like, I mean, if you really want me to, but why would I talk bad about Disney? I love Disney, and I own a ton of shares. This is also before the whole crap nightmare we got, but you know, but he supposedly got millions of shares, so theoretically he owns a lot of stake, a lot of control of Disney. Disney bad, very bad. Thanks for being here, Average Joe. What is that, Joker? It's hard to see. It's real small. I see that it looks kind of like Joker. Man, I can't see. It's a little bit. Let's see. I'm curious what you got there. I can't quite make out what you got. It looks, I'm seeing like green and a white, but he's kind of bald. Is that a big beard? Maybe I'm totally seeing the wrong thing, but it's too small for me to make it out. Kind of looks like Joker. The guy's talking about transitions is gone. You're 1 hour behind the track. Huh? Amanda's a liar. John F. Kennedy was important to the Revolutionary War. JFK wasn't born yet. And Grogu never trained in the Jedi Temple because we would all know about him. Yeah, well, there's nothing I can do, buddy. This channel is in shit. This channel is the shit. There you go. How bad's good. There you go. Seeing The Force Awakens for the first time. This is amazing. Seeing The Force Awakens again. Wow, that was shit. Forgot to put the. Oh, when he said shit. I'm the highest. I'm the high test one in the room. I am the highest one. Is that what you're trying to say? Highest one in the room? This left chat before you answer the question. Yeah, well, I can only do so much. I can only catch up so much. The thing is, I try to be fair to everybody. If you ask me a question, I'm going to elaborate on it. There's the replay. Or he might be listening as he sleeps. Geode is the highest stone. Yes, they're stoned, all right. Disney doesn't care who you are. No, they sure don't give a goddamn who you are. And thank you for stopping by. Incisor, cool name. Life. How do I tell him that he's been? Well, I know. Okay, yes, isotopes. He knows behind. He reads the answers. Yep. Not 100%, but like 99% of them I do. Some people are just plain stupid or rude, and I'll skip them. But for the most part, yeah. Imagine Luke dreaming episode 7, 8, and 9, the worst nightmare of his life. He would wake up scared of life, searching Mara Jade. Well, and that's the thing. He could wake up right in a sweat, and he walks out, and there's Mara with the kids. And then your whole world, the whole sequel trilogy just changed. Like, oh, shit, it was a dream. Now he's going to do the right thing, whether it's Mara or not, because Mara has problems in fitting into it. But, you know, Mara or not, hey, it's right there, fixed. All that other shit was a bad nightmare. Now we're going to, for real, see what Luke's going to do. You put Rey, throw her to the side. She's unimportant anyways. You put all that shit to the side and you recenter, you refocus and bring back Star Wars and say, what matters? The face of Star Wars, Luke Skywalker. So fuck all that other bullshit and you make 9 all about Luke. Fuck it. Put your ego aside, Disney. Get Star Wars back. You could have saved yourselves. You want Rey Skywalker? All right, well, you can't sell a single Rey toy now, can you? Release the Lucas cut. Yeah, well, there isn't one, but that would be nice. Fade in. Yes. Fade in, KK. KK has a faded in today. She's acting very unprofessionally. I don't appreciate that, KK.
Fade in.
I don't know if you guys saw the my latest community post. If you didn't, find the creature that does not belong in the picture. Have fun with that. I remember days of Star Wars fans versus Star Trek fans, but since the woke invaded our entertainment spaces, we've been more unified than ever before and fighting a common threat. Hashtag good times. You know, there's always, it's like been a 50-50. There's like a lot of people that are like okay with both. I know a lot of people that love Star Trek and Star Wars. But there's also a lot of people that were like, if you've seen the movie Fanboys, like, no, you don't. Star Trek is over here. Star Wars is over here. The fans, the stories, there's no crossovers, no talking, no hanging out. You don't like in the Star Wars section have a faith. No. That like doesn't. You don't cross the streams. So it's kind of interesting. It's interesting. I like Star Trek. Not the newer stuff, but like the original. Up until the Picard, New Generation, the Kirk and original Picard, all good. All the rest, I have no interest in any of that. But you know, Star Trek in TV is, but in movie and overall, Star Wars, Star Trek. It's like not even. And I'm not saying that like I'm talking about just realistically the impact, the IP, the amount of products and media, and like that's Star Trek and that's Star Wars. It's like not even same realm. But yeah, it's interesting. Cosmonaut was ripped apart by YouTuber Anomaly Inc. and it was awesome. Why don't you put spaces in your messages? I think that's his thing. I keep running out of stuff to say, so I'm going to start saying random shit. There you go. You always do anyways, if I get bored. Somehow I can't convince my friend that Ahsoka is a Jedi. Yeah, well, just watch the show. It says fucking the Jedi. Have you watched The Rise of Skywalker? She's a freaking Force ghost and talks to Rey. So obviously she's a fucking Jedi, Dave Filoni. Hey man, what's good? Let's hope there is no glue sniffing, Pensac mamas, boys in here tonight. Oh boy. At lunch today, me and two friends were having an argument with another friend because he thought Star Wars was stupid because the movies were episodes. We kept trying to tell him that it's a series. You know, you can lead a human to knowledge. You can't make them think. He was so confused and thought they wouldn't be called episodes. He also said the lightsaber duels were weird because they were thinking of getting them in the back. So the lightsaber duels were weird because they were thinking of getting them in the back, like backstabbing them. Yeah, well, but it's also like I've talked about. Star Wars is about nobility. It's about two warriors can square up and have an honest fight. Like in old times on this earth where two samurais could fight without a bunch of interference and tricks and just mano a mano. And that's everything in Star Wars. It's about nobility and, you know, yeah, the dark side is going to do stuff that's out of, you know, not fair, but for the most part, like if you're willing to fight Vader straight up, he's going to fight you straight up. Palpatine, he probably would cheat. But for the most part, the point of Star Wars is that it's a noble time. People of honor and, civilized. Yeah, well. I also have that pod racer Lego set, and yeah, there is no Qui-Gon included. I used to have quite a Star Wars Lego collection. I don't remember if I had that one. Although I feel like I had Anakin's. But I know the set. I know for sure because I remember seeing the box 1,000 times. I just don't remember if I owned that one or not. I'm not sure. I don't think. But I feel like I had Anakin's pod racer, though. It's been a while. I don't remember. I had to pretend my Lego Will Turner minifigure was quite the cool thing with Legos. You can swap parts. I had a really awesome Grievous, and I had a really awesome Droideka. I remember that. And I had the big X-Wing, and I had like a couple of TIE fighters, like different sizes, full size one. I had a few things. Slave one, of course. I had to pretend my leg, yeah. Oh man, how did I not? Oof. The Archie scene of the Clone Wars is season 6. Okay, the Lost Missions. The episode was made before Disney purchased Lucasfilm. Clone 5 knows about the chips and tries to escape from Camino to tell the truth. Okay, there you go. If it had been C-3PO that witnessed the war crime, he would have tricked off in a heartbeat. Yes. Oh, that's funny. George has the rights after his work. He is the creator. Yes. Oh, that's funny. Imagine Picasso being alive, going to a museum and asking the owner to let him alter a painting. He wasn't satisfied because he didn't have red color at the time. Would the owner of the museum let him? Probably not, but should you? Yes. Because at the end of the day, Picasso's the one that determines that, and not us. We may hate it. We might be like, no! But if fucking Picasso says that the Mona Lisa has a mustache, well, then the Mona Lisa has a fucking mustache. Deal with it. Okay, got you. The thing is, you have to often put yourselves in the shoes of another person. Don't look at it as a fan. Look at it as the creator. You sat there and spent 35 years building this thing. You have every right to say what is what and what is not. And only you. Because you spent the time and money and you made the story. Can someone come behind you and make whatever bullshit? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that you should take that seriously or say, well, but that's the same thing. It's Star Wars. Well, no, it's not. Because if you're contradicting with the creator, then it's not. We need a Jar Jar spinoff. Jokes aside, it would be fascinating to see how he becomes a corrupt politician. I'm not against the Darth Jar Jar fucking TV show. Whoever said Rose Tico was funny, I don't think Disney Lucasfilm mean for her to be funny. Not intentionally. Yeah, I didn't find her humorous. If I was with the Resistance, I would call a vote to throw her off. But then the female members will treat me like an idiot and have me thrown off. And they keep Rose because she's an inspiring woman. Honesty is hard to find. That's a good thing. Yep. I don't care that Dave worked on Avatar, The Last Bender, or The Clone Wars. When he announces a bunch of shit that George wouldn't be too happy about, he seems like an asshole. Exactly. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, you could say a lot of things like he broke this canon, he did this, he did that, he lied about this, he says this, he's going to connect everything, but all that at the end of the day, I mean, it all matters. But what truly matters is if he truly loved Star Wars, then he would never for a second think selfishly and go against what George Lucas did. Him, of all people, the apprentice, would be extra careful to make sure to be respectful of George. Instead of saying, well, he doesn't own it, he doesn't care anymore, so I'm just going to do whatever I want because now we have control of Star Wars, so fuck it, I might as well just do Ahsoka and everything else. And that shows your integrity, dude. Because even though you have free reign, maybe Kathleen said, don't worry about it, just do what you want. Let's just make Star Wars stuff. And he's like, all right, fuck it. He himself should be policing himself and saying, no, I can't do that. This man brought me in, taught me all kinds of shit, basically gave me free reign and a whole cartoon, and now I'm going to double down and do all that kinds of extra shit. Ahsoka, Mandalorian, all this nonsense. So at the end of the day, Dave can physically do what he wants, but he has zero integrity. Zero. And time again, he showed it in tons of interviews and tons of things, breaking canon, disrespecting George Lucas, changing shit, and also not speaking up when Gina got fired. Even if John and Dave didn't agree with her, they still should have made a statement. Especially Jon Favreau. If he's truly the one that pulled her to be on the show and hired her and wanted her and wrote this thing for her and was her boss and did all these shows and was setting up all this stuff and that was his girl and blah, 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 and she got fired, he needed to make a statement. Grab your nuts, be a fucking man, and don't worry about Kathleen. Because one, that's what you're supposed to do. That's integrity. Be a fucking man. And two, the fuck is Kathleen gonna do? You make a statement. Kathleen fires you, what's gonna happen? You think people are pissed off right now? Go ahead, fire Dave. Go ahead, or fire Jon Favreau. I dare you. I dare you. You think the ratios are bad on the videos now? I fucking dare you, Kathleen. I dare anybody at Disney to even think about, never mind breathe, a rumor of firing Jon Favreau. You get rid of Jon Favreau, you lost. This is the only thing you got. And to me, that's not even canon or real anyways. But it's the only thing you've got to even pretend that you have a shot at anything Star Wars. I dare you. Jon Favreau has the cards here, not KK. She's the boss. She's the president. She can fire him. I'm not saying that she can't. But the one that truly has the power in the overall scope of things, look at it this way. You fire Kathleen, everybody's like celebrating. You fire John, you thought the Gina Carano backlash was bad? Go ahead. I dare you, Disney. I dare you, Mickey Mouse. Go for it. So with that said, as he holds the cards, he should have opened his fucking mouth and said something about Gina and defend Okay, still there? First, let me see that you guys, the stream's still up. You guys are still here. Somebody, can you confirm you see me? KK got me. Can someone? Okay, good. For whatever reason, my internet just dumped. I don't know what happened there. It just dumped for a minute or two there. I don't know. Totally got disconnected for some reason. Anyways, you know how that goes. Well, at least we're back. All right. So, like I was saying, and I'll finish. I fucking dare you, Disney. I dare you. Do it. They won't. So, knowing we know, KK knows, Iger knows, Favreau knows he can't be touched. Why didn't you step up and be a fucking man and defend Gina? So now it's a question of integrity. I don't care that Dave worked on blah, 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 right? Yep. His movies were an alternate universe and never happened. Well, I'm going to go master bait to my circus shows. I'm sure he does. I'm thinking of doing a little comic where Anakin goes to kill the younglings. They say he's the guy from Fortnite. They do their cringe little dances, and Anakin turns on his lightsaber. There you go. Sounds good to me. He's not in Fortnite yet, but some kids will probably see someone who looks like Anakin and call him the guy from Fortnite. Yeah. Bring back Mara and Kyle. I love Mara Jade. They're already calling the Mandalorian the guy from Fortnite. Oh, Lord. What creature doesn't belong? Is it on the top left-hand corner? Yes. If you click the image, it'll get bigger. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know, on all those community posts, if you click on it, it will expand it because most of those pictures are bigger. It's just that YouTube likes to give you just like a preview crop. Which I'm not crazy about, but they do that because when you scroll like on your phone and stuff. But it at least should say like click to expand or something, you know what I mean? Anyways, if you click the image, but you're warm, you're hot. Middle left. Yeah, well, it depends. Are you looking at the whole picture or the preview? You're in the ballpark, you're right there. A hideous creature should be standing out from the crowd. Everyone had their own franchises. There was something for everyone. Now they all feel the same because Twitter is coming up with excuses to bitch. So now they all pander to people who don't watch it. Yeah. I actually think Star Trek, Star Wars could have been possible, but since it won't be, I'm taking the idea and applying it to the future storyline in my Blue Shogun series. Yeah, I don't see how they could cross. They're so different. One is like Star Trek is more science. Star Trek is like our future. Like that could really be. You know what I mean? Like that's Earth and our galaxy, but just like more advanced. Not just technologically, but like mentally and, well, same in Star Wars, but anyways, you know what I mean? Like in Star Trek, you have the federation of all these galaxies and planets that like get it and are working together. Whereas Star Wars is a totally different thing. It's an opera, it's a fantasy. It's not, like many said, it's not science fiction. So they're just two totally different worlds. And sorry, Star Trek guys, I do like Star Trek. I do respect it. But Star Wars, Star Trek. Star Trek is a B grade Star Wars. Sorry. It ain't up to par.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Listen to Egon. Next to Qui-Gon. Exactly. You can lead a man to water, but he has to decide whether to drink it or die first. Correct. I like the old Star Trek. Always been a fan of both, different reasons, like how Star Trek and the first mixed racial kiss on popular television. Yeah. No, and again, when I was a kid, I used to watch the shit out of Captain Kirk and Star Trek, and I loved it. I thought it was great. I used to really like it. But it ain't Star Wars. Star Trek is like a Playboy or a porno, and Star Wars is the real thing. Just saying. I just seen your community post, yes. And again, I'm not trying to attack Star Trek or diminish it. You know, Star Trek was really good. But Star Wars is a lot better. I'm in a ceramic class. I made a head based on my version of Two-Face. Now that there's so much detail, scares me, and I'm the one who made it. Or maybe, are you having a Luke moment? You're maybe seeing yourself in the. I'm going to do another head. It's going to be based on my own Joker. Can't wait to see if that gives me nightmares, especially when it's based on William Dafoe. That might give you some nightmares. God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he has created. Really? Spy Kids said that shit? God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he has created. I mean, I get the idea, but no. When you're the creator, you fear nothing because you created it. And just like some of your parents have told you, I brought you in this world, I'll take you out. So God ain't scared of his own creations. Especially not when you can. That line is the deepest shit I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, I mean, you know, depending on how you look at it, I get what they're trying to say, but just being real, like, really, God scared. You're frozen. Not anymore. I've Leia released me from the carbonite. You froze up. I see. Yes, that was KK. She didn't like me talking about her, and it cuts to an image on Hoth. Yeah. Well, there you go. Frozen on Hoth. I got carbonated. Yes, carbonized. Sure did. Tony sandwiches. I sure did, but I've escaped. Gin? No, not gin. Well, then again, hey, you can freeze me with gin and carbonite any day. I'll be more than happy to be frozen over there. I'd rather not be frozen. I'd rather be warm, but if you gotta go with a smile. Oh no, your stream gets freeze or stop. KK instead of con. KK. This message was brought to you by Carbonite. Oh, that's funny. They know. They know. So they froze him. In Hoth. I have powerful allies. KK was not happy when you talked about her. And he's back. Yes. Here. Okay. You are back. Actually, I'm front, but yes, I'm back too. Deep thaw out of carbonite. Correct. Likes to dump at 3 a.m. I feel it. Yeah, for some reason, everything just like the fucking modem just went. And I'm just sitting there like, network, come on, let me connect. And I'm just sitting there looking at the damn, you know, like that Earth, not Earth, but like that globe, you know, just looking at it like, okay. Impression of her when she looked at Andrew and said, I can get rid of you with the snap of my fingers, just like that. She did, and it failed. Order 68. What was 67? Terminating the EU? Yeah, I think that was. Betrayal to George. Yeah, well, Comment section of the community posts are glorious. Oh man, some of the shit these guys say. Left a message on that community thread. I'll check it out. And again, it doesn't hurt my feelings, you know. If you guys knew half the shit I've seen, done, been through, where I've been, please, your little comments are gonna make a difference to me. Oh, please. But what it does do is it increases the visibility of my stuff. So not only do you that's bitching see it even more, but so does everybody else, because now you've increased the the interaction on it. But it also proves that I'm right, because if Star Wars was that great, if Mickey Mouse was the shit, if Dave Filoni was saved Star Wars and all this bullshit that you guys talk, then you wouldn't be looking at my posts. I sense great fear in you. I want Order 69. That's a good order. You see some real Disney diehards in there. Some of them are, but here's the thing. There's not really any Disney diehards. That's the thing. You've got people that casually, oh wow, the moon is right in front of me, huge full moon. He's very rarely, he's usually like over here, and tonight he's like right in front. Anyways, a lot of it is pride, guys. A lot of it is they went to the movie, they're like, oh, that was cool, that was pretty, wow, Ray, and they're not thinking, they're not connecting the dots. And then later people are like, but dude, that doesn't fit. And how come that? And how come Ray just knows how to do everything? And why is Luke an asshole? And then instead of them saying, oh shit, you're right. A lot of that is pride and ego, to not have to say, hey, everybody that I told this shit was so great, I was a total dumbass. This shit is dumb. So that's where most of that comes from. It's just not being humble enough to say, yeah, you were right. This shit is bullshit. So a lot of them are arguing. One, because they're just trolls and just are bored and just want to argue, but also it's ego, it's pride, it's them having to admit that, oh, fuck, you guys were right. This is some bullshit. There's not really many Disney diehards that are truly, genuinely in their house, like, yeah, this Disney Star Wars is great, and they're watching the DVD every weekend, and their whole family. That's like 1,000 people in all of the world. Down with the Federal Reserve and the IRS. Sounds good to me. Hello there, Kino dude. I believe that a long time ago I believe that a long time ago part can be for everything pre-Return of the Jedi. But after Jedi, a wormhole like DS9 opens, connecting Star Wars galaxy to ours. I mean, I suppose you could. I always like the idea of that, Star Wars is indeed far, far away and a long time ago. I mean, that's by design. That's just to keep you, you relate and associate and connect because the stories are properly told. Because they're human emotion, the human, what's the word I'm looking for? Not the human state, but like the human condition. So you can relate. So then it doesn't matter where it is because you relate. It's just like the Odyssey or Excalibur or anything else. You don't have to be there because the themes are properly done. The world and the characters and the script are all properly developed. So then it doesn't matter where you're at because you're connecting on the human condition. But yet by being far, far away and a long time ago, you can float objects and wave around laser swords. So I don't think you need to connect our galaxies. Having a portal or a connection, a hyperspace lane that's like, oh, there's Earth. I just think that damages. I mean, it doesn't have to damage, but I just think it's better to, that way you can suspend things. Because if you start getting, the more you Disney and people want to connect Earth, like, oh, that's what would happen today, and that's what would happen on Earth. Now you're taking away from the whole point of Star Wars and fantasy, and So I don't know. I'm not like so stubborn to try things. So, for example, if you wanted to do like a comic book series just for the fun, and it stated this is not canon, this is a side story, and just for fun, like, oh, the Millennium Falcon finds a wormhole and it lands on Earth, I have no problem having fun. But when you got Dave Filoni saying all of this is connected, and Jon Favreau, yeah, it's fun to see how we can connect the sequels and the EU and everything that existed, and we're all making it one story, then it's a problem. See, that's another thing, like Rebels, Resist, all this stuff. If Filoni and or KK or Disney just said, hey, look, we've got all this stuff, but don't worry, none of it's canon. It's just, we're just making Star Wars stuff for fun. Okay, that changes the entire, but when you are telling people that it's all connected and it's supposed to be canon and that this is Star Wars, you got a big problem. You make all the yeah, well, I'm not trying to hate on Star Trek. I don't, Star Trek, Star Wars. I'm on Star Trek Marathon right now. I'm on season 3 of TNG. I'm going to stop after Enterprise. I heard it was bad. Yeah, I have everything I hear about the shit. I'm just like, this. Picard is a total mess. I don't know why. He was so beloved. He was an awesome captain. Just JJ Trek credit for one thing. It did what was initially going to be the first interracial kiss. Spock Uhura, not Kirk Uhura. It's just how they went about the rest was messy. It did what was initially going to be the first. Man, I don't remember that. It's been a while. I don't know that I even actually saw that film. I know I've seen like tons of clips of it, but Spock. Live long and prosper. Yeah, I'm not interested in any of that. No interest whatsoever. Nemesis' last movie. I love the Khan movie, The Wrath of Khan. I thought that was cool. At the end of the year, I'll make a video showing my stuff from ceramics. Cool. Robert De Niro. Just a fun memory side story. I was out of high school, but I was dating a girl. She was like not much younger, a year or two. I don't know. It's been a long time, but roughly I was like 21 or 22, and she was like 18, 19. She was finishing she was like in her senior year, like finishing high school. So she was like 18, 19. I was probably 20. I think 20. Anyways, long story short, I was dating a girl. She was still in high school. She was a very artsy hobby girl. Like, this girl was amazing. She would do awesome painting, drawing, crafts. I mean, this girl was, And anyway, she had a ceramic class, and she would make me all kinds of stuff. Just a silly memory, since you're talking about ceramics. She would make all kinds of stuff, not just for me. She would just make all kinds of, and I mean all kinds of stuff. A plate, an ashtray, a bong. I mean, she would do all kinds of shit. Oh man, Robert De Niro as Two-Face would give you all nightmares for a while. Ever since I watched that car ad, Opportunities by Pet Shop Boys is now stuck in my head. Could you imagine a whole family watching Disney Plus Star Wars? No. No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. Human spirit, yeah, human condition. Thanks for subscribing. Discord mod. That's an interesting name. I wonder what you do. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, enter John Williams. Yes. E.T. is indeed canon. E.T. John McCusker. Yes, E.T. phone home. Indeed, E.T. is canon. How ironic that a character that has nothing to do with Star Wars and the creator and director of that character, who is the best, well, I don't know, best friend, the close friend of the creator of Star Wars, and his character is canon more so than everything that Disney has made. How funny is that? A character that's just purely there just for his friend. Like, hey, I love E.T. I love you. We're going to make E.T. canon. Just to put him there. I mean, it makes sense. He's an alien in the galaxy. It's not like such a stretch. But just saying, you know, literally he inserted E.T., right? And that's more canon than all the shit that Disney tries to make. That shows you how George Lucas and Dave Filoni. George Lucas, something so simple, and it's canon, and it's proper, and it fits, and it makes sense, and it's wonderful. Because I think we all love that E.T. is canon in Star Wars. And Dave Filoni just makes a fucking ball of yarn, a big fucking mess. Can't even do something as simple as, well, and you know the difference? One is done with love and respect, and the other one is done with ego. The light side, dark side. And Filoni ain't clever enough to be a Sith master. He's an apprentice. My stepdad once said he'd have liked if Star Wars ended with a Republic cruiser coming to Earth and someone meets a young man named George Lucas and inspires him to tell the story. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. The only issue I really have, well, one is like what I said, kind of keeping them separate I think is better, but I think that's kind of neat. But there is an issue. Archie's the keeper of the wills. He's the one that's telling the story. So it kind of complicates. Now, what if R2 in an escape pod or for some reason, whether he goes through hyperspace or a wormhole or whatever, he ends up on Earth and he meets George Lucas and he tells George Lucas a story. Oh, the irony. And how cool would that be? And it would fit in canon. How come I can come up with this shit just off the top of my head, and Dave Filoni, with all the money, resources, tools, the vault, an office, probably makes $1 million a year, can't get a fucking story straight? MK1, good one. MJ1. Yeah, Spock was originally going to kiss Uhura show, but Kurt Scheiner's got the honor. So, yeah, I seem to remember something about that. Movie where Kermit the Frog was living in a swamp in the 50s and he bumps into young Jim Henson. A movie where Kermit the Frog was living in a swamp in the 50s and he bumps into young Jim Henson and Jim gets the idea for the Muppet Show. Huh. I don't remember that. Does E.T. race talk more in basic? question is, does E.T. race talk more in basic? You mean outside of phone home, I'll be right here, his little phrases? Yeah. He's obviously intelligent. I would think they could. Here's the thing, and I'm not like a huge like E.T. canon behind the scenes guy, but from what I remember, and when I say remember, I think hearing something like this, but also from at least what I felt. I never took E.T. as like an elder or super experienced, or on the contrary, he's like a young E.T. that like gets lost or something goes malfunctions and he has to land. You know what I mean? So like, I never took it as he's like an elder, a leader, a wise, a smart. I mean, he's smart, but not like, you know, authority or a senior, or you know what I mean? He's a young, like he's kind of Elliot's equivalent, maybe older than Elliot, not quite so little boy, but he's like a teenager. And he got lost, whether, you know, being mischievous or ship broke, or for some reason he got broke from the crowd. And again, I don't know the official canon story. I don't remember. But I remember, that's what I always felt, is that he's he's like kind of on level with Elliot. Now, he's intelligent, of course, and he has a ship and he knows how to phone home and all that. I'm not saying that he's too young or not that wise. He obviously is. But I always felt that E.T. was like the kid. And he got lost. And he, by you know, his parents or elders or whatever were looking for him, and you know, he had to phone home to give them the coordinates. But that's how I always kind of interpreted E.T., is that he's, you know, kind of on par with Elliot, and that's a big reason why they connect. Is he older and more experienced than Elliot? Absolutely. But I don't feel that he's like, you know, Yoda to Anakin. You know what I mean? No, E.T.'s in the movie. It's absolutely canon. It's not a joke. It's absolute fact. There's a whole group of E.T.'s in the Senate. You can't deny it. It's in the movie. It's canon. Yeah, E.T.'s canon. It's not like in all the books and referred to and all, but if you look at the definition of canon, George Lucas put it there. It's in the original Sky. E.T.'s canon. By definition, E.T. is canon in Star Wars. Yes. E.T., again, a property that's totally separate from Star Wars, is more canon than everything that's in current Star Wars. And that goes to show you that Disney's doing it wrong, that they don't understand. E.T. is Star Wars canon. Yes. Was in the Senate chambers in either Phantom or Clones. Yep. R2-D2 is George Lucas when you see it. Yeah, kind of. Gene's guy. Yes, he's getting to mind blown. Which part? R2 meeting George? I think that would be pretty freaking amazing. I thought the Jeans guy was patched out. Yeah, he's being funny. He was patched out. But, you know, and again, Disney's not canon to begin with, but just playing along, he was Disney canon for a second there. Robot Chicken, his name was Kleborp. I always thought E.T. was a kid too. Yeah, I mean, again, I would have to like look at the actual official making and do. I never went into the lore and the canon of E.T. I'm just going by not only when I saw it as a kid and the several times I've seen it, but just, you know, even now. Like, to me, E.T. was a kid. He's a little older than Elliot. He's a teenager. Elliot was what, 10 or something, 12. And I picture E.T. was like 16, 18, you know? Just, you know, kind of. He's maybe hundreds of years old, but you feel what I'm saying. I think E.T.'s a kid. Someone said that they like the newer movies more than the old ones because they feel more modern, and the older ones have 70s slang. It's rare to hear 70s slang in Star Wars. Well, what 70s slang is? I think we all say the same. I don't think there's anything really specific to the 70s there. 70s slang. Can you give me an example of what they said or you think? I've never thought of Star Wars with 70s slang. I don't know. Then again, I'm from that time, so maybe I just never thought of it. But there's nothing that stands out to me that's like, oh, that's totally 70s. Interesting. I saw E.T. like a smart kid that starts to develop intelligence. Yeah. He's old enough that he knows he's in trouble. He's in a different place. He knows how to speak. He knows how to hide and do certain things. He obviously, if he knows to phone home and how to build the freaking machine, he's not a little tiny baby, right? But on the same token, he's not like a wise adult. You know, he's lost. He's a kid. He's scared. He's confused. And he clings to Elliot because he's around the same age and they feel the same kind of struggle. Remember, that's another thing. Remember, they had like a connection, like a literal, remember, like, I mean, it's been forever since I've seen it, but isn't it like when E.T.'s dying, Elliot gets real sick, or, right? It's been forever since I've seen it. But, remember they have like a bond? So, you know, it was always to me that they're meant to be on kind of equal ground. After hearing her say that, I now have that thought of Han Solo listening to the dark side of the moon on the Millennium Falcon. Yeah. R2 meeting young George is a mind blower. Yeah, I think that actually would be cool. You know, that's funny. Like, I don't know if I should say anything or just do it. Yeah, I'm sure some of you have seen the Mandalorian videos where Baby Yoda is like playing music, right? Where he keeps flipping the switch and it's like it's AC/DC or, you know, whatever, classical or whatever, and he keeps hitting the switch and Mando's like, no, stop. I'm sure, and he clicks this, you know, the Mando music or whatever. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that. Well, I'm thinking, like, why hasn't anybody done it with Star Wars music? Like, for real, actual Star Wars music. Because that's what Mando should fucking be listening to, is actual Star Wars music. Not, he wouldn't be listening to ACD. I get it. It's fun to think, you know, oh, he's listening to, you know, Kendrick Lamar or, you know, Van Halen or something. But, I mean, really? It should be Star Wars music. Baby Yoda should be totally, you know, jamming out to Vader's Imperial March or something. I don't know. Meeting young George. Yeah. I'm off to bed now. Have a good night. Have a good night, Mega Jetty. Thanks for hanging out. Imagine race of ET is full of smart scientists and capable folks. Yeah, I would think. Well, I mean, they can travel across the galaxies. They're obviously smarter than we are. ET movie, ET2 movie. If there was an interview with Gene's guy, I was doing my job in the set of Mandalorian. Turns out Dave was filming the whole time and made me a part of canon, Star Wars canon. The movie I told you about is called Kermit's Swamp Years. Huh. I loved it when I was really little, but after rewatching it after all these years, it feels weird. Yeah, I don't remember that one. If I like watched it now, maybe I would remember it, but it doesn't stick out to me. What does stick out to me is Fraggle Rock. I used to like me some Fraggle Rock. Muppets aren't allowed to talk in that movie. Like, what? Normal dog that can speak English. It's not a Muppet. It's a real normal dog. Wow. Okay. I don't remember that. I didn't hear 70s slang in Star Wars either. No one said groovy, jive, turkey, or far out, man. That's so funny. Or righteous brother. But that would have been great. I'd like to hear Lando call someone a jive turkey. That would have been cool. Jabba, you jive turkey? Give me Han Solo. That's so funny, Dead Girls. No one said groovy, jive turkey, or far out. Man, that's funny. Use the Force. And did Jim create Kermit based on the Kermit he saw, or did he make the Muppet Show? Did Jim create Kermit based on the Kermit he saw, or did he make the Muppet Show and hire Kermit for it? It's such a confusing movie. I almost want to believe he hired Kermit. I mean, obviously, you know, he didn't, but just a funny thought. No, Jim had no involvement in it. The movie came out in 2003. Huh. Was it a movie that was like about the history of Jim Henson? Because I seem to remember something about that. I didn't see it, but I do remember like seeing previews or trailers or something that there was a Jim Henson biography documentary. Is that? Dave was filming the whole time. Doesn't have the same ring as George was filming. R2 meeting George is a little similar to the fake documentary where R2 is real and has problems on set. Where he's got the belly in the fridge and the girlfriends. Yeah, no one said any 70s slang in the first three movies. It's set in space thousands of years ago. Wow, I finally got to the end. You know the joke, George was filming the whole time? No, I don't know that, actually. I don't remember that reference. George was filming the whole time. What is that from? I don't know that, which is kind of shocking because something like that I would think I would know, but I don't remember that. George was filming the whole time. Okay. I've been going 5 hours, so I'm going to take a break because I'm thirsty as hell and I'm talking like crazy. Luke, Ben is a groovy man. Ben is a groovy man. That's funny. What if that would be kind of funny to do like a Star Wars the 70s version, right? Like how ironic, like it's 70s, right? Keep the look and everything the same, but do like a dub with 70s groovy dialogue. That'd be kind of interesting, just for, you know, fun. have Lando talking all jive turkey. Or no, yeah, I don't recall that. Am I doing another one? Well, I do every Friday a stream. I'm not leaving. I'm just going to take a break. So yes, I need a drink. I need a snack. And Lando's already the most 70 looking person in the whole saga. Yeah. Man, that could be. Well, I mean, I guess you could do tie-dye and extra shit too. But I just think kind of changing the dialogue would be just for fun. With a bunch of 70s stuff. Yeah, that's weird. 70s slang. There was no. Again, George was very careful and very wise. It's like he says in the last interview that he did. Star Wars is timeless. And knowing that the creator understands that premise and is making a point to speak on that premise tells you that he was very conscious when he was writing to not put bullshit of the day in it, to get political and agenda, and you know, it's about the human condition. It's about humanity, our emotions, our reactions, our the way we are, what we relate to. That has no time. That could have happened in Egypt. It could have happened. It can happen 10,000 years from now. So, I think George very consciously, he was very smart on both ends. One, it's far away and it's a long time ago, so that gives him all the space to do whatever, and you can't be like, but science, but no, it's so far away that this is its own world with its own rules. Fine, as long as those rules are maintained, no problem. And then on the same token, he's like, okay, even though I have this open sandbox, I also need to make it relatable and timeless. And he was very conscious of that, and he did exactly that. Yeah. Yeah, he does look very... Yeah. Lando was groovy. Let me tell you something. I can't speak for everybody. Everybody's different. But man, let me tell you, when I was... How old would I have been? 1980? I was 6. When I saw Lando Calrissian, I was like, that dude is smooth. I want to be Lando. He made Luke and Han look like rookie. I mean, he was kissing the princess's hand and talking all smooth. And I was like, shit, I don't mind Lando. I like Lando. I never thought, oh, he's a black guy. Or, he's never even thought that way. I mean, yeah, I have good eyes. I see that it's a black man. But I didn't think it. Wasn't even thinking about it. I was like, that dude's smooth. Obviously, he's got a connection to Han, and then you see, the story unfold, and then he betrays him, and you get mad at him, all that. But, what I'm getting at is Lando was always a very highly regarded and loved character. You've got the core group, Luke, Leia, Han. And you can, although they're like a very, they're the main group too, but you could say they're just a little step removed, Chewie and the droids, which is ironic, right? Because R2 is the entire story, and 3PO obviously a lot of things. But really, who do you think of when you think of the crew? Luke, Leia, and Han. Of course, Chewie and all that. And then later, Lando. The point I'm trying to make is you had the group, and then you saw Lando, and you're like, well, yeah, he's part of the group. It wasn't like some side character. You know what I mean? Like, you immediately were like, oh, okay, Lando's part of the gang. I know that's how I interpreted it. That's how every kid I knew, like the Lando character, the action figure, and, he was an extra pilot, and he was another character. If you had the Falcon, who did you have to have inside of it? Obi-Wan, Leia, Luke, Chewie, the droids, Han, and who's the co-pilot? Lando. Chewie's probably playing chess. Right. If you had the Falcon set, you had Lando. Your set wasn't complete unless you had Lando Calrissian. So... These are not the droids you're looking for. Far out. These aren't the droids we're looking for. Yes. People caption a picture of Star Wars actor in an interview talking about a scene from Star Wars. For example, they captioned Hayden saying, for the scene with Padme, I was socializing. And it turns out George was filming the whole time. I don't know that. Doesn't ring a bell. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Like a meme or just some picture? I'm not familiar with it. Caption a picture of Star Wars actor interview talking about a scene from Star Wars. For example, they captioned Hayden saying, for the scene with Padme, I was socializing. And it turns out George was filming the whole time. I've never heard that. Or seen that, or I just can't think of a reference there of. That's interesting. I see on the dark side of the moon. That's no moon, it's a space station. George was filming the whole time. So funny, I've never heard that. At least I'm not remembering. Yeah, it's a meme. I can see the very prequel meme. So that's probably why I don't know it. Man, I've never heard that. That's interesting. I gotta look more into that. I guess here's the thing. I never was much in the prequel memes because I love the prequels. I never had that hate. Oh, they're terrible, the dialogue and Jar Jar sucks. No, that's fucking Star Wars. I love the prequels. Are they the OT? No. Are they perfect? No. I love the prequels. That's fucking Star Wars. So it never, to me, I never was like searching out like, oh, look how stupid they are, or, you know, memes or stuff like that. I never got into that prequel meme. One, because I was older, I wasn't that generation. And two, because I didn't ever have that sequel doubt or hate. Or to me, I'm like, oh, okay, George Lucas, thank you, dude, for giving us a whole another 3 films of Star Wars and telling us who Anakin is and all that. I love it. I enjoy it for what it is. It's him giving us all this extra shit. Instead of being all critical, well, are the movies well made? Yes. Do they make sense? Yes. Is it a complete saga? Yes. Do they look awesome? Yes. Did they revolutionize film? Yes. Did they break the box office? Yes. I mean, and so I never hated them and never thought they were bad. I just never, I guess, really paid much attention to the memes. And I don't know this one. George was filming the whole time. That's interesting. I will look more into it. That's interesting because I've never heard that. That one just totally I've missed. Here's one I remember. They captioned James Earl Jones going like for the no. George kept bugging me about being in Revenge of the Sith, so I said no. It turns out George was filming, so he was filming the whole time, and he just went ahead and used the no. That's fine. I've never heard that. Never. That is interesting. Okay. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I need a drink. I need a snack. I need to stretch. I suggest you do the same. Get up, run around the house, get the blood going. I will play an intermission for you. And I'll be back in 10 minutes and we can talk some more. Whatever is on your mind, you want to ask, you want to talk about, let me know. If anything, we can look at, I have some images from Andor, a little bit of inside info, nothing major, but a couple little things we can talk about. As far as Andor, or of course we can talk about E.T. being canon or whatever else. So. I'm just smirking a self-thought because I saw some other people were streaming and I was thinking to myself, you rookies, you guys stream for like an hour or two. Can't hang with me. 5.5 hours already. All right. I'm just being silly. Okay. Let me find an intermission. Which one shall we play? 1, 2, or 3? You guys pick. 1, 2, or 3. Just pick a number. 1, 2, or 3. What do you want? One, 2, or 3. 3. 3 works. Dose. 3, 2. Oh, we got a tie. Oh no, you said 2 twice, so you don't count. 3, 3. Oh, we got 3s. 3. Overruled. Okay, we're going with 3. All right. Anyways, this intermission is literally 10 minutes to the second. I will be back in 10 minutes. Enjoy the little intermission. Man, I'm munchy. My stomach is like, I need a snack. I'm grumbly. And I need some water. I'm thirsty. I gotta say, we don't have a bunch of glue sniffers here tonight, so it's been fun. It's nice when you don't get interrupted with bullshit and we can just hang out and talk Star Wars. So. Glue sniffer. Where are you hiding? Are you having
fun?
Oh Lord. Fucking High Republic. All right, there it is. All right. See you in 10 minutes and we will continue.
Fade in.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded items.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
We have here all the original movie costumes, props, and models from the Star Wars movies. We'd like to take you on a tour.
This is Darth Vader from the Star Wars films. Darth Vader was played by David Prowse, an actor from England, and his voice was done by James Earl Jones. If you look closely on the chest plate, you can see that Hebrew lettering underneath the 3 coin slots that are on the right side of the chest plate. This is Han Solo in carbonite used in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. The face is a casting of the actor Harrison Ford. The rest is someone else's body and hands. Chewbacca the Wookiee was played by an actor named Peter Mayhew, who's 7'2". The gold insect droid from Star Wars, and there's a Jawa at his feet. R2-D2, C-3PO, and a Stormtrooper from the Star Wars movies. There were many R2-D2s used to make one character from the films. These are some of those. R2-D2 was sometimes played by a man in a suit named Kenny Baker. Luke's Landspeeder from Star Wars. This was an actual car that was ridden. The miniature Landspeeder was used for long-distance shots. They gave the impression of the Landspeeder floating by putting mirrors underneath the fuselage of the ship. The Imperial speeder bike used in Return of the Jedi. At times it was doubled by a miniature speeder bike with a puppet representing the different characters sitting on it. The TIE Interceptor from Return of the Jedi, along with some miniature TIE Interceptors.
It's broken. Can you understand what he's saying? I'm not a protocol droid. I'm pretty sure that Beep is down. I sense Count Dooku is above us. Oh, yes, you're right. Beep is up. I think.
The Rebel X-Wing fighter, complete with R2-D2 in the back. Boba Fett's Slave One. The ship was inspired by a street light post. The Y-Wing. The Snowspeeder. Both Rebel crafts. A miniature pilot from the Rebel Snowspeeder. This is the probe droid that found the rebels on the ice planet Hoth. The generator on the ice planet. The Millennium Falcon. This is a large 4-foot version of the model that was built for Star Wars. You can see the corner of the smaller 6-inch model that was built for Empire Strikes Back. The ship was also built full-size in England by a shipbuilding firm in Wales.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
That's the thermal detonator that Princess Leia threatens to blow up Jabba the Hutt with. The Rebel blaster. Imperial Stormtrooper blaster. Luke's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. The Tusken Raider and his gaffy stick from Star Wars. The 3 helmets here are 2 Imperial helmets and Luke's X-Wing helmet from Star Wars. This is the Imperial Beetle helmet. Luke's X-Wing helmet. And the Imperial Guard helmet from Return of the Jedi. 3 bad guys helmets from Star Wars movies, the Stormtrooper, the Snowtrooper from Empire Strikes Back, and of course Darth Vader from all 3 Star Wars films. C-3PO's mask from all 3 Star Wars films. An Imperial controller helmet from Star Wars. And Luke's Rebel helmet that he used on the Imperial speeder bike, seen here in the miniature. This is a prototype for the Tauntaun, the creature that Luke and Han rode in Empire Strikes Back. And this is a stop-motion version of the Tauntaun. These are miniature figures used on the sand skiff when the rebels escaped from Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi. The Jawa Sandcrawler from Star Wars. This is a radio-controlled model that was filmed in the deserts of Southern California. The different versions of the Millennium Falcon. The Imperial Shuttle from Return of the Jedi. 2 different versions. This is one of the creatures from Jabba's palace. This is Bubo. And that's Jabba himself. That's actually a half-scale Jabba. Boba Fett from Empire and Jedi. This is the cockpit dashboard of the land speeder. Jabba's sail barge from Return of the Jedi. This was built full size in Yuma, Arizona. The Wampa ice creature from Empire Strikes Back.
May the Force be with us.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, it's a book about what I consider to be, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind-the-scenes book. In the same way that making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind-the-scenes books, this is also a behind-the-scenes book.
and by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
What time zones recommended for this? What am I doing? You're hanging with NotMyStarWars. Helmet. Mask of a Klansman. Yeah. Thank you for subscribing. Read 14. Appreciate it. I can't wait 10 minutes. Has it been 10 minutes? If all of that was practical, why did you just use $100 million CGI instead? I'm a fool. Nah. Could be Dave. Cowboy Dave. Wolf Boy. I'm Cowboy, baby. Twilight Zone. Hey, Greg. Get weird thoughts in my head sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Happens. Little Albert experiment. Oh, boy. Hey, Greg. Oh, man, I was starving. AK Alaska. What's the weather like? Because let me tell you something. It's Pennsylvania. It's about to be May, and it's like fucking winter outside. So I wonder what it's like in Alaska. Let me guess, sunny and beautiful. All I can tell you is from when I was a kid to now, it's colder. Winters are longer, and it's always freaking cold. So you can global warming me all you fucking want, but everything's colder. Got to be AM. Snake oil salesman. Quick and sunny. My neighbor usually the last place to have snow. Before I forget, a little technical idea. For anyone in this chat, or someone that could see the stream in the future, tomorrow, 3 years from now, and especially if StreamYard happens to be listening, you need to make an extension someone needs to make some sort of extension function to StreamYard. What do I mean? See if you can follow along. On the computer, I'm logged into StreamYards in their back end, and that's how I do the stream. I could theoretically do that on my phone as well. But it would be cool when I go out that I could switch to the extension or go mobile or whatever, so that I could continue the stream as I walk around. Now, theoretically, and here's where it's going to get confusing, I could log in to StreamYard. I don't think it would let me log into the same account, although 2 different devices maybe. But I could log in as another account, send myself the link, join the stream as the other account, share my screen, and then here on the main account, share that phone screen to this stream. So in a roundabout hippity-hoppity way, I could probably do it. It's a little bit complicated, and I don't know about bandwidth and how well it would work, but technically, which is funny because another thought I had is I could theoretically be gaming on Twitch right now and share the screen through StreamYard, share the other window of Twitch of me playing. So as opposed to being a direct feed into the stream, I would be screen sharing that Twitch stream in another tab. The only problem again is bandwidth, because now I'm running 2 streams, basically a stream to a stream, although technically I think you could do it. If that made sense to anybody. I remember in kindergarten when I would always get my tongue stuck on the pole. No, did you really do that? Haven't you ever seen what is it? A Christmas Story? A Christmas Carol? What is it? A Christmas Story? I hate myself for staying up. It's Friday night. What, you got to do anything tomorrow? It was a person that it would beat me up. Sometimes I wonder, what would I do if I was born 300 or 400 years ago? We live surrounded by technology. Films and Star Wars have been part of our lives. Yeah. Well, it would depend. If you went back in time, you might freaking lose your mind. If you grew up in those times, you wouldn't know the difference. It also depends on your mentality, because if you went back in time, you could be the king of the world. So you could do all kinds of stuff. You would also completely alter history, but If you went back in time and all you had was this, you would be the king of the world. Until the fluid ran out, then I don't know what you're going to do. You would be a god. People would literally be like, oh my God, he makes a flame out of his hand. End up dead. I somehow get scratches on my legs all the time. Back then, one scratch on you, you're fucked. Yeah, well, yes and no. Sanitary conditions weren't the same. Certainly you could get in trouble and sick and all that stuff much easier, but we're all here for a reason, right? Humans are pretty resilient. We've gone through a lot, plagues and all illnesses and all kinds of stuff. So, yes and no. I think a lot of it is individual. We all have different sensitivities, and our bodies are different. You know, you might bite a strawberry and get very sick. I've been stung by a bee a few times in my life. It sucks, it hurts, but you know, other people get stung by one bee and they're freaking dead. There was a kid in my high school that he passed away. He was, if I remember correctly, this was a while ago, but he I think he was mowing the lawn, doing something outside. I think he was mowing the lawn, and he came in and he took a shower and he died. And if I remember, he died in the shower. And of course, there was like all the speculation, heart attack and this and that. But if I remember correctly, it was because he got stung. And yeah. Don't get technical with me. A Christmas Story. You might not be alive now. Life expectancy wasn't that high. There would also be nothing to do, but times would be really rough unless you were royalty. Yeah, no, certainly you would have to build your house, and you know, things were different. Certainly, it was a much harder. You know, people complain nowadays, and a lot of you, especially younger, don't know how freaking good and easy you have it. You don't have to figure shit out. You have technology and information at your hand. You can communicate with anybody across the world in a heartbeat. I mean, I've said it many times. If I was, you know, 16, 18 right now with all this technology, but yeah, life was difficult. But on the same token, you appreciated things, you valued things in people more, or well, at least some people did. Families were much stronger. You didn't have all this, you know, virtue signaling and mess. Times were a lot more real. And for better or worse, usually real is better. But yeah, it would have been tough. Life was not easy. Take a case. McClunky. Peter Brown. Favorite aspect of the EU. I really enjoyed the user bond. Aside from the Sith, they seemed the perfect counterpart to the Jedi. Well, first, as a whole, most of the EU I loved. I remember there was one or two bullshit stories there, but for the most part, it was all awesome. I remember liking a lot of, well, obviously the bounty hunter stuff. I love all the bounty hunter shit. And, of course, Boba Fett. That's my guy. And I liked a lot of the stuff. I remember something that intrigued me a lot was the ships, the shipbuilding yards, and like the politics of everything. Not politics like White House and Congress politics, but the politics of like how the ships would be built and the banking clan and who funded it, and there are rules and scruples and that kind of stuff. The Sinar, I always called it, or I don't know if it's Siniar or whatever, and the Kuwat and the different shipbuilding yards. I like that stuff a lot. But probably what I loved the most, I mean, again, Boba Fett, but what I really loved was Mara Jade. Luke being a badass, Luke rebuilding the Order, Mara Jade. Of course, Thrawn, Yuuzhan Vong. I mean, really, most of it I liked very much, but extended Boba Fett stuff and Mara Jade would be probably my top. That's weird to die from a bee sting. Yes, some people are very allergic. Most people are fine. Some people can take a few, but there's some people, 3 or 4 stings, they're just screwed. Some people get swarmed and stung to death, and some people are insanely allergic. 1 sting and they're fucked. Human bodies are funny. Some people, 1 peanut, not even a peanut, the dust from the peanut can get some people insanely ill. Candy manufacturers, they have to, I know this for various reasons, but a big part of why I know this is because I almost worked at a candy factory here in Pennsylvania. And they are so big that they literally produce candy for the big companies. The thing is, the big companies can only produce so much in a certain factory, and then they got to ship it and all that. So what the big manufacturers have done is they've hired, I don't remember the name of the company, but they're like this massive group that has big factories. So they're like satellites of the big companies. So what I'm getting at is I almost worked at a place that makes Reese's and Hershey's and Milky Ways and all that for Mars and Hershey's and all of them. And with that said, they would do runs of stuff. So like, here's, peanut butter cups. And then the next run might be like, Hershey's with almonds. And then the next run might be, just plain chocolate. With that said, when they would switch runs, they would have to thoroughly clean the entire fucking thing and like reset everything. Because even a little bit of peanut dust can get certain people super, super sick. And that's like something to have a very high control of. Hershey's can't afford someone getting a peanut allergy off of a Hershey Kiss. You know what I mean? Or something like that. So that's very controlled because some people are just insanely, like I said, some people you bite a strawberry and they get this like rash. So, we're all different. Some people would have been able to survive in certain conditions and others not. And part of that is here, part of that is here, and then part of that is, the cards you're given. And some people are very allergic to certain things. But yes, there are people that 1 bee will fuck your whole day up, if not kill you. 1 sting. It's rare, but it's rare, but it's there. So easy. Just the fact that we have toilet. Yeah, I mean that alone. Tampons, birth control, electricity. The big one, huge one is toilet. Running water is just massive. I got a bee sting in 2nd or 3rd grade. I'm 18. Am I all right? Yes, I think you're probably okay by now. Yeah, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that anyone that gets. I've been stung by bees. and I'm fine. Man, I remember the last one I got was right here in the back of my neck, and that fucker hurt, man. It's amazing. That little tiny stinger from a little freaking bug, and oh man, that fucker all day. I mean, for days, but especially that first day for hours, I was just like, ah. One time I went camping, and I drink a lot of iced tea, a lot of sweet tea. So I guess I have like sugar on my lips. Anyways, one day we went camping, and this fucking bee fell in love with me, and he kept swarming around me, and he kept hanging around my face and landing on my face. He just would not leave me alone. And, you know, he would keep landing on my mouth, and I didn't. The thing is, you don't want to jump because then he'll sting you. So I've had a bee, like, he kept crawling around my mouth and my face, and little fucker. Finally, he went away. But man, he was not letting me be for a while. I'll never forget that. Because man, can you imagine getting stung in the lip? Fuck. That'll blow your weekend. Ironically, I was with the girl that I mentioned earlier, the ceramic. I got stung by a bee twice. If I felt weird inside and felt sick, the second time it happened, my dad called me a pussy. Wow. It's not cool. What's with your dad? You're always saying he's like doing that to you. Is he really that? Are you being silly, or is he really like that? Yeah, some people are very, very highly allergic. Yuuzhan Vong seemed like they were supposed to be like the board for Star Wars. Yes, kind of, sort of. Politics of Star Wars. I like nature more. I used to hike a lot and read and draw outside. There are people that being online is kind of the only tech time. For me, it's always been that way for myself personally. Yeah. I love Mother Nature, but I also love technology. So I'm kind of like in the middle, stuck in the middle there. Nestle, yeah. Yeah, they would make stuff for all these companies. And again, it's because you don't think about it, but think about any convenience store you go to has like, right, all that candy. So imagine all the stores, and I'm not even talking about like the big, like, okay, you got Walmart. How many Walmarts? And then you got Target. And then you got 7-Eleven. And then you got 612. And then you got, you know, whatever little variant. Then you got the mom and pop shops. Then you got gas stations. I mean, how many Hershey bars? Just regular Hershey's. Never mind everything else. Just a regular Hershey bar. How many of those are floating around at one time across the U.S.? Millions? Some backlot bayou gas station has one. Downtown New York has boxes of them. I mean, you know, they're all over. And for them to be able to manufacture so many, they have to have these, I guess it's just more cost effective for them to contract out this company that does it for them than for them to set up factories around the US. So that's what they do. And I think there's like 2 or 3 major companies that do this. And I almost worked for one. Right now, I cannot remember for the life of me something foods. Cannot remember for the life of me the name, but that's what they do. They manufacture candy for the candy companies. Would you like if Star Wars was actually future, or would you live in that world? Star Wars is future. Ironically. I know what you're saying, but the thing is, the Star Wars is actually future. To us, it's a long time ago. Like if you were to look at the timeline of time. But in their time, they're way future than we are, right? Just because it occurred at a later time in the universe timeline. But in their world, in their time, they are way in the future compared to us. It just occurred before, which makes you think like this Earth, you know, we think we know what's going on with the Earth, but we have no clue. We could have been through 10 cycles of this already and much farther. We could have blown shit up and started all over to 10, 20, 1,000 times already. We do have some history books. We do have artifacts and all that. But at the end of the day, do we truly know with the like carbon dating and stuff like that? Like, yeah, it makes sense. It's science and it looks like it. But do we truly, in fact, know that because of this many rings on a tree or because of this many lines in some rocks that it was 2,300 years ago? I mean, we pretty much know. We can assume there's heavy evidence. It equates, but is that really real? It's the same thing with math. Like math, it's like, okay, 2 + 2 is 4, and it makes sense, and we all agree, and it's a standard. But an alien could be come down and be like, no, you guys are doing math all wrong. You understand? So theoretically, to us, it equates that, oh yeah, that we know by this evidence that this temple is, you know, 3,600 years old. But really, God or gods or beings or whatever could come down and be like, no, guys, that's like 77 million years old, or that's 500 years old, because 500 years ago we didn't have like proper record keeping. People weren't as smart, people weren't as worldly. Lightning would come down and hit a bush and catch it on fire, and people would be like, oh my god, the gods are angry, and it's just lightning coming down and catching a bush on fire. So you would interpret things differently. You would assume things, you would, and things weren't properly recorded or understood. So even as little as just 500, 300 years ago, we're not even sure. Now, as of today, yeah, we have the internet and all these records. So 300 years from now, like, you know, they're there. You're not going to have a doubt of what was going on, understand? Although people can alter media, there's too much evidence all over the internet that shows what's going on. But before 300 years ago, we don't really know what's going on. Yes, we have history, we have stories that are passed down, we have some records, but technically, any one of us could get in a time machine and go to 300 years and be like, holy shit, this is not at all what we thought it was. So anyways, Star Wars is technically the future. It's just in a past universal timeline, but in their time of that timeline, they're way ahead of us. So to me, Star Wars was always actually future. And I know what you mean, like, you know, if it was future like to us, but again, to me, it was always future. It's just in a different time. Would I live in that world? In Star Wars Galaxy? Hell yeah. I would love to. People are much more intelligent, much more advanced, not just technologically, but like even George Lucas says it, like people are over all that shit. It's a bit of the Star Trek, you know, like humans, beings get it. You know, there's pretty much like people work together and understand. The only people that are kind of left behind, like he said, is droids. And he said, you know, but he said droids will get over it because they don't really have feelings like we do. I'd like to be in the Jyn Erso era. Or the Padme era. But yeah, sure, I would love to live in that, in Star Wars. Oh my lord. Absolutely. And I would be a bounty hunter. But a real one, not like Din Djarin. This is why I hate Star Wars was okay. Would you like if Star Wars was our actual future? Okay, so I see. I kind of read your question wrong. If Star Wars was what we had in the future, okay, yes. But no, because I would want to be there. So I wouldn't want it to be our future. I would want it to be our now. So, but yes, absolutely. I would love to live there and be a part of that. And that's why I hate being around bees. My parents say to just leave them alone, or they'll leave me alone. I leave them alone, and they won't leave me alone. It makes me terrified. Yes, it's both is true. All animals and things, if you just be calm and leave it be, it's going to leave you alone. But on the same token, I totally understand, because the dog always wants to come sniff you, and the bee always wants to just buzz around your head, and I get it. Yeah, peanuts are a big one. That's probably the biggest allergy out there, is aren't really nuts. Yeah, legumes. Yeah, I've been stung, I don't know, 3 or 4 times in my life. I twitch so easily. Bees are annoying. Yeah. This is random, but I'm allergic to tomatoes and onions. Oh, well. I'll be rushed to the hospital. My cousin is allergic to bees to the point it would kill him too. He gets it from his mom. Yeah. Yeah, some people, like, it's serious, man. One bee sting, you are in trouble. Like, you got minutes to get to the fucking hospital. Tomatoes. I don't think I've ever met anyone allergic to tomatoes, you weirdo. That's funny. And onions. I've never, although onions I could understand because they have the bite to them, but tomatoes? Now that's complicated, because now you can't have ketchup on fries, you can't have tomatoes on your turkey sandwich, you can't have a salad. Well, that sucks. What about like fried or grilled onions? Same thing? Or, stewed tomatoes, maybe in a different form? You can't have spaghetti with sauce. Wow. Dry meatball sub. That sucks. I love tomatoes. What is that? I can't see what that is. What is that? I can't tell. Ugh. Little airplanes? I can't tell what that is. A little peanut. Oh, they're bees. Man, my eyes are getting... It is small, but man, my eyes... This is the thing, like, you guys are looking at the whole screen. Me, I've got the big chat on the side, and then I've got a... You know what I mean? It's a decent size, but it's like not even... Like, you could fit... It's like a quarter of the... It's brought down some to the middle, but it's like literally you could put like 4 of these boxes. So to me, it's right, whereas you guys are looking at. So now, yes, I see they're bees. Gotcha. And then this is a peanut. Millions. You got a tick? What is that? I cannot tell what that is. And that's extra weird because on this screen, it's a vertical, like red bottom half, and then kind of clear up top. And then on my other laptop, it's angled. Well, that's very strange. Why would that be like that? That's so strange. I guess StreamYard's translation. Let me see. Huh. That's weird. It's StreamYard. StreamYard doesn't translate the chat like one for one. That's why, like, when you guys use the membership emojis, they come up as code and stuff like that. So I'm not sure what that is. A little red bottom thing. I need to rest. I'm too young to go past 2 a.m. without sleeping. I'm getting kind of tired myself, to tell you the truth. I like Butterfingers and 100 Grands. Nestle used to make them, but they sold them to Ferrera Pond. There's no 100 Grands anymore? I don't look at the candy aisle too much these days, but I don't think Star Wars is the future. I thought it was just another galaxy. Well, but it's the future compared to us. Right? They have spaceships, they have laser swords, the Force is different. The Force is it's not magical, but that's a different. I'm talking about pure tech. Obviously, they're the future compared to us. Way advanced to us. Timeline is definitely not future because it's a long time ago. But you have to look at isolated in our time compared to in their time. Well, they're way future to us. That student, the guy I was telling about from high school, yeah. Again, it's been a long time, but from what I remember, he was outside mowing the lawn. He came in, took a shower, and died in the shower. And it turned out that it was bee stings. Yep. I mean, it's scary that there are cases of surf deaths. Some people die because they fall from stairs. We have to always be careful. Yep. I know some people that have terrible accidents. Yeah. And that's the, you know what I do a lot, which I shouldn't do, is I go up and down the steps looking at my phone. I do that shit all the time. Now, I don't do that everywhere, although a lot of us, you don't realize it. Like if you're in the mall or somewhere, you're not even thinking and you're looking at your phone. Ironically, we've gotten so used to it, texting and driving and shit like that, you know, it's really bad. But in the house, right, I know my stairs, the up and down all the time. I'm not even paying attention. I just go up and down them. And it's really not good. I mean, we are all lucky to be here in this instant. It is so easy to die. You know, like humans are pretty resilient, but there's literally millions of ways that you can die so easily on some dumb shit. And imagine your foot slips on the stairs and you go tumbling down. I mean, break your neck or whatever. I remember years ago, and I think this has happened twice in my life, but definitely once, years ago when I was much younger, I was going down the stairs of my house. My foot slipped. I think I had socks on. And like, I fell back and luckily I like landed on my ass and I like, dum, 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 dum. But man, just like that in an instant. And there was no cell phones or anything like that. You know, I was just going down the stairs, but just misstepped a little bit. And sometimes it's amazing that any of us are here because it's so easy for humans to get freaking crushed. So and imagine there's some people that never get past 9 years old or past their teens or, you know. See in the future, but I mean the fantasy world. Yeah, no, hopefully I clarified afterwards. I kind of reread it wrong. I kind of read it wrong the first time. There are no dinosaurs. Oh, but come on, man. What are you talking about? You don't know about the real Star Wars.
And we had ideas going up on the board and Daniel scribbling dinosaurs. It was so great.
Come on, man. Dinosaurs are great in Star Wars. That's why I like it. I think the world was far more advanced long ago. Yeah. There are no taxes. Well, yeah. In fact, in Phantom Menace, they mention it. Taxation of trade routes. Maybe not taxes like, oh, we're taxing your paycheck and you have federal and, FICA and state and all that crap. But taxation of some sort, yeah, of course. A rancor? No, I wouldn't. That's a creature. That's a beast. That's not a dinosaur. First, dinosaurs are human. That's an Earth. Dinosaurs are on Earth. They're not all over the galaxy. That's a human manifestation. Well, first of all, we don't even know that they were really here, nor do we know what my favorite thing is they, in the museums and in paintings and stuff, they're like, this is what T-Rex looks like. You have no clue what the fuck T-Rex look like. You found a bunch of bones and you're assuming that's what he looks like. First of all, the bone structure could be completely different from what you assume it is. And second of all, for all you know, he had orange neon skin or purple translucent skin or glow-in-the-dark skin, or it was leathery, or it was smooth like a snake, or it had spines and scales. I mean, we don't know. We're assuming. But anyways, dinosaurs are a human Earth thing. There's not dinosaurs throughout the galaxy. Number one. So even putting that into Star Wars is just dumb. And second, no, there's no dinosaurs in Star Wars. There's creatures, monsters. But this again is people working at Star Wars, making Star Wars that don't know Star Wars, because you would know that there's not dinosaurs. That's them, just like all their agendas and politics and opinions and things that they admit they themselves are putting into this shit. It's the same thing with the dinosaurs. They're inserting Star Wars. One of the biggest mistakes is making, outside of the canon and the fan disrespect and all that, one of the biggest mistakes they're making is that they are trying to make Star Wars a thing of this time. They're dating it, and that was the point. Is Star Wars was timeless, and now they're dating it. And two, they're injecting a lot of earthly themes. They're trying to make it like so relatable, and you're making it to the point where now it's going to be like dated and basically what we have on Earth. So what was the point of Star Wars? Is to get away from Earth and to get away from our time and to enjoy a different. That was the whole point. So dinosaurs aren't even part of the vocabulary of Star Wars. That's dumbasses trying to equate what they think is cool and put it into Star Wars. Even those creatures in Geonosian Arena. Yeah, no, there's no dinosaurs. I would be a Jedi. Yeah, I think most people would. Dex Diner, what would you do? Hey, Shanks. Good answer. Well, I'm glad you like it. Which one? The first one or the second one, or both? Star Wars happened a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, it did. I dazed off just now, and I felt like I squeezed a big pimple, and when I snapped back, there was nothing there. B. This is. I love how you you had to point out a real bounty hunter, not like Din Djarin. There you go. He's a fucking joke. I got a video coming on that too. I don't want to spoil it, but you're gonna have a little comedy of Din Djarin. That'll be a little while because I'm working on like 18 things right now, but and it's funny, like I make a statement like that, like he's a fake ass bounty hunter. And what's the first thing the Mickey Mouse could do? You just hate Disney. You're just trying to make him look bad and you don't understand and you're just a hater. You just because you don't like him, you say he's not a real bounty hunter. No, that's not how I am. I'm telling you he's not a real bounty hunter because he doesn't behave like a real fucking bounty hunter. First of all, he's clueless of his equipment. He's clueless of his surroundings. You're going to see a lot of this in Chapter 2, The Child, which is about to come out. You don't bounty hunters have a code, especially in Star Wars. Again, it's a civilized time, nobility. You turn in a bounty, you collect your fucking money, and you move the fuck on. You respect the guild, you respect the code, and you respect the nobility of the galaxy. And here he is, he turns, breaks his fucking code, all does this shit, disgraces the whole bounty hunter guild. Who's going to hire the bounty hunter guild again when you've got your main bounty hunter that went back on a fucking bounty? Dude. It's fucking stupid. A bounty hunter does not do that. Boba Fett, an actual bounty hunter, would have got his dumb little ass, sold his little green ass off, and moved the fuck on. Din Djarin is constantly failing and losing. His ship is constantly... How many times did they repair the Razor Crest? Every fucking episode? Oh, Lord. What a worthless fucking wannabe Mandalorian. He's not Mandalorian nor a bounty hunter. He's just a fucking punk. Fucking lame. Tomato and onions. No. Are you sure it's an allergy? Some people might say they're allergic just because they don't like them. Like I'm allergic to Kathleen Kennedy and Mickey Mouse and Dave Filoni. Bees. Bzz. When I was a kid, I was afraid of giant beetles. When I was really young, I jumped on a bench like an idiot, and underneath there was a beehive left there untouched. The bees got angry and I got stung by 15 bees. Oh shit. Ouch. That sucks. You're lucky, dude, because again, we're all different. Some people can take getting stung all over. Some people, one little sting and you're fucked. Wow, you're lucky. 15, that's a lot. That'd be emojis. Bzz, 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 bzz. Any form of tomatoes and onions, even a tiny bit. Oh, wow. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, most people with these kind of allergies, it's, again, just dust from peanuts. Never mind an actual, like, oh, I ate a peanut. Just dust. It gets on, like, residue on food or you get insanely sick. Get hives and face all swole up. And, yeah. That chocolate bar emoji. Is that what that was? Chocolate bar? Oh, okay. I would live on Alderaan, but 3,000 years after its destruction, I would ride a Varanta on the skies. Well, but how would you live there if it's not there? If it's destroyed, if it's dust, how would you live there? Or live in that space? Chocolate bar. Okay, so I guess the wrapper is off the chocolate bar. All right. Yeah, it's just so small. It's hard to see. I need to get stronger glasses because smaller stuff is getting harder to. I can hardly remember it. So I just thing. I didn't get any superpowers from it. Yeah, it sucks. You mess with the wrong bees, man. You gotta piss off radioactive bees. You're gonna do it big. They're still around. Only different company makes them. They're kind of better though. 100 grand? Is that what you're talking about? Futuristic tech. Gen Urso era. Would you say? Oh, it's like, I would. Shoot. See, that would be a problem though, because the rebellion would be screwed. I'd go get Jen and be like, "Come on, we're out of here. We're going to like retire in Naboo or something." I don't want to know anybody about this mess. Let somebody else worry about those damn Death Star plans. We got stuff to do. Name a female Star Wars character that you date. Well, you know who I would date. We could get killed doing normal everyday things. Yeah. Well, but even more simple things. Walk into a door, cut yourself. I mean, there's all kinds of just dumbass ways people can get hurt and even die. You know? Yeah, I mean, he's like a dinosaur, but he's not a dinosaur. He's the closest. I like that guy, by the way. I watched The Road. Damn, it was depressing post-apocalyptic movie and very realistic. I recommend it for everyone over 16. All right, The Road. I wanted to watch I was hoping to see Mortal Kombat yesterday, and but no, it came out like 3 a.m. today, and I was sleeping, and today I was just too busy. So probably tomorrow I'll watch Mortal Kombat. I'm hearing from most people it's pretty cool, so we'll see. Star Wars Holiday Special showed Boba Fett riding a dinosaur. Yeah, that's what Kevin Scott says. Don't forget the dinosaur from Holiday Special. It's not a fucking dinosaur, dude. I used to love a show called 1,000 Ways to Die. And that, again, shows the High Republic, how fucking stupid they are. Hey, look, it kind of sort of looks like a brontosaurus. It's a dinosaur. I used to love a show called 1,000 Ways to Die, yeah. Informative as what not to do. Yes. Yeah. No Bounty Hunter. Din Djarin. Yeah. Yeah, that's you're a weirdo. Dead girls. I'm allergic. I get a heart attack like symptoms. I break out in a rash and my whole body hurts. I had to go to the hospital many times. Wow. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. And the thing is, like, peanuts are pretty common, but you can avoid them, you know? But man, tomatoes are every freaking where. Every burger, every salad. I mean, everything has tomatoes on it. That's got to be complicated. You know, every sandwich. Deli sandwich, 7-Eleven, gas station sandwich. I mean, well, I don't know if a gas station sandwich, some of them would. But you get what I'm saying. Like, tomatoes are so freaking common. To, I don't know, wash the dishes. Maybe go on a date with the Pantoran senator. There you go. You want to be a dishwasher at Dex's? Like a dinosaur isn't a dinosaur, correct. I wonder if he's got you get medical benefits at Dex's. The road was depressing. It's cool. You never know to experience stuff, but I respect you for hearing me out. Yeah, there's something with Dex. I forget what it was, but that name has a meaning to George. It's like oh, Dexter Jetster. Yes, because his son is Jet, and that's where Dexter comes from. Is he named him for his son Jet, Dexter Jetster. I would hate it when the world, as we know it comes to an end, and then people start eating other people. Well, that's already happened. So there was a movie. I think it was called K-12. You think? Anyways, there's a famous thing where this plane crashes in the fucking mountains. Might have been Mount Everest area. I don't remember the exact story, but this plane crashes and these people are all like fucking stranded and trying to survive, and a bunch of them end up eating each other. Which I don't think I could bring myself to do that, even if I was starving. But, you know, hey, you do what you got to do when you got to survive. And ironically, people not trying to be cannibals, but throughout history, I'm sure tons of people have been eaten. Was it a soccer team? Yes, I believe that's what it was. Yeah. And for some reason, K-12 sticks out to me as the name, although I could be totally wrong. But yeah. Yep. Going on 7 hours. It's not good to eat other people. It will give a person mad cow disease. Mad person disease. Ryos love you. There's a lot of babes in Star Wars. Me personally, I like this one. And Padme a close second. Hey, I'm back again. I'm here. I need Raya. I read a story about a guy who had to have his foot amputated. He asked the doctor for the foot, then he took it home and he made it into tacos. I don't even know what to say. That's tacos or tocos? I think they might have been tocos. That's yeah. That's a bit odd. Yeah, there's odd people. Anybody remember oddities? Who remembers oddities? Toco, yes, you got it. I believe those are tocos, not tacos. I wouldn't have eaten it. Yeah, I can't say that I would either. Anybody remember oddities? I'd like Raya. I'd take Raya to Dexter's Dinner and have a blast. Dexter's Diner and have a blast. There you go. Oddities. Anybody remember? Oddities. I would think that guy says would have to know oddities. And I have a feeling that dead girls would know oddities. Where, oh, where? Yeah, she's Clone Wars. Just a funny, okay, well, for one thing at a time. Oddities. Aeon Flux. You don't remember Oddities? Oddities. It was on MTV. And they would have all kinds of little freaky shit, but it was mostly Aeon Flux. In Aeon Flux, you would see like just a white. First, you just like saw white, and then you saw it was like an eye. And then this fly lands, and with her eyelashes, she catches it like a Venus flytrap, and then her eye rolls, and you see the eyeball. You don't, none of you remember Aeon Flux? Oddities. Yeah, you guys don't remember Oddities? Aeon Flux? Boo. What kind of sci-fi nerds are you? Tokos. Remember Simpsons where Homer gets addicted to eating or something? No, I don't remember that at all. That's weird. It's something Homer would do. Yeah, Oddities. MTV. It was on MTV. And that's where Aeon Flux comes from. Right. You talking to me? Yeah, it was a cartoon. Short. They were, I don't remember exactly, but like little 3-minute cartoons, and she would have these little wacky adventures, and it was just really weird. She was like this badass spy, athletic, weirdo chick. And many years later, they did a movie with Charlize Theron. It was called Aeon Flux, and she was actually pretty cool in it. It was somewhat like the cartoon. I hate few things in this world, but the Tamora Morrison Special Edition Fett dub boils my blood. Yeah. I've talked about it before. From a George Lucas and Canon point, I mean, it is continuity. It makes sense. As a Boba Fett guy, I fucking should have left Boba Fett alone. But oh well. It is what it is. The eye thing. Okay. Well, that's Oddities. There you go. Well, you know, I'm sure you know something about Oddities, just maybe not these Oddities. You know about Tokos. It was like a, yes. Yes. I collect Oddities. So you're right, Lo. And I've seen that show too. Yeah. For some reason, I figured you would totally know Aeon Flux. Seems like she would be right up your alley. She was cool. Weird, but cool. Oddities. I'm starting to remember now that eye thing. Yeah. Yep. Back when it was actually music television. Imagine that. Like, they actually had music on there. It's actually not quite canon because accent isn't genetic. He spent most of his life growing up without his dad, so it's unlikely it's insane. Well, I agree. That's always been my argument, is that Boba's separate from all the other clones. I'm just saying that, you know, it does make sense theoretically that he would look and sound like his father. It's not the decision I would have made, but just saying. That's why it's, you know. And it is canon. It's, we might not like it, but if George says that he ended up like his dad, sounding and looking like his dad, or at least nothing else sounding, well, then that's, you know, it is what it is. To us, it might not seem logical, but that doesn't matter. The creator in his universe says that that's what Boba would sound like, so therefore it's canon. There's no way around that. I think they filmed the prequels in Australia. They did do some in Australia, yes. Yes. I was just watching something about that. It's funny. Lucas was talking about, what was it? I think it was the Darth Maul stuff. Because he was saying how I was just watching that. That is here, I could probably check it real quick. It's actually a video that's about to come out. Here.
Behind the scenes of the new Star Wars Fest in a dark and then have inquiring. The special effects then that the digital effects in the new episode are to the original roughly what talkies were to silent pictures.
Just a second, it's in this video. I just gotta find it real quick.
The work is so complicated. Yeah, that's what. Before and yeah, there were some changes and now it's not fine. That is how they're all cyber angles. Computer, and not just doubles. He has several computer chips. Credits. It's an enemy credits.
Maybe not that video. Anyways, right now I'm getting tired and it's just too much to. But there was some stuff in Australia. I thought it was that interview, but just recently I was watching it. Which part I don't remember which part, but they did Tunisia. They went back to Tunisia to do Tatooine, but they also filmed some stuff in Australia. I just don't remember specifically the scenes because I'm just too tired and too much shit. But I just watched. It's probably one of the videos coming up. If I see it or remember it, I'll mention it. But yes, indeed, some of it was in Australia. You guys remember Qui-Gon and Anakin are going back to Padme's ship? They're about to leave Tatooine, and Maul comes on his little speeder. And when he Anakin duck, remember? And Maul, and then when Maul comes by Qui-Gon, he like jumps and flips off that little bike to fight Qui-Gon. You guys, I'm sure, remember this. Okay, well, when he jumps off and does that flip, like we see him. How can I explain it? Here's Qui-Gon, right? Like he's going this way towards the ship. Maul's coming up behind him. He turns. Anakin duck. Anakin ducks. Maul's coming, right? Coming like towards you. And here's Qui-Gon. And then when Maul gets close to Qui-Gon, he jumps and like flips, and then he like lands back. He lands on the opposite side of Qui-Gon with his back to you at the screen. Make sense? Like the bike is coming at you, but then when he flips off, he lands and his back is to you, and you're looking like at Qui-Gon forward and the back of Darth Maul. Okay, I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Well, when he does that flip, that's all CGI. It's not a stunt man. It's not. That's 100% CGI. And if you didn't know that, it was done pretty good, wasn't it? Because it sure looks like Darth Maul comes on that fucking speeder and flips off, doesn't it? So, for those that complain, you thought that was Ray Park, it's CGI. They did do parts in Australia. I will look back to see what it was. Right now, I'm just way too tired to even remember or look. But I do know, and I was just watching that video today, yesterday, and there are parts in Australia. Yes. So throw some shrimp on the Barbie. I always wanted to visit Australia. Australia has a lot of cool stuff. It's also very hot, and you hear all kinds of things. But there's some nice ladies that come out of Australia. They are also some of the top producers of wine and beef in the world. Yep, Australian steaks are very high quality. But yeah, I've always wanted to visit Australia. I know how things change. MTV isn't MTV. Yeah. Imagine it actually was music television. I don't know why they fucked that all up. Why didn't you just keep MTV as MTV and then just, do MTV 2 and 3.8 and 4.2 and do all whatever extra shit you want to do. MTV Real Life and do all that shit. MTV Plus, whatever. Make 16 extensions, but leave fucking it. It's music television. Hello. And it's not like music videos have gone anywhere. Right now, they could be playing Taylor Swift and Kendrick Lamar and whoever the fuck else. Not Nicki. Oh, who's this other? The other bimbo? Cardi B. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure my dad had been to the studio where they filmed Mustafa. Oh, cool. That's if you haven't seen it in the Skywalker Legacy, Mustafar was actually there was a lot of models and different shots of it, But a big part of that, like especially where they show the wide shots with all the lava flowing, and you like get that was like a big square stage, and it was on like a movable platform, so they could tilt it to adjust the flow of the lava, and that was pretty neat. So most of Mustafar is like this big, like play set, if you will. I'm not sure if anyone in the chat would date Aura Singh. Well, you never know who would. She's a weirdo. I'm not crazy about her bald head. I think overall she looks awesome with the ponytail and all that. But like just the isolated bald head and the white skin, it's weird. But then again, if you live in the Star Wars universe, she's a badass. She does have a nice body. If you live in that universe, I don't know. Aura Singh might be looking like a Thanksgiving turkey. The only thing is she's pretty ruthless, so might not be good for your health. But I'm sure she's a hell of a ride. Which brings us to Kenobi. Oh boy. Drop. What? Like all the clones were CGI too. Well, not all of them, but yeah, the vast majority. Yeah. I thought all would be average. Yeah, well, and that just again, it's such a testament to, you know. Lucas said that Phantom is 95% digital or CGI. I don't remember how he worded it, but now that's not to say, don't misinterpret. That's not to say that 95% of everything you saw was CGI. On the contrary, I've mentioned this before. Phantom Menace has more practical effects than all the other Star Wars movies, ironically. They literally tell you that in the behind the scenes. That Phantom Menace has the more practical effects than all of the OT. However, it's 95% digital because in 95% of the film, there's some sort of digital effect, whether it be a background, a little creature, a ship. Whereas in the older movies, there was a tiny little bits of digital, but most of what you see is, well, same thing. Phantom Menace, most of what you see is ironically practical, but how can I word it? Throughout 95% of the film, there's something digital in the shot. So it might be just one little detail, minuscule thing, but there's something in that shot 95% of the film. So maybe said a storm is coming. No, Tatooine it was Tunisia again. They went back to Tunisia. And in fact, what happened on Phantom Menace was exactly what happened on Star Wars in the original film. Star Wars, the first day of filming, there was a fucking massive sandstorm and everything got fucking wrecked. And he couldn't film on the first day that they were supposed to be filming. And guess what happened in Phantom Menace? Same exact thing. Literally. Same exact thing. Massive storm. Again, this is in the Skywalker legacy. Massive storm. All the Padres, all that shit got wrecked. They couldn't film on the first day. So literally the same thing happened in Tunisia, in the same area, and the whole thing. So Tatooine is definitely, but there are some sections that are of the movie that were Australia. I just right now I'm too tired. I can't remember where, but I'll look at it. It's in one of the videos I was just editing and watching. That volcano actually. Had to make a Star Wars band. What instruments would you give the characters? What kind of music you think they do? The instruments is really hard because we don't know all the instruments in Star Wars. That's like a piece of lore. Like, has anybody even asked that? Like, what is the instrument of the Nice Noodles or any of these people, Max Rebo, are playing? I don't know. Maybe somewhere in lore there's something about it, but and you see them. It looks like they have like saxophones and a piano type of thing, but technically, what are those instruments called and what do they do? So that's part of the problem is we don't know all the. But and I've never really thought about it, but I think that the music of Star Wars is literally what we see. And when I say that to us, the view is all the John Williams type of classical music. And to in Galaxy, as if you were there, I very much picture it jazzy, disco-y, 70s. What you hear in the cantina is what I would imagine is like what you would hear in those places. Yeah. Then again, my mind is kind of assuming that because that's what we see. But yeah, that's how I always pictured. Plus, you got the number in Jabba's palace, which is different but the same. At least the first version, not the. I don't like that new dance number they did. Well, the little fuzzy guy, and I don't like it. But I like the original song, and I like Yub Nub, but anyways, that's what I would like. The original Jabba song and the Cantina, something a mix of that or both of those, is how I would always picture. Literally, like what we saw. To me, like what you hear in the Cantina, you would hear in Coruscant. You would hear in Jabba's palace. Like that's the music, you know what I mean? I don't know, that's how I feel. Never really thought about like, oh, is there different kinds of music? Or I wouldn't think they would interpret. They do have the opera in Sith, which isn't really an opera. Well, it is an opera because it's just that it's like an ominous sound. But I remember somewhere, I don't know if it was Clone Wars or a book or comic, or there was a whole story about the lady that's in that, that like watery bubble blurry thing that's the opera that they're looking at. There's like some galaxy renowned singer or whatever, and she was in there, and it's been a long time. I don't remember that story specifically, but there is something in the lore about that. I myself wouldn't date or take, but she had a friend who benefit type. Well, I didn't say date her. Okay, I didn't say date her. Not that I would ever cheat on my wife and mother of my space babies, baby Jen, but just saying, if I was single, I think I'd play with Aura Singh for a weekend. If I survived. George Lucas be like Mr. Worldwide with all them filming locations. So cool. We can go and visit these places. Would love to go to Italy for the Naboo, yeah. 2-hour plane ride. Yeah, true. You're not terribly far. Yeah, part of that was in Italy, and then part of that was in Spain. Naboo. A great deal of it was in Italy, and all the architecture was based off of Italy, but some of it was filmed in Spain. Scarif filming, yeah, I always like Scarif. I think that's a cool location, that beach. I do very much like Scarif. Fallen Order band Cal Kestis was listening to, that was actually a real Mongolian. Yeah, I remember that. I haven't played the game, but I remember that they did. Yeah. They also I don't remember if it was Mandalorian or there's some other Star Wars thing where that Mongolian band did some stuff. Or was it just for Fallen Order? I could have sworn there was something else they did. Maybe it was just Fallen Order. Australian actors, Hugo, Mel, Guy, Heath, and Hemsworth. Not so much his brothers. What about Captain Kangaroo? Yes, the opera with Palpatine, yes. They were Mon Calamari. Could be. Ballet was a group that performed the show. Squid Lake, yeah. Palpatine watches this performance while telling Anakin about the legend of Darth Plagueis. Yeah. I don't know if it was that troop or like one specific member, but I remember there was a whole thing like they were the most prominent voice in like all the galaxy, and it was like this expensive and major important thing that particular group or person was there in that opera. That wasn't just your typical opera. That was like some big thing. Again, I'm super tired, and that's like deep lore, totally not canon, or at least sub canon. But there was something there, yeah. Kangaroo. I'm trying to remember what when it came up, I was going to talk about something, and then I talked about the tech stuff. Oh man, there was something that slipped my mind. Tell me why I always chuckle when someone says or mentions Jizwill. Do you think the song from the end of Return of the Jedi will be playing across the galaxy? And once starts Kennedy, the unwise leaves Lucasfilm. It's funny because I've thought of this, like, I always, for some reason in my head, comes ding dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. Like, that's always what it comes to my mind immediately when I think of KK. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. That's like what I always. I would say Yub Nub would be blasting across the galaxy, but George changed that, so Ewok Celebration or whatever that song is called. I prefer Yub Nub myself. That's a funny question. Will that be playing? I'm sure they're gonna the Ewoks are gonna be pounding the Stormtrooper helmets. Too funny. I love the little Ewok playing on the Stormtrooper helmets. Someone, tell me why when someone says or mentions Jizz Whaler. Gotcha. Because it sounds funny. Jizz Whaler. Glue sniffer. Where's that glue sniffer D Pensek at? Where's he that glue sniffer hiding at? Too funny. Do you think the end of the Return of the Jedi will be playing when Kennedy comes? Darth Kennedy, the N-wise. I'm sure you will hear it throughout the galaxy. Ding dong, the witch is dead, the witch is dead. I miss Yub Nub. Personally, I always loved the Yub Nub. When KK leaves, I'll be playing Hit the Road Check. Yeah. Indeed. Oh, what a mess. What a mess, what a mess, what a mess, what a mess. It's an amazing thing that Disney has made such a mess. Like, just KK leaves, I'll be playing, yeah. Hit the Road Check. No Big K Ray, I haven't seen him today. Allah Worship or that glue sniffing accuser. Something's wrong. Yeah, that's funny. I haven't seen any of these guys today. Maybe they figured, we're wasting our time. Glue sniffer. Oh, what a dumbass. Disney fucked up Star Wars. Yeah, that's an understatement. They sure did. Oh, man. They sure did, Mauricio. They sure did. Is it Ding Dong the Witch is Dead in shirts in your store? And there. Yeah, I haven't seen Wizard of Oz in a while. I'm trying to remember what it even looks like when they're singing that song. I guess they're back in the Munchkin Village and just all dancing around. I'm trying to remember what that looks like when they're singing that. Would have to try to parry it somehow. Oh, something I remember that I was going to mention. And there's no going back, no do-overs. That's it. Even if they remember the sequel trilogy, because Carrie Fisher died, they could never have the original heroes back again. Nope. I'm not going to mention the channel's name, but this channel does a lot of clickbait, which is fucking annoying, but okay. Anyways, he was reading an article today about what the hell? It sounded like Mike Zero. Favreau's in control at Lucasfilm now, or some shit like that. And the whole video is like, oh Lord, yeah, right. Anyways, he's reading the source that's claiming like why Favreau's in charge and going to be in control and blah 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 blah, and why he's going to bring all this old stuff like Revan and all this blah 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 blah. Okay, and then they're talking about how they built the rebellion and blah 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 blah, and he's reading it, and there's a reference, and he says, you know, you would see how, it might have been a reference to Bad Batch, but basically that you would see Mon Mothra's developing or building the rebellion. And not only did he say that, but you could see like the article on the screen, and it literally said that. So the person that wrote it is a dumbass. This kid making a video is pretty much a dumbass because he literally read it literally, and you should know better if you know Star Wars, but that just goes to show that you don't know much, especially about a side character that's very important, but unless you really know and pay attention to Star Wars, you don't know who Mon Mothma is. So therefore, you do a live stream and you call her Mon Mothra. I mean, there's mistakes, and then there's just, you know, Mon Mothra. Somebody needs to make a I don't know if a meme, but like a picture. Maybe I'll make a Mon Mothra. Oh man, I mean, it's I just don't even know what to say. Damn, chat jumped on me. Where are you at? Song KK hit the road. The witch is dead. Going back. Carrie died. They can never have the original heroes back. Yeah. Disney fucked up. Star Wars. Echo, echo, echo. Munchkin in Munchkin Land sang Ding Dong. Yeah. Munchkins. Mike Zero would find the cure to cancer and no one will believe him if he keeps bullshitting people. Yeah, well. Apparently they're doing a Godzilla Star Wars crossover starring Mon Mothra. Keeps fuck on the Star Wars movies, but they can't fuck with. Yeah. Dun dun dun. They'll mind trick you. KK will mind trick you. Mon Mothra, yes, Mon Mothra. And I mean, she's not that obscure, but she was the freaking founder and leader of the rebellion. I mean, you would think that Mon Mothma, you would know. But hey, we need Mothras too, so. Mon Mothma is my favorite rebel character in the Godzilla franchise. Mine too. Yeah, the Weatherman said, "Señor, ya es bien tarde." For those that don't speak Spanish, go to sleep now, sir. It's very late. I'm actually really tired. like more tired than I am at the 8-hour mark. But man, I'm like, my eyes are heavy. It's 7:30. Let's I could probably hang for like another half an hour. I say that, and then like 3 hours later, I'm really like, hey, no, but like my eyes are I'm really tired. So we're hanging out for like another half an hour, and then I'm probably gonna call it around the 8-hour, unless I get some like second Mon Mothra wind. We'll call it at 8. On Mothra. It's so funny because you're like seeing it on the screen and it literally reads it that way. And listen, please don't misunderstand. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to not know. It's okay to, typo, whatever. But she's a pretty known and important character, and if you're making a video making claims of that Jon Favreau's taking over Lucasfilm as if you know what you're talking about, and yet you don't just out of like you could write a thing out for me, right? And you could make a typo of Mon Mothra. Unless it was like in a funny context, I'm going to automatically correct. I'm going to be reading it like, and the one that founded the rebellion, built it from the ground up, is the none other than Mon Mothma. Regardless if the paper says Mon Mothra, like my Star Wars intelligence would replace the word. So what I'm getting at is like, oh boy, man, you're young, which is part of the problem. And two, obviously you don't know. That's not like, how can I put it for lack of a better word, face canon. Like face canon is like the obvious, like Luke Skywalker's a Jedi, Leia's the, Hunt the smuggler, there's that obvious face canon. And then there's like the behind, kind of like the ice cream machine, the Camtono, and the, Mon Mothma and stuff like that. Although she's a much towards the front canon. I don't know. I just think like, again, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Maybe he was just reading so fast and he just read what was on the paper. But I just feel like if you know Star Wars, like you would autocorrect and not say Mon Mothra or read it literally. You would like know that it's Mon Mothma. Whatever. Mon Mothra strikes again. Kenobi the series. How much time did Obi-Wan spend with Luke? I was under the impression that Luke and Obi-Wan met that day for the first time. They did. It's called Disney. So they're probably going to be hanging out and bitching at each other and having an epic sword battle. But yeah, they didn't meet till A New Hope. The Mon Mothra? No, it was in theory. That would be hilarious. Oh man, he's no better. Every time I watch any of his stuff, it's like, oh dude, did you really just say that? Like, did really you think that? Like, I can't with him. That's why I don't subscribe to him, because I just watch his shit and I'm like, dude, that's not right. Kathleen Kennedy promises the rematch. Yep. I just thought I could some humor out of that. Who said that? No, it wasn't theory. It was someone that's lost. I'll leave it at that. Kathleen Kennedy promised, yeah. At least he didn't say Mon Shira. Mumra. Mon Mumra. Mon Mothra. I can't stress, like, you're looking at this on the screen and he says it out loud. Mon Mothra. Oh, man. No wonder why Star Wars is where it's at. It's so freaking. Mon Shira. Mon Mumra. Yeah. Boston Lives Matter. That's a good hashtag or shirt. Boston Lives Matter. BLM. Hey, Star Wars BLM. Boston Lives Matter. I like it. I like it. I'm asleep on it. I like it. I like it. Boston Lives Matter. Have like a little schematic of the Death Star or something. I like it. I like it. No, he doesn't. Did you see the new Star Wars? Mecha Darth Vader faces Mon Mothra. Mon Shira. Oh boy, hello. Oh boy. May the Mon Mothra be with you. I mean, that's like a Spaceball thing. Mon Mothra. Sir, we've captured Mon Mothra. Oh boy, here we go. Man. I'm really tired today. I guess I didn't sleep I didn't sleep. I remember I slept really heavy. I remember I woke up this morning like, God damn, I didn't sleep much, but you know how you wake up like kind of like almost like a hangover, like really heavy, but not the heavy like, oh, I rested really well. The heavy like, man, I gotta get up, or I'm waking up even if I don't have to, and it feels like I went to sleep half an hour ago. You know, like definitely didn't sleep enough, so you just wake up like all heavy. I definitely woke up like that today. And it's hard for me to fall back to sleep, which it didn't used to be, but now, I don't know. When I say didn't used to be, years ago. Not so many years ago, but years ago. Now it's like I wake up and it's really hard for me to go back to sleep. I'm in time, so I'm tired and but it's like I have so much shit on my mind, and I'm always like anxious to edit some more. Like I always want to make the next video. And it's funny, there's only 2 times in my life where I can remember like really every day waking up like excited, like wanting to go to work. And the first time was when I was an audio video tech, doing custom theaters and stuff. Man, I loved that job. The pay, I mean, it was decent, but not like anything out of this world. But I remember I used to wake up every day so happy, so excited. One, because I love that kind of stuff. I've always been into like technical and electronics and stuff like that, and music and movies, and so it was a ton of fun. I loved it, but also because that job every day is different. You know, you would have different jobs in different places, and that was in the where I grew up in Maryland. And Maryland and DC and Virginia are basically one thing. It's called DMV. It's all, if you grew up in one, it's the same in all three. And we would deliver the equipment and set it up, but also like build custom theaters and calibrate systems and all that. So long story short, I used to be all over DC, Maryland, Virginia, all over. And that's part of why I used to love waking up to it every day, is because every day was like a new adventure. Like I didn't know if I was going to go to Virginia today or Maryland or where I was going to go, what I was going to set up, what I was delivering. Maybe I was just going to service some equipment. I mean, it was always something new, you know? And I remember always waking up, like, even if I was tired, I was like, oh man, what am I going to do today? You know, it's really rare. And now, like, I haven't had a job since that till now, where I wake up and I'm like, oh, I got to get back to editing. I got some ideas. I got to go look. I got to see what's happening on YouTube. Like, pretty excited most days. It's not easy. It's a ton of work. It's not easy to build a channel. And even if you start to build it, you know, for it to really start making money, you got to do a ton of stuff. And it takes time. But, man, I tell you, I wake up and I'm pretty... I want to say excited. I don't know if that's the word. I mean, for the most part, most days, yeah, I'm pretty excited. But always looking forward to like the challenge of, oh, what am I going to do today? What video am I going to work on? What news is going to come out? What can I, you know, what do I got to edit? So, yeah. I really like Botham's Lives Matter. I got to do something with that. From now on, it's just Sith and Jedi using huge mecha suits to battle and defeat monster. Hell yeah, that's exactly what Star Wars is. Yep. Here we go again. Yeah. Oh boy. In the church, the poison mind. Talking about bees, something happened to me when I was a kid. You would only see it on a movie. It was surreal. One day, my parents were trapped in the house. That's funny. I heard something about that today. Do we want to open that can of worms? DC is a sovereign state. It's not part of the United States, but it's a sovereign state. It has always been that way. It was designed that way to be separate from the other states. And that is by design, so that it does not fit under the same jurisdictions and rules of the other states. It doesn't have to be a part of the union and doesn't have to deal with federal laws and certain things. DC is its own entity, its own corporation, its own sovereign state, aside, separate from the United States of America. The DC, the capital of the United States, has nothing to do with the United States. The Federal Reserve that prints money for the United States has nothing to do with the United States. They're private corporations. So I don't know this talk. I don't know the details of the talk of would it become a state or whatever. By design, it was made not a state. So I can't imagine that they're going to try to reform or transform it into a state. I only heard about the intention. I don't know the details or who or why or what. I am curious what they're talking about there. But just know that DC was designed this way. It's on purpose that it's not part of the 50 states. District, yeah. If you this isn't really the channel or but I'll talk about it a little bit. If you look at DC from the sky, you look down at it, the layout of DC. Number one, it's arranged in a very certain way, and it was designed by Freemasons. Number two, if you look at the overall layout, it's identical to, well, not identical, but very, very similar, almost identical to Rome, to the Vatican. The Capitol building, the dome on the dome in Rome, and the layout of the streets, and like if you look at it, it's literally a copy. And there's a whole bunch of shit to that, which I want, I'm way too tired to even begin to get into. But two, that's not really not my Star Wars thing. But I will say this. Not My Star Wars is, for the most part, what it is on the surface, you know? Celebrating George Lucas, being pissed off about Disney, calling out Disney on their bullshit. They're disrespecting the franchise. Now it's my turn to fucking smash them. So it's very much like what you perceive on the surface. Celebrating and defending Star Wars. But Now My Star Wars also has a deeper meaning. I don't want to say agenda or purpose, or, well, maybe a purpose, motivation, but not like an agenda. One of the biggest problems with Disney, Lucasfilm, Hollywood in general, is truth, is freedom, is that it's all about political agendas and opinions and inserting agendas and ideas into our modern lives, our children's lives. A lot of it is subliminal. So that's part of what Not My Star Wars is recognizing and combating that kind of stuff. I don't do it like RKA or some of these other channels do, where they're very much pointing that stuff out, because my focus is Star Wars, not all that other stuff. But know that even though I don't generally talk directly on that stuff, that pretty much everything that I talk about in Not My Star Wars is addressing all of that. Because the reason we have this mess is all that, the woke, the agenda, the conspiracy, all that shit. So with that said, the reason I say that is I'm not new to this. As Not My Star Wars, it's fairly new, and it's on a kind of underground level. But everything that I really do is about freedom and truth. My other channel, my other company, True Hemp Clothing, is the same thing. Hemp is a plant, and it's important for textiles and medicine and all these things with life. But when you're a hemp historian, we're a hempologist, I can tell you some deep, dark secrets of the U.S. government, and hemp is tied up in all of it. Hemp is a big reason and motivation to why all this shit is going on. And I'm not talking about weed. I'm not talking about marijuana. I'm talking about hemp. There was clothing and ropes. Every ship that sailed the seas was with hemp. The sails and the ropes. We wouldn't be here. Amerigo Vespucci, Columbus, none of these guys would have gotten even halfway across the sea if it wasn't for him. So there's a lot responsible for him. Also motivations like Napoleon going after Russian hemp seeds. There's a whole bunch of shit I could tell you. But at the end of the day, the core of that hemp fight and the Not My Star Wars fight is the same thing. Freedom, truth. So while you may not realize it on the conscious surface level, and I'm not saying that I'm being sneaky and injecting things, I'm just saying it's like that's why we're in this problem, is because of them trying to take your freedoms and your truth. So I know a lot about this shit, like the DC layout and all kinds of stuff, and if you want to see that kind of stuff or learn about that stuff, my other channel, True Hemp Clothing, has videos on that kind of stuff. But it's just kind of funny because the same deep root motivation and understanding it's all the same thing. It's about powerful people controlling situations and manipulating the masses and trying to take your freedoms. Why are they cucking men? Why are characters like Luke disgraced and downgraded and stepped on and all? All that is to degrade masculinity, to break up the family unit. Here's the thing. Ladies, I love you. Ladies, yes, I know you're tough and you can climb a mountain and the girls can do whatever a guy can do. No, you can't. And we all know that. Yes. Is there a woman on earth that can climb Mount Everest? Yes. But not all women can nor would want to climb a mountain. It's just not real. Are there women in special forces? Yes, there's a handful of women on the earth that are badass, crazy, lunatic, special forces chicks. I'm not denying that. And if you have the gall, not the gall, but like this, the drive and the resilience and toughness to be a SEAL, okay, by all means. I'm not trying to deny you to do that. But just, it's annoying sometimes when girls are like, well, girls can do anything. No, just because that girl or 3 girls were able to get into special forces doesn't mean that Felicity or most girls in this world, or even you're like, my nails, oh, my hair, oh, I don't want to climb around in the mud and do all that extra shit and shoot rifles, and it's just not, anyways. So as it's not in women's nature to fight to begin with, and then you attack men and degrade them down to little pussies, now who's going to defend you and your family? No one, because the man's a bitch now, and the woman isn't really naturally into that type of thing anyways. Again, there's some badass chicks out there. There's some girls that know all about guns. I'm not taking anything from women. I'm just saying this is a generality, and it's not me being general and stupid. It's facts. Be real. Okay? So now you've got women that aren't going to take that role naturally, and then you've cucked the men, so they're not going to fight. So now it's real easy to attack your family, your lifestyle, society, freedom. That's why these types of things are happening, is to break down the family unit, to break down society, to break down strength and trust and cohesion and teamwork and standing together and these types of things. And this is centuries. This isn't something new. This has been in the works for centuries. It's only coming more to the light now because now we have technology and more. One person can influence a bunch of people with television, internet, and all these things. You have a modern society, so now you have heads of that society, and now those heads can easily manipulate the masses. Whereas before, you couldn't reach everybody. You couldn't communicate with everybody and control them as easily. The only way you could control them was slavery or, incentive, riches, women, whatever. Now it's different. Now you can control people with a fucking tweet. You got all kinds of dumbasses that, Gina wrote a poor. Gina's an anti-masker. if you actually read her tweets, she teaches you how to make masks. But, you know, people are fucking stupid. They read what someone said about someone and then say, well, she's a terrible person. She's disgusting, people are saying on my comments. And I'm like, well, you're disgusting because you didn't even read the tweets that you're claiming to comment on. Furthermore, the tweet that got her fired wasn't a tweet. It was an Instagram post. So that goes to show you didn't read the tweet because it wasn't even a tweet. Okay? So someone else got her Instagram post and then tweeted it. But she didn't tweet it. It was an Instagram post. So when someone tells you, I read her tweet, well, you're reading another line. Because she didn't tweet it. So there you go. Oh, boy. Anyways, I don't remember. Oh, because of DC. So again, I don't want to go into too much of the can of worms with this stuff, but just know that at the core, that's what I do. And that's what Not My Star Wars is at the core. I mean, it's Star Wars and it's, you know, genuine. I'm not trying to be, but also know that deep, 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 it's all the same, whether it be hemp or Star Wars or our culture or pop culture, all these things that are happening, it's all the same thing, guys. It's all about destroying the family unit, destroying society, destroying women looking up to their man for protection and for guidance, and you know what I mean? And like some women are like, oh, you don't need a man. No, you do. Women need to be led, not because you're incompetent or stupid or incapable or no, that's just normal nature. Men lead. Women nurture. Women are the foundation of everything, the rock to everything. But the hunter, the leader, the defender, the fighter, that's men. Are there women that can take that role? Sure. Are there some men that are not qualified for that role? Yes. But just as a general, as human nature normally acts in natural selection, that is how it is. So how do you break up society? How do you break up the cohesion and how do you easily control people? You get them all divided and fighting against each other, arguing over she's an anti-masker, when in reality she's telling you how to make masks. And you got everybody arguing, and you're a racist, and you're that, and you're shut up because your opinion, and you got, you know, they built this whole thing, this whole narrative. So now you're splitting up people. Then you're splitting up the sexes because, you know, women that, guys this and the other. Then you're breaking up the family unit because now women, you know, want all this feminism, and now we, not to be equal, we need to be more and be better than men. And, you know, now you've diminished the whole role. Haven't you noticed? Okay, this has been happening for centuries, but over time it gets more and more and more. In the 80s, didn't you notice something with TV? Every single show, the man's a bitch. Cosby Show, Who's the Boss? Silver Spoons. I mean, every last show, the man's a bitch. The woman, the wife, is the boss. It's not even like a question. If you pay attention, the woman is the married with children. Every last show, the man is a little bitch. He's incompetent. He's a buffoon. He's fucking dumb. He's lazy. He doesn't know how to make decisions. If it wasn't for the woman, the wife, the one that's centered and smart and responsible, then he's all over the place. He's a dumbass, right? Every single show. Think back and you're going to see. Wow. There's maybe one or two shows where the man has got some balls. But if you watch all these shows, you're going to see that they were flipped. It's called inversion. And that's literally what they do. They take normalcy, natural order of how humans behave, and they invert it. So now when everything's upside down, you don't know how to act, how to respect, how to work together or fall into the natural order of things. Everything's upside down and all over the place. It causes disarray. So then now people are arguing and fighting and against each other. And when you're all distracted with sports and fighting on Twitter and, you know, all this nonsense, then you're too busy to be questioning what the fuck Biden's doing. You're too busy wondering, why isn't there been a State of the Union, a national address, what president has taken office and hasn't had a speech in front of everybody? What president goes on a Zoom call and wears a mask when everyone else doesn't have a mask on a Zoom call? And all of that is, again, inversion to get you thinking, going away from logic and thinking upside down. And by the way, it's not specifically about Biden. All the presidents, all of it is a system. All of it is rigged. You do not select a president. You elect a president. There's a big difference. When you select something, you're choosing, I select you or this. When you elect, you're picking among the choices that they give you. It's a big difference. And that is by design. All right, we hit 8 hours. There's the Facebook. And I could go on for days about this. I know a whole lot about this mess. But I tried not to get too much into it because, again, this is about Star Wars. But just understand that at the core, at the root, at the foundation of Star Wars and Star Trek and pop culture and Twitter and the presidency and all this stuff, it's all connected. And it's all for the same goal, to put it into disarray, to invert everything, put everything on its head, so that now women don't naturally follow the man, and the man doesn't naturally lead and protect and provide. And again, there's some men that just aren't built for that. And there's some women that are just natural leaders. And that's fine. It's not to say that a woman can't, okay? But naturally, under primal, instinctive conditions, the man hunts and leads. The woman does not do that. So now you flip that around and everybody's in confusion, because what happens when martial law breaks out? All the men are little pussies now, and they took all your guns. So what are you going to do? And women instinctively, naturally, aren't into fighting or going to pick up a rifle and shoot at people and get into war anyways. Yes, the 10 crazy hardcore special forces bitches will. But most women, no fucking way. Are you going from making cupcakes and watching the kids to going in the streets and fighting against some martial law, some soldiers in the fucking streets? So that's why this is by design, is to unstabilize, to debalance all of this, so that when the shit hits the fan, you have no recourse, you have no defense, you're too busy arguing with each other. Never mind being organized or training or preparing or any of this for anything that could happen, whether it's aliens, martial law, nuclear war, whatever the case. Look at everybody. Just a little flu came last year, and everybody's like, ah. You do realize Black Plague and all kinds of other shit. Like, I understand COVID's for real and people died, but it's not. It's way played up in the media. It's not anything like what they make it. To the point you got the president like a dumbass on a Zoom call with a mask on. So it's all interconnected. Understand that. All of this shit is interconnected. Yes. My job is putting my foot up Disney's ass. That's my job. My job is opening people's eyes and educating them. Well, we have a feud in my country with Muslims. I have a ranch and still here. Yeah, district. The soundtrack of Star Wars, The Old Republic, has many songs that are played with instruments of the Star Wars universe. Yeah. Oh boy. Is this federal? Is Federal Express correct? It has nothing to do with the federal government. It is a private corporation that lends money to the U.S. government at a with interest, and that is by design, so that the government can never catch back up. It can never pay off, so it perpetuates the debt. So you have to borrow more money because you're constantly in more debt. And where does the debt get pushed off to, and where does it get where do payments towards that debt come from? You dumbass, the one paying taxes. Do you remember why the founding fathers came to the United States and created the United States? Do you remember why? Well, there was a lot of reasons, to get away from the tyranny of the king and all that. But what was one of the main fundamentals outside of, freedom of press and religion and all that? What was one of the main basic fundamentals of why the founding fathers got away from Europe? To not pay fucking taxes to the goddamn kings and queens. Wake the fuck up, people. It's literally why the Declaration was designed, to get away from paying taxes. And here we are paying taxes. We're not supposed to be paying taxes, guys. The fuck is wrong with all of you? And everybody, there is no tax law. It doesn't exist. You're paying taxes because they just tell you there is no tax law. There literally is not. There's a fake tax law, but it was never ratified. There's no official tax law. You're paying it out of faith, out of fear. The IRS is going to come after me. The IRS can't touch you. There is no tax law. So we did all this to get independent, to not have to pay taxes, and here we are paying taxes, which gets the wealthy wealthier and goes towards paying the debt that the U.S. creates for itself by borrowing money from a private corporation. So in reality, there's a few bankers that own the Federal Reserve and that own banks that in reality own the United States and every country out there, because all these countries owe money to these banks, to the Reserve. And every day it creates more and more debt. It's hard to imagine a Metallica band on the start. Yeah, I can't really, I'm a hip hop guy, and I like I did my Boba Fett tribute. It's all hip hop, but in general, to me, Star Wars isn't heavy metal or hip hop. People interpret it, but Boba Fett, I see so many interpretations, and most people seem to think hip hop is Star Wars is rock and it's heavy metal, and it's I don't know. I don't see it as that. I don't see it as anything but what it is, classical and kind of jazzy. Oh boy, my president. Imagine a band of Gungan, Zabraga, Jawa, Twi'lek on tour. There you go. That could be that's a neat little concept. What if you had this alien band, right? All these different, you would have the Twi'lek lead singer girl, right? And then you'd have the drummer guy, and you'd have these different, and they travel around the galaxy, right? And they'd be visiting these planets, and you could show from their perspective as they go on tour, and things that are happening. It could be their stories that have happened, and there's their perspective of what we had seen, or you could tell an EU story where they're witnessing all this stuff and meeting people because they're going around on tour. Just an idea. Oh boy, you are something else. What do I think about 9/11? We blew up our own buildings. George Bush did that shit. Not by himself, but we blew up our own buildings. It's called a false flag. We blew up our own shit. There were no planes. There were explosives. They were blown up to cause panic so that they could make the Patriot Act, so that you would be scared and we could end up in the fucking Middle East in a war. Why? Because war means money and control. George Bush blew up our fucking buildings to get us into a war and to pass a bill. That's what 9/11 was. I've heard about him, yeah. Beard of the goat. No. Wanting to encourage girls to follow their dreams and become whatever they want, but they can go overboard by trying to diminish men to do it. Yeah. You know, and I want to stress, if you're a badass chick and you can do 16 flips and you love guns and you want to go fight, you want to be an MMA fighter, or you want to be a Navy SEAL, or baby girl, by all means. All I'm saying is you get a group of 100 girls. One or two of them is even going to want to pick up a rifle, never mind go to be a special forces. The rest of them, you're going to have like half of them are all girly, prissy, like, oh, my nails, my hair. And you can forget they're going straight to, they're worried about their dress. And I'm not mad. I love girly girls. And then you're going to have that portion in the middle that are like, there's some tomboys and some tough ones, and some that like, okay, I broke a nail, that sucks, but big deal, But it's just a reality. You put 100 girls on a battlefield, and it's like, the British are coming. Girls aren't about to like, oh, let's hold the line and fight. Yeah, right. They're gonna go to the house and make food, or make sure that the men soldiers have clothing, warm enough clothes to fight in the snow and that kind of shit. And that's not belittling women, it's just reality. And I mean, that's an important thing too. It's just that instinctively most women aren't gonna go run to pick up a weapon and go fight or get involved in shit. So again, it goes back to, you diminish the men who would put up the fight, and then you got the women who aren't gonna fight, and they're fighting amongst each other. So then when you bring the fight to them, they're not going to be able to fight back. And that's the whole point of this. It's breaking all of society down so that you have no fight. You have no recourse. Before you know it, it's too late and you have no recourse. Because you wanted to argue with each other that women should be able to do whatever men can do, and we're just as good. And meanwhile, you would never climb that mountain or drive a tank or do any of that bullshit. We know it. You know it. Stop that bullshit. I can understand wanting to encourage girls to follow their dreams of becoming, yeah. And by the way, like any bully, if you have to diminish someone to make yourself look good, well, then that's not equality. That's not true strength. You're not better than men or tougher than men because you have to belittle men to make yourself. If you're really that great, you can fair and square beat men. But that's not how society is doing it. It's not that women are fairly outdoing men. It's that men are getting shit on and made to look bad so that it appears that women are in more control or just as capable or all of that stuff. So that's false. You're lying to yourself. You're doing a disservice to yourself. Most women don't have that drive to climb mountains, but they just want to be able to shoot their mouse off at any moment. Well, that's some of them, yes. I keep hearing about the vaccines that are probably going to kill us in the next 2-3 years. Me personally, I don't tell anybody what to do. I'm not getting that shit. I'm going to sit around and wait and watch you all turn into zombies. If a couple of years go by and you all aren't zombies yet and it's even an issue, okay, I'll get it. It's not, but I don't run out to get flu shots and do all that shit. You all can zombify yourself. Humans have been around for thousands of years without flu shots or any of that. I'm not saying that it doesn't work or that it's not valid or that. I'm just saying that, stop buying into all the bullshit that they tell you. We wouldn't all be here if it was like humans couldn't survive. There wasn't a flu shot, 100, 300, 5,000 years ago, and yet we're all here. So somehow the caveman managed to survive, didn't he? I had no idea you had a hemp clothing channel. Yep. That's my oldest channel, 2012. No, everything is not a conspiracy. No, I'm not some paranoid nut. No, I'm not saying that all the vaccines are tainted and poisoned. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, yes, there is shit going on. That is a fact. And I will sit and wait to make sure that you all don't turn to zombies before I even think about getting that COVID fucking shot. Like it or not, I'm going to watch you guys turn yourselves to zombies. And then they interpret what they read or they heard it from someone who told them wrong. Yep. Hollywood and feminazis think that destroying the idea of masculine and feminine is good. Women want to be feminine. They like painting their nails, doing makeup, and all this silly shit. Well, some do. Some aren't that way. Some are tomboys. You know, some are like really tough chicks. And again, if you've got the gall, the not the gall, but you've got the drive to be a Navy SEAL, and you can pass the test and go, I'm not stopping you, by all means. But then don't bitch when men, when transsexual men are whipping the shit out of women because you all want to be fair and equal and right, all that bullshit, right? Don't cry for me. You see, a lot of it is convenient. We're just as good. We can do anything men can do. Unless we're actually competing against men, then it's not fair. You see, you would insist that everything, you have to be equal and everything, and that you can climb a mountain too. Okay, well, one or two you can, but fine. But then, okay, now you're going to have a competition, a man versus a woman climbing the mountain. And he's like 3 days ahead of you, and then you're going to be complaining, oh, but my legs aren't as long. My physical strength isn't the same. I'm smaller. My body structure, it's going to be blah, 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 blah. No. Either you can do whatever men can do, or you can't. And we all know that you can't. And guess what? Men can't do everything that women can do. Imagine that. What a wonderful thing that we need and are different from each other. That's the point. Hell fucking oh. Like to say that the dad is clueless, the mom is super. Yes, if you pay attention to all the TV in the past, 20, 30, 40 years, especially like starting in the 80s, look back at all those shows. Now that I've said that, now that you're thinking about it, think back, look back. Every Family Ties. I'm trying to think, all these shows. Look at The Simpsons. Homer's a big fat fucking buffoon. Fucks up everything. He's just an airhead. Ooh, donut. Beer. Like, that's how men are. I see a donut and I'm stupid. All I can think about, I'll walk into traffic and blow up buildings and do all this shit because of a donut. Because that's what men are. We're just empty-headed, cavemen. Ooh, look, a donut. So while I love The Simpsons, and it's funny, and blah, 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 you have to also look at what the messaging is. Now you've got a whole generation of kids growing up with bitch men all over the place. Airheaded fucking incompetent men. Tool Time, Tim. How many, he's great at sawing and building things, right? Him and his homeboy, and they're both fucking buffoons, right? The wife makes all the decisions and is the boss, right? Pay attention. And that's to destabilize the family unit. Men are all incompetent. Every last show. Go back and watch them and you're going to realize, holy fuck, they're cuck men all this time. Every last man is a little bitch. Having America as a family they aren't really bonded together. That's a big thing. Hey, what's up, Mr. Pence? Nice to see you. No, I don't at this moment. Nice. Give me one. And no, it's not assault rifle. It's so funny. So many people think it means assault rifle 15, and it doesn't. He's trying to be a good example. Joe Biden has Alzheimer's. I can't believe people voted him in. Trump was no picnic, but he's no. Oh my God, Biden's a freaking. The man can't remember. He fucking. According to him, 2 million people are going to die from COVID. I mean, I don't understand how you people voted for that guy. I'm not saying to vote for Trump or to support Trump, or I'm just forget Trump even exists. How the hell did you vote? That demented pervert. He can't remember. The man can't barely walk up steps, and you voted. Okay, well, enjoy your Zoom calls with masks on. I mean, what kind of fucking fuckery? How kind of stupid? You understand that the world is laughing at us? You think that Putin and all these dictators and powerful world leaders are going to respect Joe Biden? That's fucking 312 years old. He can't walk up steps and is wearing a mask in a Zoom fucking meeting. The bees. My house was surrounded by thousands and thousands. Well, it was hard to even see the blue sky. They were trying to get in, so we put towels under the doors. Yeah, wow, scary. And by the way, fuck Trump, fuck Biden, fuck them all, because they're all full of shit. They're all in the same team. They all listen. The United States is a corporation. The United States corporation. Do your homework. It is a It's not a country. It's not United States. It is a corporation. And every corporation has a president and vice president and a secretary and a treasurer. The word citizen, the definition of citizen is employee of the corporation. It's not what you think. It's not like, oh, I'm a citizen of the United States. It's you're an employee of the United States corporation. And all the presidents, Trump, Biden, Bush, Obama, Clinton, all of them, JFK, all of them worked or work for the United States corporation. So it doesn't, the whole left wing, right wing, politics, Democrat, it's all to get you confused and arguing and distracted. Why is it right wing and left wing politics? The eagle, one bird, two wings. That's what the wings are. Left wing and right wing. It's all the same team. Guys, I can show you pictures. Obama, Hillary, Trump, Bush, they all hang out. They're all having dinners and laughing at you because you all think you're so fucking slick. You slick talking each other on Twitter and you're an idiot, you're a racist, and you're this, and you're fucking that. And meanwhile, you don't realize that they're all laughing at you and they all are on the same team and all doing the same thing. All they're doing is, do you like Coke or do you like Pepsi? Well, if most of you prefer Pepsi and that's the way that we can get to you, then we're going to give you Pepsi. So here's Hillary. Oh, most of you like Coke? Okay, well, then this is how we're going to convince you, manipulate you, control you, and this is how we're going to get you with Coke. So here's, Trump. That's all it is. But they're all manufactured at the same place in the United States government or in the United States corporation. And you think you're getting a choice. You think, well, I'm drinking Coke because I like Coke. And in reality, you're drinking what they tell you can drink. And at the end of the day, all those profits and control go back to one place, that they're all under the same roof, the United States corporation. So to me, I don't give a fuck about Trump or Biden. I don't attack one or the other because they're all the same asshole. That's what you all got to understand. You got to get over that we're smart and we're right. Or no, this side is the right ones and you all are the assholes. And no, all of you are the assholes because you're believing and arguing over people that work together and are laughing at you and manipulating you. It's time to wake up. Nothing bad happened. Yeah. Taxation without representation, sir. Now they taxes for everything, the nickel and dime. And yes, and you're not supposed, you legally are not obliged to pay any taxes. Most of you don't know that or think about it or realize you do not need to pay taxes. Literal employees of IRS have admitted, there's YouTube videos, there's all kinds of information on it. They have admitted that there is no tax law and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to pay taxes. You pay them because you're out of fear and faith that you have to. Now, I get it. The premise sounds real good. How do we pay for roads? And how do we do all that? And I get it. But first of all, why does that have to come out of your pocket? Fucking print the money or just build the roads. I don't want to hear that shit. Second of all, why are we under this federal domain and control? That was another point of the fucking declaration, was to not be under the reign of one structure, of one king. And that's what we're under, the fucking president, one dumbass in the White House. It should be, there should not be a federal government. It should be the 50 states that govern themselves. And this state does this. And if you like this state, the things that they do in the environment and the stuff in that state, then live under that state. It has its own rules and laws and whatever. That's what's supposed to be happening. Not, you know, Obama telling everybody and signing law, you know, doing things. That's not how that's supposed to be working. You're not supposed to be paying taxes, guys. That was the whole point of this country, was to get away from the king and queen and not pay taxes, amongst other freedoms. But do you remember the tea in the harbor? Do you remember taxation without representation? Does any of this, like, have you read the Constitution? Have you looked at the Declaration? It very clearly states anybody doesn't want to pay, well, because you allow them to. In reality, they have no grounds to come after you. And it's also because, like most things in this world, unfortunately, people don't rally together and say, no, there is no tax law. We're not paying you. It's the same thing with Disney. We could fix the Disney problem. But the problem is, in about a week, the Bad Batch is going to come out, and all these dumbasses are just going to go ahead and pay the taxes. They're going to just break. And guess what? Go watch the Bad Batch. And for the next, you know, until like the end of May, we're going to be hearing about, oh, the Bad Batch is so great. It's going to be all over social media and blah, blah, blah. And again, we're back to zero. All the progress we've made over the past few months is now gone because you're all on this Bad Batch bullshit. And it's going to be all over Twitter, and everybody's going to be making videos, and it's going to be the biggest talk because there's no other Star Wars, and then blah, 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 blah. And everyone's going to forget that you're getting fucked in the ass by a company that hates you because, oh, look, little cartoons. Instead of all of you rallying together and saying, no, there is no tax law, and we're not going to pay taxes, and we're not going to watch your bullshit Bad Batch cartoon. It's the same thing. You could shut it down right now. But the problem is you all want to argue, and you don't want to get together and say, no, Disney, fuck off. Because right now, this minute, we could shut down Disney like that. Game over. But are you all going to do that? Are you all going to rally and listen and do it? No. You're going to watch the fucking Bad Batch. Just like you're going to pay. It's April. Guess what? It's middle of April. Guess what most of you did just in the past couple of days? You filled out your little tax forms and you sent them in, didn't you? So then nothing's going to change because as long as you keep complying, keep watching Bad Batch, and guess what happens? You keep going on. You perpetuate it. So now next year, you're going to get more Bad Batch cartoons and you're going to pay more taxes instead of fighting and refusing and demanding that the game is over. There are people like the Emperor who are wicked and just figure out a way to gain money from taxes. Yep. You want to know about this stuff? Start studying maritime admiralty law. That will wake you up. Because there's one law that dictates everything. Maritime admiralty, the law of the sea. Everything. It's the same law for everyone. It supersedes all law of the land. Local laws. Yes, exactly. You owe them. I agree. I mean, how does America get 4 plane hijacks in the same day? All the airspace is closed. All the airports, everything is locked down. But these 4 planes are independently. They didn't know about them. They're just independently doing whatever. Let me tell you something. If that was real, within 2 to 3 minutes, the Air Force can have jets over the Capitol, over the White House, over the Pentagon. Those planes would have been shot down, escorted, surrounded, long before they did any of that bullshit. The airports are monitoring, the air control towers are monitoring everything. And if these planes start deviating from their course, they're not talking, the pilots aren't communicating, things aren't checking, they're tracking all these planes. The second that these planes aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, they can get fighter jets in the air in very few minutes. And those fighter jets are much more nimble and faster than the big passenger planes. We can track shit for miles away across the country. But you can't track one big ass fucking plane over Washington, D.C. with nothing else in the air. Start thinking, guys. Start using your brain. That's another thing. Yes, that is totally true. Women, you talk a good game. Girl power. We can. Meanwhile, y'all fucking hate each other. Holy shit, are women nasty. And some of you are like in your face nasty. A lot of you are like, did you see her? Yeah. Well, all of a sudden I thought I was gonna go to sleep, and I got a second wind. Nobody hates women more than women. That's true. I've seen girls fight over stupid things and never talking again. I've seen friends throw hands and go for a beer. Well, yeah. Which I kind of think both extremes is stupid, to be honest with you. If you're throwing fucking punching each other, then you probably, probably shouldn't be around each other. And on the same token, if you're, girls just arguing over petty shit, then there's no reason you shouldn't be around each other. I don't know. I think there's the extremes on both of them. But yes, definitely women are much more spiteful, much more evil towards each other, much more competitive. You all talk about girl power and feminism. If one of you was like hanging from a building, like, help me, pull me up. The other one would be like, bitch, I'm not breaking my nails for you. I'm not going to risk my life for you. Some more feminine men will not want to be violent as well. Not all men. No, yeah, absolutely. Especially when the more hippie-ish kind. But I agree, it is a bit ridiculous acting like all ladies want to whip someone. Yes. Yeah, and again, I'll repeat, there's some men that just, some are effeminate, or some just naturally wouldn't want to pick up a rifle or fight or whatever, turn a wrench or whatever. No argument. Yeah, the force is female. There you go. The girls win. Oh, look who's back. Greetings and good morning. I mean, we get vaccines for scary things like polio, not some slightly stronger flu for crying out loud. Like I said, I'm going to sit back and watch you all turn into zombies. Don't hate me when I'm headshotting you guys. Shoot him in the head. Shoot him in the head. Even tough chicks do these things. That's what I mean. Women can be feminine and badass. When I think of badass woman, I don't think of that buff chick from The Last of Us. Yeah. What was her damn name again? Oh, whatever. Whatever her stupid fucking. That's just so dumb. They're all for people being transgender, but when a trans female wants to play women's sport, they cry foul. It's not fair. She has a man's body and strength. Exactly. Exactly. Al Bundy. Yeah. Trump sucked, yeah. All the presidents suck. They're all pieces of shit. I'm glad you agree on buying law. Yeah. There's, and again, I can't stand Biden, and I don't understand how any of you voted for him, but that's not because I'm right wing or I'm a Trump supporter. It's because he's a dumbass. Like, how could you? Oh, Lord. Anyways. All hail President Hairy Legs. There you go. Kids love to touch my hairy legs. Oh, Christ. International under pressure. United States Corporation, 1879. 99% of Americans have no clue what that is or ever heard of that. It's a corporation, folks. Sorry to tell you. Every state is a corporation. Every city is a corporation. Every borough, district, they're corporations. You don't realize it, or you don't always see it, or you have seen it and it just doesn't click. But if you pay attention, your local city, your local state, schools, churches, universities, all of it they're all corporations. They are all businesses, every last part of it, including states. States are all individual corporations, as are the cities, boroughs, etc. So if you pay attention, you just make some place up, Empire Beach in California. Well, if you look either on the sign, this is like welcome to, or if you go to the city hall and you look at the papers, you're going to see that the Empire Beach Corporation of California. The states have double entities. There's Cal State, right? And then there's University of California. Does that make sense? There's universities that are basically the same but different name because they're two different corporations. The same thing, the state itself. California State and the state of California. There's a reason, because there's straw mans, there's corporate names. All corporations are capital letters, period. That's not an exception. Go look at your driver's license. Is that how you spell your name? Oopsie. Go look at your birth certificate. Is that how you spell your name? Oopsie. Take the number on your social security card and go look on the stock exchange and see what you find. Oopsie, you didn't know that you're traded like a stock, did you? You are. Star Wars Episode 3. There are heroes on both sides. Yes. China is amassing the world's largest navy, and the U.S. can't decide who is a man or woman, and sterilizing our children by giving them hormones because their parents are brainwashed. Yep. What child, and what parent, even worse, should even be thinking of, never mind have the right to, like, at 6 years old, like, I'm trans, I'm a boy, I'm not a girl. Like, you haven't even hit puberty to even know the feelings that you're going to have. How can you even pretend to claim that you're trans or need to do shots or hormones? Or, I mean, it's child abuse. It really is. You convince the parents, they're so fucking airheaded, that then convince the kids, and you got a 6-year-old that's confused trying to make decisions on their gender. And they want to have thousands of dollars of surgery and do all these alters when you don't even know fucking your ass from your elbow, but you're going to tell me that you're really a boy when you're a girl, or vice versa. Get the fuck out of here. Until you're like 21, you don't even begin to even fucking understand anything about yourself, never mind the world. 16, okay, maybe you're starting to understand. 18, but a 6-year-old, a 10-year-old making any kind of decision on, well, I'm a boy, I'm a girl, I'm this, I'm that, I need to train. No, that's you being kooky because fucking society's got you dumb and confused. Many would hang with Trump, though. He's not very popular with the elites. Yeah, I mean, he's just another one of the idiots. He's not really that much different from Biden, although he doesn't have Alzheimer's and can walk up steps. But besides that, he works with the same corporation, the same motives, the same. Don't have to hear about Trump every goddamn day. Something offensive he said or did, something bad he did, or hear his voice or see his face. Yeah. They're all full of shit, guys. They're all full of shit on the same team. Yep. A group took a full page out of the New York Times like 20 years ago. Offer $25,000 for anyone who could prove it was a law to pay federal income tax. Yeah. There's no such law. It was never ratified. And if you did just even basic research, you would see that, holy shit, there is no tax law. It never was ratified. Something that has shifted, though, in the past, like 20 years at most, but like past really 5-10 years. Something that was happening is that movies were telling you the truth. And TV media was lying, skewing everything, getting you all confused, propaganda. But movies used to be secretly telling you the truth, like 9/11 and Back to the Future. But that's shifted now. Now movies are all fucking woke and all over the fucking place. But there was a time, a period there where movies were showing you the truth while the TV and all the other media was lying. Some of you may know about this. Some of you, probably a lot of you don't. There's actual videos on this that all the news stations tell you the same script. First of all, there's only about 7 or 9 media companies that own all of it. And they trickle down the same exact news that they want you to hear for that day. To the point of every news station is parroting the same, not just story, but like literal word for word the script. Now, if you have, let's say, 6,000 news stations, first of all, you're not all going to witness the same thing, right? Because if you're in Missouri and I'm in Pennsylvania and you're in California, we're not all going to physically see and experience the same news. Yes, if New York City blows up, okay, we all see that. But what I'm saying is, a bunny runs under a fence. We're not all going to physically see that because we're not all in the same place. So there's no reason, there's no way how, and no reason how, that thousands of news stations would be reporting on that same bunny running under the fence. Just a random ass example. Okay, well, if you look through the news channels, and in fact, there's videos of this on YouTube and other places with compilations where you're going to see news station after news station after news station reading the same exact script. And we're talking about a news station in Ohio parroting a news station in Montana, parroting a news station in Illinois. Why are you reporting the same news if you're not even in the same geographical location? And why are you reporting it in the same exact tone and language, the literal same script? Because it's all fake, guys. It's all coming from a media company that wants to distribute certain thoughts and ideas and agendas. And so for a good while, the TV is nothing but lies. And it still is. But movies were telling you the truth. Movies were showing you real shit. And now movies have gone away from that. It's shifted again. I have. I don't when I can avoid them. I haven't made much money in the past few years anyway, so there's not much to and there's ways to write things off, bring down your tax, reinvest it. There's a lot of things you can do. Like you could roll tax into IRAs, you can roll tax debt into business expenses. There's a lot of little things you can do. People, okay, first of all, Trump paid taxes. He doesn't really have much of a choice. But people got mad at Trump because he wasn't paying as much taxes. Well, you're mad because he is using the system that was put into place for you to be able to pay less taxes, because he knows how to do it, and because he's taking advantage of the system that was put into place. You're all mad at him. Be mad at yourself because you're not doing that yourself. Oh boy. Nobody could claim it. Yeah. There really is nobody good in either party. No, there's not. By the way, you said on my ass. Is the IRS going to come knocking on your door and arrest you or harass you, or they might call you or send you some letters? But is the IRS is a guy from the IRS going to show up at your door and hold a gun to your head or try to arrest you? Or no, you're acting on fear and faith. Because at the end of the day, the IRS has no power to do anything. There is no tax law. That's what most people can't. They're like, that doesn't make sense. How does that? But see how brainwashed they got you? They got you believing that you actually have to pay taxes. Do you understand? Look at it on the most primitive level. You've got a human being telling you that you need to give money to this person just because this person says so. No other reason. I'm telling you, you need to pay me taxes, a portion of what you earn. And you, out of faith and fear, pay me out of what you earn.
It's just that simple. Because you believe, because you fear. Is the IRS going to come to your door? The credit card guys, you're behind on a credit card. You owe. Okay, they'll call you and harass you. Is the credit card guy, the Visa guy, going to come to your door and attack you, curse you, arrest you, burn down your house? He doesn't have the power to do any of that. And yet, out of faith and fear, it's such a deep rabbit hole. I'm trying not to go down it. So I'm trying to just, touch on this stuff. But I also want you guys to start thinking that, understand that a lot of it's faith and fear. And nobody can claim it. You do know that money has zero value. Zero. Like right now, I could hand you $100 bill and it's worth nothing. But because you have faith in that money does something and it has a value, then you yourself believe that you have $100. And then you go to the store and Apu or Ahmed or Julio or Mike that runs the local store has faith that your $100 is worth the $100. So then him and Faith takes that piece of paper that has zero value, zero backing. It's just a printed fake piece of paper. And he and Faith takes it that, oh, well, it's worth $100. So you can get $100 worth of stuff in my store. But at the end of the day, he's just handing you a piece of paper that has zero value. You're on faith counting it as $100. There's no backing to the United States dollar. Zero. It's worth nothing. It's all fake. It's literally just a piece of paper that's fake. It's just printed on. Circuses and bread to keep us distracted. Sports are a big part of that. Sports are designed to keep your ass busy, to be yelling and screaming and be drunk and distracted. And there's nothing wrong with sports. I'm not trying to say sports are terrible. Sports are good, especially if you participate them rather than watch them. Yeah, it's great to be athletic and to be healthy, and nothing wrong with that. But just know there's millions of dollars and millions of people. They cling on, well, this team won, or this team lost, or this team's that, or this team's that. And meanwhile, while you're too busy arguing over, Brett Favre or Bledsoe or whatever bullshit you want to argue, they're signing new laws and doing all kinds of shit behind your back. And you don't even know. They're sending troops, blowing up buildings, killing kids with drones, putting kids in cages, doing all the shit. Cages that Obama built, cages that Biden has people in. Remember those cages that everybody was angry at Trump for? Mm-hmm. I remember those cages. The YouTubers will promote the Bad Batch because they need content. Yep. The amendment of the Constitution wasn't ratified by the states. Correct. It was so obviously staged, the flight controllers were confused and didn't know that it was real because the military was doing some. Yeah. That day, they were doing an exercise of the same thing that literally happened, but they were doing a simulation, and they were all confused. Meanwhile, they monitor thousands of planes a day all over the world, and they can't keep track of these 4 planes. Right. Because guys that live in the sand in the middle of nowhere know how to, because they played a video game, fly a fucking jumbo jet. Right. Let me tell you something. You can play fucking Gran Turismo or Forza or whatever, Mario Kart all fucking day and think you can drive. And if you've never been in a car, you don't got a clue. Now, do you have a general idea? Brake, gas, okay, turn, fine. But you're going to wreck into something unless you go very slow and take your time and get the feel and figure it out. And you don't just do it. It's not like in the first hour, like, oh, I got it. No, it takes time. You get used to looking in the mirrors and how you're sitting and reacting and, signal and the light and all these things. No, you don't just watch a fucking computer game, go across the country, and all of a sudden you're flying jumbo jets. It's not how that works. Now, the plane's in the air, and I take control of the plane, and all I have to do is just fly straight. Okay, but navigating, knowing how to turn, the pitch, I mean, there's so much, and we're not even talking about like a little plane where you have response. We're talking about a massive planes that have very slow and low response. So for you to bank one of those planes and make the right kind of turn, no, you don't just play a little Microsoft game, and it's not how that works. The beams in the World Trade Center were built. Those buildings were built on purpose to withstand jumbo jets crashing into them. Literally, in the design, the guys that built the fucking things were say that these were built with the tolerance for jets to crash into them. The beams in the structure of the towers, right now I'm very tired and it's been a long time. I don't remember the heat, but it's something like, it has to be, I'm just going to throw a rough number, something like 2,600 degrees for it to melt, to be able to cut those beams. And a plane fuel burns at like 1,000. Like, it doesn't even get hot, not even close to hot enough to melt the building and the beams and the whole thing to crumble. And it's just total fucking fantasy. Total fantasy. Listen, you have a building. How are you going to knock that building down? You think by hitting the top of the building's going to collapse? No. Either the top half is going to break off and fall, and you're still got the bottom half of the building, just the top is going to break off, or you'll put a big hole in it, and but that's not going to make the bottom, the foundation, melt, crumble, buckle. That's not how it works. If you want to take down a building or any structure, you always go for the base. Once you take out the base, the whole fucking shit's going to come down. But hitting the top of a fucking building ain't going to do shit but make the top of the building break off or have a gap in it, have a hole in it. It doesn't make the whole fucking structure of the building fucking collapse. Use your goddamn brain. It's a shame 3,000 people had to lose their lives, though. Discussing actually just start a war. Well, did 3,000 some people really lose their lives? Do you know for a fact? Did you know all those 3,000 people? Did you see the 3,000 graves? Or are you going on by what they tell you on the TV? 3,000 people died. Meanwhile, there's no watch, wallet, ID, sock, shoe, eyeglasses, nothing. It all just, oh, but look, we found passports of the terrorists that came from the sand that blew up the plane. We found that, but nothing else. No suit, purse, watch, nothing. It's all gone. Oh, but look, we found the passports of the guys that flew the planes into the building. How convenient. Come on, guys. Seriously, use your brain. You really think 3,000 people died there? Some people died. The buildings were on fire. They did collapse. I'm not denying that. I'm not trying to be insensitive. Yes, absolutely, some shit went down. But you really believe that those buildings were, you do know that they were evacuated. A lot of people knew ahead of time. And some people did die. I'm not trying to say they didn't. But 3,000 people? 300 maybe. Yeah, I don't do that shit. Like, you cross me, you lie to me, you do dumb shit, I can't trust you. I don't want to be your friend. I don't know. It could be some rare circumstance or something, but I was never the Riley guy type, like, oh, we can all fight and argue and cuss at each other and punch each other and we'll just have a beer afterwards. It doesn't mean you have to be, a little girl about it and complain and cry and. But I'm not going to trust you and want to hang out with you if you're doing dumb shit. Greece. That is exactly what they're going to do, that guy says. You've got the Mickey Mouse bots that are immediately going to be like, bad batch. Then you got the people that have been kind of like, oh, yeah, I don't know about Disney. But they're going to fall right back into the trap. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're all fucking slimy. All of them. No, it's not extreme, but you also, one thing is arguing, another thing is like, punching the shit out of each other. Yes, you need a marriage license. Correct. They're getting married for the state. Correct. To populate and become good little tax-paying slaves as their kids do too. Correct. Why do you need a license? One, because they're giving you permission, and two, so that you pay a fee. Why do I need the state of whoever to tell me that I'm married or that I love someone or that I'm with that person? That's a silly legal thing. God doesn't give a shit if you got a marriage license. You, your kids, your family, that doesn't mean anything. What means you could be married and have all the licenses you want, and then people still cheat and lie and break up anyways. That is all for the state. That's all to track you, tax you, control you. Cloud City suits. You don't give anyone a second chance in life. A lever never changes spots. Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. It depends. Things can vary. Circumstances, but for the most part, you lie. To me, lying is a big thing. It's a big thing. I've dated some gorgeous women in my life, and the second you lie, it's over. And it's not even like has to be extreme, like cheating or just even dumb shit. I don't tolerate it. And I'm very patient. I try to give people chances, and but I think you should do a channel exposing. I do. I have that channel. I'm very interested in. I've been Awake to Federal Reserve and Uppercase Strawman Legal. Okay, well, go look at my hemp channel. There's some videos there and exactly that, and there's more coming. I'm just super busy. It's not my stars is my priority. That's where I spend the most of my time. But my oldest channel from 2012 is exactly what we're talking about right now. Why? Because hemp is literal the same issue. Freedom. Truth. So I guess not so smart. Which part? Punching the shit out of each other and then going to hang out? I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to give a person another chance. Again, certain situations have certain contexts, so it kind of depends, you know? But just in general, if someone, you have a misunderstanding, your buddy totally misunderstands something and then wants to fight you, you know, pop your tire, throw a rock at your window, embarrass you at school, whatever fucking harmful shit they want to do. Well, how good of a person and how good of a friend are they if they even went there to begin with, if they even react that way? If they're so righteous and such a real friend, then they wouldn't do that in the first place, understand? Quite a few people have lost my friendship in that same kind of scenario. Like, you think you know something and you want to react a certain way, and then later I'm like, well, I don't want to fuck with you because you're obviously, you know, how can I trust you? How can I believe in you if you're going to just flip and act all crazy over some shit that you don't even know is true, or that you're assuming, or that someone said? That's not a real friend. That's not someone you can trust. And while I'm capable of many things, I try not to be evil. So really the biggest punishment that you can really give somebody, and which is what I usually, the punishment that I serve, is that you've lost my friendship. That's technically the biggest punishment I can ever give you. Much more than stabbing you, shooting you, giving you. The biggest punishment I can give you is you losing the graces of me. That's just that simple. And that's the punishment that I usually serve. I'm not going to argue with you and fight you and do this and convince. And you've lost the opportunity to be my friend, hang out, and see and learn and do and experience the things that I can show you. That's your loss, not mine. They're feminine guys and masculine tomboy girls. That's just how they are. It doesn't mean they are trapped in the wrong body. Yeah, absolutely. I picture the way you talk like Venom. You know how Venom would talk in that little Cody's, like, snippy. Yes, I want her now. Yes, yes. Oh, boy. You shouldn't even let your kids pick out their own clothing because they will wear their PJs and Batman costume every day. Yes. They'll feed them sterilizing hormones because they feel like whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for a kid to say to you, well, I want this, or I'm that, or I feel this, or... I'm not saying you shouldn't listen to your kids, but, you know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be an Air Force pilot. I wanted to be an IndyCar racer. I wanted to be, you know, all these things. They want to be charged income tax and about to never pay it, and they keep working and aren't fired for it. Yeah. There are IRS employees that work in the IRS and do not pay taxes. And there are ex-IRS employees that don't pay taxes. And if you look, there's videos out there, and you will see that they are telling you there is no tax law.
You don't technically have to pay it because it doesn't exist. It's faith and fear. IRS employee, if you understand the system and know how to write the letter, you too anyone can write that letter to the IRS and say, I'm not going to pay taxes, I'm not obligated to pay taxes, and fuck off, leave me alone. You literally have that right. The IRS works a lot like the cops. The cops pull you over. Most people don't know their rights. So then they start blabbing and like, the cops like, well, can you show me this? Or can you put down your window? Or can you get out of the car? And like all these things under most circumstances, no, you can tell the cop to fuck off. You don't have to roll down your window. You don't have to tell them your name. You don't have to do half the shit that they try to make you think you have to do. Unless the cop is writing a ticket or made a clear statement of, you have charges, ask him, am I being detained? And he can't hold you. And if he says, no, you're not being detained, you can just walk the fuck on. The cop can't stop you. But most kids, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know that the cops, what authority they have. You're nervous, you're scared, and they're holding you there. And you never bothered to ask, am I being detained? Because you don't even know that law or rule. And you're scared. But if you know the rules and how the shit works and you assert yourself, you can tell cops to fuck themselves all the time. And I'm not telling you or anybody to go out there and start telling cops to go fuck off. I'm just saying, understand this, that you are their employer. They work for you. And unless they have absolute grounds to be arresting you, you can tell them to fuck off. You don't need a license to drive a car. Do some homework. You don't need a license. If you are working or transporting something, yes. But in general, to drive a car, you don't need a license, and people don't know this. So then a cop pulls you over and you're freaked out and you're like, oh, I don't have a license. He's like, oh, well, then you're getting a fine or you're getting an arrest. But if you understand the law and you know what to say, you can tell him to fuck off because I don't need a license. I know the law. The point of what I was saying with that is that you, understanding the law and writing the correct letter, can do exactly what is here. You can send a letter to the IRS basically saying, fuck off. I heard a story that somebody wants a law so stores can't designate toys for boys or girls, even though they don't designate boys and girls toys. All the toys are together, kids and what they like. I saw a video just today. I saw a lot of videos today. News report, I believe it was 2018. I don't remember exactly what it was. Little white girl, little kitty. I don't know, 3 years old, 5 years old, little sweetheart. She loves playing with all her dolls and toys, and she loves doctors. She wants to be a doctor. She got a little fake toy stethoscope. She's this whole thing. She's always healing her dolls and her parents and all this stuff. She's a doctor. She says DACA. She's dying to be a doctor. She loves doctors. Okay. And she has all kinds of toys, but whatever. So she goes to Target with her mom. And I forget I think her mom, like, for some reason, she did something good. So she took her to Target and was like, you can have one toy, any toy you want, something like that. I don't remember the exact reasoning there, but something like to that effect. So she picks out a doll and they go to check out. And at the cash register, the cashier is ringing up the doll, and it's a black doll. It's a little blonde girl, and she had picked out a black doll. And the cashier says, are you sure you want that doll? That doll's not like you. And the little girl's like, yeah, she's pretty. She's like me. I want this doll. This is the doll I want. And it got me thinking, Disney, like, same thing. Like, you think these people that are lost, that think like, well, you have to look like me for me to like you or to associate with you, or It's just fucking dumb. I'm nothing like Boba Fett, and Boba Fett I love to death. He's my favorite character of anything of all time. I had blonde hair, but I don't look anything like Luke Skywalker. I thought Vader was awesome. It didn't mean I wanted to get in a black suit and go around slashing people. Some people are so confused and think that they have to see themselves to relate to something. Imagine how, first of all, imagine how crappy and boring the world would be if everything was like you. Anyways, it was a cute little story that this little girl was wise enough to just like the little doll and not be worried about it. And the cashier, a grown-ass adult, is like, well, wait a minute, that doll doesn't look like you. Are you sure? It used to be that the news would be news. Now they make it more like entertainment, and they're trying for ratings and ad revenue. No. Well, a lot of it's propaganda, too. I love the compilation of different news stations all parroting the same talking points, like we all scream ice cream on the same night and speak on the same story. Correct. They all on the same night, on the same hour, on the same day, they're all reporting the same, not only reporting the same news, but the verbiage, the expression, the tone. It's the same fucking news report. State to state, station to station. And if you're in Wisconsin, you should not be reporting news that I'm seeing in Pennsylvania. Now, the White House blew up. Okay, that's national news. But all the news stations should not be talking about the bunny that went under the fence. Yes, a long time ago. Which one? There's so many now. I'm trying to remember the last one I saw with Beyonce, or it's been a while. Yeah, network's pretty good. Want to make money, have social security number. If you want to work, you have to complete a W-4. Once you're part of the system, you're liable to pay taxes. Yes and no. On paper, yes. There's still no tax law, so regardless, you don't. Really. You just have to have the balls and understanding to say fuck off. That's all. Tax code has a bunch of contradictions and problems because there's so many loopholes and back doors. It can be interpreted or used in ways that biology each other. Sometimes make no sense. Fierce path to the dark side. Yes, it is. It's just bigger. There's nothing backing it up. Correct. There is no gold that backs up the US dollar. So the US dollar is literally nothing more than a piece of paper. It's worth absolutely nothing. Nothing. Except for you putting fear and faith in it. Oh, look, it says 100. So that means it's worth 100 units. Meanwhile, it's worth 0 units. But you in faith say it's worth 100 units. Therefore, here's a stick. If we passed around monopoly money but believed it had value, same, literally the same exact thing. Peter Brady. Greg, is that worth the Sidney LeMay movie from the 70s. It's not easy to fly big commercial jets. No, hell no. If you've never flown any plane, you're not even going to be able to fly a little plane. If you've never ridden a bike, guess what? You're going to fucking fall, tip over, crash, scrape your knee. You've never ridden a skateboard, guess what? You're going to eat the fucking asphalt. Some things take years. But hey, people will believe whatever. Oh, they played a flight simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and took over a plane with a little razor blade. I find it hard to believe that planes full of people all were like, oh my God, he's got a razor blade. We're all fucked. Just dog pile it, dumbass. Take the knife from him. Be real. One at the Pentagon supposedly flew 500 miles an hour, 500 miles per hour, inches off the ground, and crashed into the building. Supposedly a person could not control a plane at that speed and so large to the ground. Yeah. That was another one. The Pentagon was total nonsense. Ooh. The towers. The plane supposedly at the Pentagon was shot down. That was the Pennsylvania plane. The tree that the dollar came from was worth more than the dollar because at least the tree helps with oxygen. Yeah, true. Yep. Sure was. You can hear and see the fucking explosions, and people are like, "Oh no, the plane!" I mean, you literally can see the fucking explosions and hear them. There's also hundreds of witnesses that are like, you could hear it, boom, boom, boom. It was like bombs going off. No, it wasn't like bombs. It was bombs going off. Most of the fuel. Yep. That fuel doesn't get hot enough, regardless. There were bombs planted. Yep. And the elevator shafts. Nothing was there to keep the fire hot enough. Nope. People going splat on the concrete when the towers collapsed. Everything turned to dust. Yeah. That was real. People jumping from the building. And again, I don't want to be insensitive. I'm not saying it's just like COVID. I'm not saying that the shit ain't real. People died on 9/11. It was some fucked up shit. There were people in those buildings. I'm not saying that there weren't, but not as many as you think, and not under the circumstances that you think. Some people got fucking bitched that day. Some people that they didn't tell, and they went to work, and they said fuck them, and then they died in those buildings. I'm not arguing that. And yes, people were jumping from those buildings. It was horrific. I know. But it didn't go down like they're showing you how they're selling it. Yeah, well, I can make a whole list of names too. Most people don't know that Building 7 collapsed like the towers, but it wasn't hit by a plane. It was a regular steel building. A building across the street that wasn't hit by anything. No other buildings around, but the Trade Center building that had important land deed documents in it happens to, from across the street, get some little pieces of shrapnel in it, and the whole thing catches fire. And the same thing, the fire is hitting at the top of the building, and somehow the foundation of the building just crumbles. Furthermore, that building could catch on fire. Have you ever seen a house fire? Have you ever seen most fires? Yes. If you leave a fire burning red hot for a long time, yeah, the whole shit will burn down. But what happens in most building and house fires? The shit's burnt up and all fucked up, but there's a building there. It's not like the house just like poofed. And more so in buildings that are made to withstand more shit. The building doesn't just like collapse and burn away and turn to dust. That's not how fires work. Yes, it will fuck up the house. It will fuck up the building, but it's not like this shit's gone. It's not like in the cartoons, you know, like the match lights and the building goes whoosh, and then you see the ash go. No, that's not how it works. It's not cartoon land, guys. So a building across the street that conveniently is part of the same owners and the same people and the insurance and the land deeds that never got touched, not only completely catches on fire, but it collapses and you can watch it. It's a controlled demolition, just like they demolish any other building. You can see how fucking is a controlled demolition. You literally can see it. And people are like, oh yeah, the fire went across the street and hit nothing else but that building that was secretly holding documents that nobody wanted to see. And yeah, it just collapsed. Right. And we won't talk about the gold that was in the World Trade Center. I fight with brothers, punch like each other's arms, but we don't fight. Well, that's different. Yeah, if you're constantly fighting with a friend, I don't see a point in being friends with them anymore. Lol, I think friends are overrated. Yeah, well, and I think the same thing in a relationship. If you are arguing and going on with a girl or a guy, whatever your situation is, then why the fuck are you together? Relationships aren't meant to be miserable and arguing and you're fighting and one-upping and sneaking and cheating. And why are you wasting your fucking time? And that's the thing. Like a long time ago, decided I'm not going to waste my time. A lot of people do. Checking out. You have a great day, I guess, at this point. Have a good day, dead girls. Maybe we'll see you next week. You take care of yourself. Yep. Yeah, probably tonight. I wanted to watch it yesterday, but it wasn't out yet. So I'll sleep for a good part of today, and then I'll probably more than likely watch it tonight, if not tomorrow. But I do want to see the Mortal Kombat movie. So many things, but every people. Hemp has 1 million uses. Marijuana is a $1 billion crop. Industrial hemp is a $1 trillion industry. So while marijuana is big, a lot of people enjoy it. It is a medical thing. It's big industry. That's B with a billion. Billions with a B. Industrial hemp is T. Trillions. Marijuana is small potatoes next to hemp. Marijuana is illegal because of hemp, not the other way around. Most people think it's the devil's weed and that's why they banned hemp. No. Marijuana was banned in conjunction to ban hemp. Hemp was the issue, not marijuana, because they don't care if you're high and eating. What they care about is that every industry, petro, timber, plastics, wood, medicine, clothing, every major industry is fucked by hemp. Because you can grow it quick and cheap, and it's healthy, and it cleans the air, and it remediates the soil, and it just goes on and on and on. It destroys all industries. Now, when I say destroys industries, it doesn't mean people are out of jobs. You just leave the poisonous oil company and you go work for a hemp company. Not a big deal. But it does shut down the guy that owns Exxon and Shell and the plastic company and Kingsford and ABC cutting down all the forests in Seattle and Oregon. That's what it does. It fucks those guys up. No real friends if they assault you or damage your belongings. Yep. Trust a friend. Trust has to be earned. Yep. Who, what? Who, me? We are Venom. Yes. True. I hope it's you, Mr. Bentz. Well, my tax returns not being low. Now I think about it, it isn't about filing tax returns not being low. We still pay taxes when they take the money out of our checks. Yes, unless you elect to not pay taxes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you understand how it works, you can order the IRS to not tax you because they have no grounds to tax you on. Telling you, police are okay, but you actually have that right. They are your employer. You can literally walk up to a cop and say, "Fuck off, pig," and there's nothing he can do about it. Now, if there's no one around and you do that, well, you know, it's his word against yours. But what I'm saying is, under normal circumstances, witnesses, you're filming it, whatever, you can literally tell the cop to fuck off, pig. And there ain't shit he can do about it because he's your employee. And people forget this. Again, fear and faith. You're his boss, and you're bending the knee in fear. The end of the year thing where we have to account for our income tax, and based on a chart, we either pay more money or get some back. Rodin, System Templar, or the Round Table. Hey, bros. Hey, Lucas showed up. I would have told her to mind her own business. Oh, Wes. Do kids choose choice to be a representation of themselves? Nope. I don't like those feel-good cute stories. That's funny. Yeah, people don't. That's not how the human brain works. You're not, you know, I mean, some people I'm sure it does, but it's not generally how the human brain works. You're not like, oh, well, that person needs to look just like me and be just like me for me to be interested in them. That's not what interests you. What interests you is that someone is so different from you. Ironically, that's how you associate with them, is because they're not you, because they're different. Yeah, Hollywood, they're all fucking confused. Oh, look who's here. Hello there once again. I hope it was a great stream. It's ironic. I left immediately. I got a huge fever and I was almost unable to sleep. How are you? Good. How are you? Are you feeling better? Nice to see you back. Tax codes, that biology, each other. I think I mean to write contradict each other or the like. Fade out away. No play record. Exactly. There's no parts of planes. No desk, sneaker, wristwatch, hat, glasses, nothing. oh, but look, I found the passport of the guys that flew the planes into the building. How convenient. There's absolutely nothing else. Not a desk, a pencil, a body, a bone, a t-shirt, nothing. But look, oh, we found the passports. Amazing. Wings, landing gears, engines, all this shit disintegrated, powder, nothing there. But we have passports. That alone, if like you're so fucking thick-headed to believe that, I'm sorry, you're fucking doomed. You're fucking lost. Oh, down the plane in Pennsylvania. Yep, no blood or body. Yep, there was nothing there. It's all fake. So many people have said jets were scrambled that day and came back to the base without the same amount of armaments. I would have tried to climb down the tower floor to floor, sliding down the outside. I mean, I understand and I get it, but there wouldn't be anything there. You would just fall straight. What are you going to hold on to, dude? It's a flat, vertical. There's nothing you can do. You would literally just slide down the side of the building. You're fucked. Apparently, there were 0 Jewish casualties. Apparently, a lot of Jews did not show up for work that day. Coincidentally, I'm Jewish and I have no hate for my people. Facts are facts. Yeah. 2020, the 9/11 day wasn't really hyped. Do you know Larry Silverstein, the owner of the World Trade Centers, put insurance on the building? Yep, I do. Other buildings have been hit by planes and survived. Correct. When you read the classified files, Operation Northwood, saying the U.S. government is behind 9/11, it's far from a stretch. Building 7 had a fire, yeah, but it wouldn't have made it collapse straight down like the towers. Correct. Serious or intense fire at the Pentagon. You can see a damn phone book unburned at the edge of the destroyed building, front of the 2nd floor. Yep. Building expanded was over fire for 30 hours. Correct. And there's several other instances of that type of thing. Peace of mind moves more to me than a relationship. Yeah. Well, sometimes the proper relationship can give you peace of mind, but sure. Yeah, there's many accounts of buildings that were on fire for fucking days and like didn't collapse. You know, it doesn't. I'm checking out also Restwell. Yeah, hemp could replace the trees we use for paper. Correct. Hemp cleans the air 4 times faster than trees and produces 4 times the pulp. So you could literally print 4 times the amount of books from a hemp field than you can from trees. Yep. It also produces more than cotton. It's for textiles. A citizen can legally resist arrest if the officer doesn't verbally say what they're arresting you for, because the arrest is unlawful and is assault. Yep, that is correct. Whenever I hear Americans talk about taxes, it's a reminder that I have a terrible government, but at least they are not taking all my money with taxes like yours. Yes. That is true. Oh, human interest, yeah. Why are you hating on the little girl for liking the little black doll? Did I miss? Yeah, I think he disappeared. Our little trolls somewhere. Plane, seat, window, rubber station, pillows, soda cards, suitcases, seatbelts, doors. Yep. But we got their passports. It was the plane.
Oh, the plane went to a hole and disappeared. I recall the attack of Saudi Arabia, so U.S. went to war with Iraq and Afghanistan. Yep. Staying at a time. Oh yeah, of course. And that's the thing. Life is too short to be arguing and wasting time. And listen, you're never going to find someone that's perfect. There's no such thing. But the way that I look at it is, and I'm not saying you write out a physical list, but when you're in a relationship, whether it be a business relationship, a friendship, or your girl, your guy, you have to look at the overall. Is it usually better than it is bad? That's the first measure, for the most part, on a day-to-day, is it usually better and fun and nice and you're smiling than it is bad? Or is it the opposite? That right there is your first indicator. If things are usually bad and you're arguing and you're not that happy, don't waste time, dude. You're not going to find somebody that's perfect, but you're going to find someone that's much better for you. I've always said no one's perfect, but there's a perfect person for everyone out there. That I do believe. Now, how lucky and easily are you going to find that person? You might spend your whole life looking for them, or they might live right next door, or you might meet them next week. You just don't know. But in general, I can tell you, if you're constantly feeling bad and arguing and all that, more so than you're not, then there's your first red flag. Second, and again, I don't mean you necessarily have to write it on paper, but you could make a list. What really makes me happy about this person and what really pisses me off about this person? And if your pisses me off list is like this and your happy list is like this, stop wasting time. Too many people cling onto a relationship because everything's terrible. She's a liar, steals, cheats, blah. But oh God, sex is so good, and she's got a great ass, and she looks so good, and she's so pretty, and she's got a cool job, and she buys me French fries every third Friday, and meanwhile, this person's like terrible to you and treats you like shit, and you all are fighting, and you're just not truly happy. You don't like the same things. You don't watch the things. You don't hang out together. You don't talk. You don't like the same foods. You have like all these things. Stop wasting your time. Especially guys. We got it great. There's many more women than guys in the world. So stop bullshitting. Find the right woman. Sorry, ladies. There was no video evidence of a plane crashing at the Pentagon, even though there are cameras all along the roof. Correct. The one camera that caught it from across the street, they sequestered the video, and nobody knows what happened to it. Boeing 727s are like 30 feet long. The hole in the Pentagon was 5 foot. Yeah, the whole thing was dumb. Dumb. And you didn't answer my question. Let's have Ventus or sing Bo-Katan, Shag, Marry, Kill. I don't remember that question. I remember something about Aura Singh, but Passage, Aura, Bo. Shag, Marry, Kill. I'm not sure. I'm thinking, I'm like looking at this and thinking like, are you asking me to answer or are you telling me your answers? Shag, marry, kill. Kill Asajj because she's by far the biggest threat. Marry? Well, out of those three, Bo, I suppose. So then that leaves Shag, Aura. Okay, I guess I gotta live with that. Yeah, the wings would have been knocked off. Permanent plane, enter the building. Yeah. Shit's done. Yeah. You need to break up with it. You have to marry one, fuck one, and kill one. All right, well, I gave you the answer. Yeah. Asajj, I think, is the coolest, the badass of them all. But she's also not official Sith, but she's basically a Sith. I don't know why you would want to. I mean, it might sound fun, but so she's definitely the kill. I mean, really, if I had my choice, I would just marry Bo-Katan and then walk away. So I don't have to get into the mess of fighting Asajj or shagging Aura. And not that I really care for Bo, but out of those three, she's probably the only one you're going to have a half normal relationship with and will probably let you live. That's funny. Holdo, Ray, and Rose. Ugh, God, I don't like any of those. Ugh. Well, kill Holdo because she's completely worthless and a cunt, and she nearly got the whole resistance killed. So kill her for sure. Fuck Ray. No way would I marry that dumbass. Rose. What a horrible fucking option. But I guess if I had to, Rosemary. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. Well, of course, she already is my wife. That would be way too obvious. Ray would be too big for her britches, where Rose would be devoted. That's true. I'm not very attracted to Kelly Marie Tran. I'm not saying she's unattractive or ugly, but I'm not. And I have nothing against Asian women. There's some Asian women I like very much. She doesn't do it for me. She has a very big and round face, and I don't like that. It's not for me. But she's cute, and she's a total sweetheart. I mean, as far as like quality of person, yeah, by all means. I mean, also you're talking about Rose. You're not talking about Kelly Marie Tran, so that's a little bit, you know what I mean? But yeah. And Ray, I don't mean to be a dick, but she's an ironing board and just does nothing for me. It's a trap. Yes, it is a trap. All 6 of those women are a trap. You couldn't say like Leia or I don't know, Jyn Erso or Mon Mothra. It's a trap. Kelly looks great. Not playing Rose. That's no moon. It's a space station. Yes. Again, I don't think Kelly's unattractive. She's just not for me. Would I kick her out of bed? No. She's cute. Nice little body. She's cute. she's just not my type. She relies heavily on makeup. Be real. Look at Rose in the movie with no makeup. And then look at Kelly Marie Tran, all makeup. I like natural women. Look at Baby Jen. Yes, she has some makeup. I'm not saying she's 100%, but for the most part there, she doesn't have much going on. A little bit of eyeshadow. She probably did her eyebrows. But and that's one thing that Ray has, just naturally. She's more attractive than Kelly Marie is naturally. And not to attack Daisy Ridley, but who dresses that girl? Seriously. Who dresses Daisy Ridley? She wears the most ridiculous dresses and clothes. I don't. I know the celebrities sometimes like do like wild stuff and dress, you know, flamboyant, but she just dresses weird. Like, I wonder where does she shop for herself? Is somebody like telling her that she wears the weirdest freaking clothes? Anyways. But yeah, by all means, Kelly, she's a total sweetheart. She would be probably a lot of fun and very loyal and sweet, and no argument there. For women, Mary, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Mace, or Cassian. Poor girls. Poor girls. These guys are more handsome than these girls are pretty. Yep. Yep. I know what you meant. the ironing board. I know. Can't do nothing with there's nothing there. Yeah. Not all women. Some women don't need any makeup, or very, very little. And one thing is a little bit of makeup, a little bit of touch, a little bit of foundation. Another thing is like you need to do all this thing or you look totally different and not that attractive. And that I don't like. Ray. Shops. Yeah. No, I'm not like trying to be mean. I mean, I know clothing. I own a clothing company. Ray, Daisy does not know how to dress. My lord. Who is dressing that girl? I hope she's not paying somebody like thousands of dollars to be her designer and put her in this stuff, and she thinks she's like fashion forward. I'm a celebrity. Look at these wacky costumes I'm wearing. Because holy shit, Daisy. A fan of the Second Amendment. Yes, absolutely. I am a fan of the United States Constitution and Declaration of Independence. I wholeheartedly insist and support on everything in those documents. Not in Joe Biden, not in the Congress, not in Joe Blow at City Hall. None of that shit means nothing to me. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence is what I believe in and I uphold and what should be. There should be individual states, no federal government, and fully respecting the Declaration. Yes, Daisy. I don't know who dresses that girl. Holy fuck, she's terrible. Hayden Christensen as an actor, I think he's decent, good in Jumper. I never had a problem with him. I thought he was fine. I thought he did a good job as Anakin. I never had a problem with him. A lot of people got their panties in a bunch. I don't like saying he did terrible. I don't agree with that. I think he did just fine. Is he the best actor? No, he's not Al Pacino. I get it. He did fine. He was a great Anakin. A little bit goes a long way. Some pack on it. Or some pack it on. Yeah. Okay, big difference. Felicity knows how to dress. She dresses like a woman. She dresses like a classy, celebrity, wealthy woman. Daisy dresses like freaking, I don't know, like she shops at a thrift shop, literally. Look at the two of them next to each other. You're going to be like, oh, that's a woman, and that's, what is that? Trend, yeah, well, she needs to try harder because that shit ain't working. They're going to try and slowly get rid of the guns to a point where only bad guys have guns. Well, what they want, the government wants to be the ones that only have guns. You see, they build this narrative that your safety and the shootings and all that shit is to scare you, again, faith and fear, to scare you out of giving up your guns. And the police know what they're doing. They'll be under control. Let them go around with the guns. Is the United States of America, Inc.? No. It is the Constitution and Declaration of the Founding Fathers that have the intention of doing this correctly before it was a corporation. How young Vader was in Episode 3. I think he was fine. Al Pacino is great. Denzel Washington, probably my favorite. Denzel's amazing. He's maybe not my favorite, but like top 3, top 5. Denzel's amazing. Book of Eli, Equalizer. I mean, really, he's one of those guys like has never made a bad film. All his shit, he's great. Al Pacino as well. Those guys are giants. Yeah. Her tomboy little sister, who Ray to Jen. I saw an interview today that or earlier that Mark was talking about how he was invited on the sets and that he went to they invited him to Rogue One and that he was hanging out and he thought it was cool, and he mentioned he got to meet Felicity Jones. He was like, I got to meet Felicity Jones. Like, he said it all like she was. I thought it was kind of neat. The other thing with Jen, baby Jen, is she's not a dumbass and she's not pretentious. And I mean, I don't know the girl. I've only seen so much. But when you hear her and you hear fucking Ray Soywalker, you know, there's a big difference in their, like, the way they talk and attitude. And Felicity has, I have seen like 1 or 2 kind of like risky outfits. But for the most part, you know, she's a classic. Man, I'm looking at her. God, this girl's so gorgeous.
Baby Jen. Let's see. She's, you know, pretty classic. Here's a good, I don't know if this is her husband or. Yeah, first child, yeah. It was kind of in secret. Oh, come on, Baby Jen. That's who you're with? Anyways, you see, she's pretty classic, typical, you know. Nice dress. Not overly flashy and being, you know, trashy, and not like totally boring either. She's very cute, very pretty, classic. I like it. Works for me. Seeing like, here's a cool, I really like this. Is there, okay, like this. I think this shit looks awesome here. Ugh, all these websites, all this fucking pop-up shit on it. Stop it. It's 2021 and y'all are still putting all these fucking pop-ups and crap on your sites. I mean, seriously. Okay. Hair, awesome. Look, very minimal makeup. What a doll. She's got kind of a 70s look with the pants with this waist and the pink and the blue little croppy top. Super cute, sexy. She has a nice figure. You know, I like her because she's like in between. Like, she's classic and classy, but she's got a nice figure and she shows it. She's not all like hanging out, but you know, she wears tight clothes. She, you know, she knows how to be a woman. What do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, come on, load up, damn it. Man, she is so pretty in this picture. Goodness grief. Ugh. Is it the same? No, different. Yeah, I mean, she's pretty, you know. The kind of simple, classic. It's a little, you know, a little flamboyant. She's got all the colors, especially this top see-through part is a little risky, a little, but it's okay. It's good. It's not all crazy. She has the body for it. It's classy. Pretty simple, a little bow, you know. Baby Jen. Again, here in typical, you know, she's just a normal woman, and she, you know, I don't know, pretty. She has a little bit of a classical.
Daisy, one, is always insisting on having this little tiny short hair, and I hate that crap. Ugh. I hate that shit. That's just me. Okay, but like, I mean, I don't know what this girl is, who's dressing her, or if she thinks she's avant-garde, or I don't know what it is with Daisy really, but you know, like, what the hell are you wearing, Daisy? What are these shoulder pads? And like, we're not in 1980. You're not, who is the blonde chick with the short hair that dated Flavor Flav? Y'all know who I'm talking about. What the hell was her name? I don't understand Daisy. And this is like very mild compared to her nonsense of dressing. Okay, that's fine. That's like an old. Look, what are you wearing here? What are you doing? What's going on here, Daisy? Look at the. Like, what is this? Around her ankle? Look at all this loose fabric. I mean, it just looks fucking ridiculous. What is that? The fuck are you wearing? There, she looks good. That's no, you know, classy, classic. That's fine here. Look at, what is this? I don't know. I just. She just sometimes wears the most awkward shit. See if I can find. Okay. Oh man. I think Daisy's prettier without makeup. She's one of those girls that I don't think she benefits from makeup. My lord, who dresses this girl? Fashion forward. She's fashion forward, right? Way forward. Fuck it, she's so damn thin. All right, we'll look at two more and then I'm over Daisy.
I remember this. Daisy cried all day after finishing Star Wars. Yeah, of course she did. I would be crying too. All right, okay, first of all, I think she's much prettier without makeup, but anyways, and I don't care for that hair, but look how thin she is. You can see the lines here in her neck. Look at her back. She's like a fucking stick. And then this just really awkward, you're way too thin for it to begin with, but just this awkward ass like one sleeve dress thing. I don't know what to even say about that. And then I'm not trying to be cruel, but somebody mentioned the little boy body. I don't know. Maybe she gained some weight, but anyways, I don't want to be mean. I'm not here to attack Daisy Ridley. I just think it's funny. Oh boy. Oh well. Anyways. Her tomboy little sister. Yeah, Denzel's amazing. He's awesome. Liam? No, I don't think so. Last I heard, he might be in the Obi-Wan. I haven't heard anything about him being canceled. Killed by cars every year. That doesn't mean to get rid of cars. We have people register cars, get a license to operate. Yeah. Oh, look who's back. Good morning. So refreshing to hear your position. American government, state governments were meant to have much more direct impact in our lives than the federal government. Yes. That's part of the problem that we have right now. We have one entity that's trying to control everyone, and that's a problem. The Constitution clearly states you're not supposed to have a federal government. You're not. We're supposed to be governing ourselves. And here we are with the federal government taxing us. Which kills me. It's like, why don't you open the Declaration and then in the Constitution and just be like, okay, we're under some bullshit and this has to end right now, today. Because the only thing we're supposed to, not even, really, we're supposed to all just be sovereign and free and under God anyways. But if we're going to follow any kind of rules or plan or anything, it's the Constitution. Constitution has nothing to do, or and the Declaration has nothing to do at all with the federal government or DC being a sovereign state and all this crap. He said that in defense of keeping guns, but his point ended up being that guns should have more regulations. She rebels. I'd like to rebel her. Felicity, soft-spoken, yeah. Which we don't know. She might be a total bitch nugget, but she seems like she's probably a total sweetheart. Training Day and Man on Fire are absolutely amazing. Yeah. All those movies are good. Where's the name tag? Who? Felicity or Daisy? Who is that clown? I'm not the most handsome, but damn, I look better than that. Yeah. My favorite Denzel movie is Training Day. He Got Game. Yeah. Courage Under Fire. Remember the Titans. John Q. There's a movie he made years ago that's kind of low. Like, not everybody knows it, called Virtuosity. I love that freaking movie. I love Virtuosity. I think it's such a cool. And another one, is it Fallen? Azazel, the Forest
Demon. That shit bad. That movie's awesome. Bone Collector, all this shit, dude. He's never made a bad movie, not that I can think of. So what RXA toy is Korea Quano.net? What? RXA toy? Oh, what exactly? Holy shit, spell check. I'm like, what? What exactly is Gina Carano? It's a fan made site, but she knows about it and like endorses it. It's not her official site, but she apparently is going to give them like, well, she says she's going to send them goodies, and that she will. I forget how she worded it. Pop by sometime. So I don't know if that means she's going to like create content and maybe be on that site, or just, you know, pop in as a member and visit, so whatever. It's just basically a fan site for Gina. I'm not really a Cara Dune fan, and I'm not some huge like simp or fan of Gina Carano. I think she's beautiful. I think she's very sexy. I think she's a total sweetheart. I think she's a good person, and that's why I stand with her as a person. I don't give two shits about Cara Dune. I don't like the Mandalorian. I think that shit's dumb. So Cara Dune to me is whatever. I care about that she was done wrong, that she didn't do anything wrong, and that she's a person that's everybody's like calling her disgusting shit and trying to cancel her life when she didn't even do anything. But even if she said, "Oh, the Jews are like the," okay, so what? Doesn't mean you got to fucking kill this girl. But she didn't do anything wrong anyways. But yeah, I mean, it's just a little sight for her. It's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because I think Gina's gorgeous, but she's not like she's not like Baby Jin to me. Like, she's not my thing. You know what I mean? I think she is absolutely gorgeous and a total sweetheart, and I think she's a cool person. So it's not a matter of like attraction. I just think that she's a good person, and it's funny because of what we've been talking about all this time. Equates back to Gina, to truth and freedom, because that's why I stand with her, because that's what she's, you know, basically doing. Shit, if y'all are mad at Gina for that, well, then you all got to cancel me, because I've been doing this game for a long time, calling out all kinds of shit. So Gina ain't doing. She's a guppy. She's a tadpole. But that's a big reason why I support her, because I know the truth. I know through the bullshit. But yeah, it's not. I really don't care about Cara Dune. I didn't hate her, but I don't really care about Cara Dune. And it's not because I'm simping for Gina or I think she's hot, so I'm gonna stay. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's because she's talking real shit. Because she's trying to send real messages. She's trying to help people and open eyes. And that's what I've been about for 30 plus years. Shape. I am still streaming. I usually do 12-hour streams. Training day, yeah. Yep. Ain't got shit on me. Yes, sir. That's true. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Yes, indeed. Yeah, man, all this shit is really good. I really like him as the Equalizer. I watched the original show, loved the original show. Denzel was awesome. I thought he was great as the Equalizer. And again, Bone Collector was really good. I really, really love Fallen, and I love Virtuosity. Those movies I really like. All his stuff. I'm sure there's some movies. I'm forgetting Mo Better Blues. I mean, he's just good in all his shit. Get older, they cut their hair. Yeah, women, listen, girls, don't do that bullshit. Stop cutting your fucking hair short like a boy. I don't know who told you that shit's okay or looks good. Stop that bullshit. Bridget Nielsen, yes. Do not Bridget Nielsen yourself. God damn it. Trust me, men don't like that shit. And now, of course, you're going to have the girls, well, but it's not about what men are. Okay, well, I'm just telling you, it's not what guys like. It's lesbian fashion. Hello, I live in Voronezh, Russia. Hello. English, I do not know. Well, oh, okay, cool. If you can then to please communicate with me. I'm a Star Wars fan. Well, I can try. I'm not gonna spend too much time translating a bunch of stuff, but I can. Okay, I'm going to speak for myself, but I'm pretty sure I talk for every fucking man on earth. Number one, when a man sees a woman, there's many things that he may notice or catch. But you have to understand it's like a food or a website or anything. You get that first initial moment, right? To catch someone's eye. Like you're looking through thumbnails. Which one stands out? Okay, the same thing. So a man sees you real quick. He doesn't have the time to be like, oh, she's got pink lipstick and orange fingernails and her shoes are white and, no. He's seeing you very quick. What is he seeing? Well, in the instant, he's seeing a silhouette. Think Charlie's Angels. Think, that Kappa brand with the two girls, the silhouette of a woman. Okay, so one, the shape of your body is a big deal. And two, your hair, flowing hair, is one of the most feminine traits and characteristics that a man picks up on. So that little Daisy Ridley bored boy haircut, no. Think of Charlie's Angels, okay? That's what you're catching, that quick, immediate glimpse. You're catching like a silhouette, a shape. And that flowing hair is giving you a huge first impression of your femininity. Now, every man is different. Every man has different tastes, whatever. All I'm telling you, as a man, and speaking, I can promise you for most men, what I just said, that silhouette, your hair flowing and blowing, we like to feel your hair on us. We like to smell your hair. We like to see your hair draping over your shoulders. We like it when you tie it up and do things to it. And when you have that little ridiculous boy thing that Daisy does, all of that is gone. So you're taking out just that initial silhouette, preliminary femininity out of yourself. Daisy's case, you combine that with that's what she looks like. It's not too good for, at least not, I don't know, some guys I'm sure are crazy about it. To me, it's like, okay. We want to be able to pull your hair. So just free advice, ladies. Stop doing that boy haircut bullshit. And the truth is, only about like 0.5% of you can pull it off anyways. Holly Berry is Holly Berry. So I don't want to hear, but Holly Berry. Yeah, that's fucking Holly Berry. You're not Holly Berry. Stop that bullshit. Okay? Free advice. Grow your fucking hair. It doesn't have to be to your ass. It doesn't have to be, you know, you don't have to like Rapunzel it, but grow your goddamn hair. Anyways. Just being honest. She looks odd in the red dress. Yeah. Short hair is required to be effeminate. Surprisingly, it's not purple. Yeah. The Han Solo action figure we first had back in the day was warped, like right in the picture. His legs were all weird. Yes. What do you think of Star Wars sequels? I personally do not like 9 and 8 episodes. Disney. I don't know if it's going to translate this correctly into Russian, but Disney Star Wars is no good. Hopefully that's plain and translates enough. I got it there. Tag you. No? Come on. Just a moment, Lena. Should be able to. There you are. Okay. hopefully that gets the point. Too funny. Nah. Yeah. The way they have Daisy dressing makes her look very masculine, more confusion of the genders of the masses. I think she's a boring actress. I want to see this new movie with her to see how she does. The one that just came out with it was done years ago and they never got put it out and it just came out. Holy fuck, everybody's like, this is the biggest fucking dumpster fire. Which, I mean, to each his own. Maybe you'll see it and like it, but everybody's like, holy shit, this thing is garbage. Yeah. The thing is, Daisy doesn't have it. And there's no way to like really describe it, but she ain't got it. You know, she just doesn't. She doesn't have the stunning, striking beauty like Linda Carter, for example, or even Baby Jim. She doesn't have the personality. She's like just fucking like a piece of cardboard, man. The way the girl talks and acts, and like she just, I don't know. I don't know what anybody really sees in that girl. I don't hate her. I don't wish anything bad on her. I'm not saying, I mean, she's not ugly, but she doesn't have it. And superstars, actors, they have they have a thing. Daisy ain't got it. Dub translated audio and voice acting. I would think both. Kim Kardashian, I'm not a fan. She's an airhead. She's arrogant. She's head in the fucking clouds, you know. But she's got it. It's okay. That's why she has all these followers and all these people worship her and chase her and watch her, and you know she's making tons of money in it because she's got it. And she's got it like in the obvious, like, you know, that ass and that body, and you know, but she has a thing in it factor. Understand? That's what I'm getting at. She has a charisma, not a charisma because she's not super charismatic, but she has just something that draws you, an it factor. And Daisy does not have that. She ain't it. That ain't it, Daisy. Daisy. Disney, Daisy. Ain't it. I'm trying to think of someone that has it. Denzel. Because it's not even the really looks, though. Al Pacino. I mean, he's not a bad-looking man, but, you know, Al Pacino's not like because he's so gorgeous, right? He's not George Clooney. But he's got it, don't he? You see what I'm saying? So, Dave Chappelle, he's kind of in the middle, like a good-looking guy, but not like anything, you know. But he's got it. Daisy really ain't it, and she ain't got it. Mark Hamill has it. Finn has it. No. John Boyega has it. Finn was trash, and I don't know how. I haven't seen enough of John to really say that he's really a great actor. I can't say that he is. I can't say that he's not. But he has it. Daisy doesn't. The translator, do not know English. Are you difficult? I don't know if you understood, or she's talking to Book of Eli. Yeah, I love that man. Felicity's boyfriend. Yeah, he ain't got it. He definitely don't got it. Well, I guess he does got it because he got her, but he ain't got it. Oh Lord, not Biden, Senator Kennedy. Virtuosity with Russell Crowe, 95, Fallen. Yeah. Love Virtuosity. I just love the whole like premise and the idea of that movie and how they did it. The sequels in Russian or English. You got to translate them. Talk to her in Russian is the problem. Greg, to JFK's point about regulating guns the way they cars are, we do not have a constitutional right to drive a car. It's a privilege. We do have an explicit constitutional right to be and bear arms. Yes. Bear arms or armed bears? Sorry, but I unfortunately do not understand. You are right through Google Translator English. Myself, I do not know. If you can then too, please. The problem is I don't know what to say right now. Hello. Oh, you. Star Wars. But we love George Lucas, Star Wars. But it's me.
thing is, I know nothing about Russian, so the way you write things, you know, like Spanish is backwards from English, so I understand the context of how you would write. Does that make sense? So to translate something into Russian, you have to write it in the right context in English so that when it's translated, it would fit as if someone's speaking Russian. Does that make sense? So as I know nothing about Russian, I don't know that what I'm saying. I'm trying to keep it as simple for her. If it was Spanish, I would easily be able to. Anyways. I want to be nice and involve her, but it's just kind of tricky because I don't know what to. All right. Hopefully she can pick up on that. Where we at? Yeah, I'm trying. He's not JFK, he's John Kennedy. I know what he was trying to say, but he messed up. Whatever Wes said. Hey, yeah, hell yeah, Fallen and Virtuosity are badass films. John Goodman, Russell Crowe. Yeah. Yeah, those two. I love both those movies. Now it's clear. Okay, good. Flight, where Denzel was messed up on coke. Malcolm X, yeah. Yep. Hurricane, yeah. No doubt. Guys, I told you he doesn't have any bad movies. Totally agree on the short hair. And listen, everybody has different tastes. Everybody has different styles. Some guys would eat very small percentage, but some guys sure like it. And a lot of guys will be okay with it. But here's the thing. A lot of guys aren't going to be honest with you because they are scared they're going to hurt your feelings or you're going to get all upset. But if a guy's being honest with you, I promise you, 99 out of every 100, 999 and 99 and 99 out of every, million guys, grow your damn hair. Promise you, ladies, grow your damn hair. What are your favorite Star Wars characters? Palpatine. Papa Palpatine. You're part of the Rebel Alliance and Trader. Nice. Borg boy haircut. Yes. The community is the Star Wars when surviving Jedi were after Order 66. Never surrender. Too funny. We'll say that they don't. We'll say that they don't dress to please men. Yes and no. Yes and no. And I'm happy to answer that, but I'm going to take a quick break. We're going on 10 and a half hours. Okay, so I'm going to take a 10-minute, get some liquid. I need to stretch. And then I'll come back and we'll do the last hour and a half. Yes or no on that? And it's actually kind of 50-50, ironically. We can talk about that in a minute if you would like to. I will be happy to answer that. Let me take a quick break and on this one I don't have to translate in any language. Because it's universal. Boba fucking Fett. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 10 minutes, and then we can pick up the last of this little fun nonsense we're talking about women here. We've turned into from Star Wars to government and freedom and women styles and. Oh well. And for my lady watchers,
or anybody that comes in. You know, I'm not trying to attack anybody. I'm not trying to be critical. It's my taste. I'm not saying that you all have to, you know, be a certain way, but I promise you, listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you. Grow your damn hair and start dressing like a woman and stop acting crazy. All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh boy, I'm gonna get myself in trouble here. Too funny. I love you, baby Jin. We did 3, right? Okay, we'll do number 2. See you in a few minutes.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with you know, the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought, and it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon, and I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's kind of it's a behind-the-scenes book in the same way that making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind-the-scenes books. This is also a behind-the-scenes book.
and by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he'll put me out of business.
a brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story going to go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. Fuck Ray. R2 is the bestest ever. I love R2. All right. This is a loaded statement. Yes and no. No, because most men don't notice details. Women know this. So women do a lot of little details. Their shoes, their little fringes and details and hair and things that most guys don't notice. So, in fact, women very much compete with each other and dress for each other. Not only to compete, but also because girls like compliments. So, as men don't notice a lot of these little details, they get compliments from other women. Oh, you look so pretty today. Your hair, blah, blah, blah. I love your dress. So women on a half do dress for other women because women are very competitive with each other. They're very catty. Now, of course, and then you've got, of course, some women like women. But yes, of course, women dress sexy and do things to attract men, obviously. But don't think that it's only to please men, or because most men don't notice. I notice every little detail, every little crinkle, every little hair, every little or nail polish color, all that stuff. I notice all that. That's me. Most men do not. So women are conscious of this, and they know that they're doing extra details, not because the man is going to notice her earrings. He's just going to notice that she looks good. Why, or the detail of it, most men don't notice. So it's a bit of both. You're waiting for Mandalorian. I'm gonna have to translate that. Heard that before. That like the only reason women dress nice evolutionarily is to attract men. Yes, on a primal, primitive level, of course, to attract men. But again, since the men don't tend to notice those types of details, the details that they do is because they know other women pick up on it and notice it. And then again, it's the competition and the compliments. Get the idea? Some women are purposely trying to make their parents unsexy with the boycott. Yes. Some are. Some are just damn lazy and don't want to deal with their hair. Now, and again, I'm not trying to be all critical, but there's women out here that don't take care of their body, cut their hair short so they don't have to deal with it. But yeah, we'll spend 2 hours doing makeup. Stuff like that, you know, it's just bass backwards. Why not have like a balance, you know? Some women feel like they're objectified, so they want to be seen that way. They want to be as plain as possible. So you'll see me for me, but it's important that you be attractive. Listen, I'm not trying to box people into things, but let's be real. Men are strength, women are beauty. It is important that you look good for yourself and for your man, or to attract that man. It's something that you need to do. If you don't want to, okay, that's up to you. You do what you do, but just saying. It's free advice. I was shocked by Luke's parents. Yeah, everybody was pretty shocked. It is beautiful, but not super sexy. Yeah, I don't know. I think she's pretty. James Bond, Jinx, she's pretty freaking sexy on the beach. Swordfish, it's a good looking woman. She's not my particular thing, but she's pretty hot. Sequels or The Mandalorian, you just add extra 2 hours of sleepiness. Yes, you do. 15 years ago, Hallie was a bomb. Yeah, I mean, Hallie's a good-looking woman. You know, it's she's a pretty exceptional-looking woman. But again, she's like 1 in a million that can rock that hair like that, and you know, it's like most women cannot pull that shit off. And that's so funny to me. Halle Berry looks great. That's Halle Berry. That's not you, dear. Sorry. You should be able to understand that, Lena or Lena. Lena? And my phone died. There you go. Well, you're back. He's back. Oh, Wes, I was thinking about this. You had asked earlier, I don't know if you said it in this chat or you said it somewhere, I think earlier in this chat, or maybe in one of my posts or something. Maybe it was on my community. You said, what's Locals? Is it like Gab? Yes, kind of, sort of. It's new. It's a social network. It's free speech, left, right, doesn't matter. It's about open free speech. You can say and propose pretty much anything, just nothing like illegal or crazy. You make your little profile, you can follow people, you can connect with them like friends, you know, connect. And you have communities. As a matter of fact, I just got an email that my community got approved. So, and you have communities, and it's basically, you know, like I have a Not My Star Wars community page there. So it's just another social media, which further gives me more views and indexing in Google. And it has in the community where I can do like paid exclusive stuff. So I can post videos and upload and do all that stuff. And just like let's say a Facebook, there's the feed, right? And it can be free. It can be all free if I want. Or if I want like certain posts, I can make them for like premium members. So you can set how much, like $5 a month or whatever. And then there's exclusive content for paying members. So it's a way to have a community, sell exclusive content, and that way the creator and locals make some money. I didn't make it because of the paid community. Pretty much everything I'll put there will be free. Maybe, who knows, I'll put something exclusive at some point, but the idea is just to have another social network, and again, more indexing in Google and more exposure. So in a nutshell, it's just another social network, but it's cool. It looks clean. It's new. There's some celebrities on there, and it's just another outlet and more exposure. Take care, James. Yeah, she probably would. Yeah. Y'all got to watch the Evil Dead trilogy. I was blown away and had so much fun watching it with my friends. Recommend it for a movie night with the boys. Sam Raimi classic with Bruce Campbell. Yeah. There's he made a movie, I think it's called I Am Bruce, where it's like him doing a parody of himself, like making fun of himself as that type of character in horror films. I think it's called I Am Bruce. It was actually pretty good. It was like him outside of himself, playing himself, kind of, sort of. I thought it was pretty neat. And it's like dumb and silly, you know, but it was cool. If you haven't seen it. Yeah. Disney. Disney, Lena. Bruce Campbell's the most underrated actor, is a great person with his fans. If only people who work on Lucasfilm now treated their audience like the people who worked on The Evil Dead. Yeah. But if Delirium is that Rey's granddaughter Palpatine, yes. Yeah, perhaps. No. Yeah, and Marvel's next, or DC's next. He wasn't the director of 9, but alas, I ruined everything good. Yeah. We'll ruin Superman. Yeah. What about Fences, the movie? Yes, Lena. No idea what I said either. Just throw it into Google Translate and hope for the best. I care for hair, yes. Now, me personally, I like a girl with hair down to her ass. That's me. I love long hair, long, dark hair. I also like redheads, but long, dark hair. That's what I like. To each his own. Let it be there. Babu Fett. By the way, I read a long time ago that Kennedy invented flying Leia and returned Palpatine. I heard she should be kicked out of Lucasfilm. I don't think, Lena. She's not going anywhere. Kathleen, 5-10 years more. She's not going anywhere. She should, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not their job or requirement, but then they shouldn't complain if they're single. Yeah, well, there you go. Conspiracies. This year will be TV Boba Fett. Yes. December. Are we Jedi survivors? KK is searching for us. We are enemies to the Empire. Yes. You tried to shut me down earlier. Yes. Yes, isotopes. Not as far from the truth as it seems. Yeah. Yes, I love you too, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was so hoping Kathleen, yeah. We all want her out, but I don't think she's leaving. If what I've written is still not clear, what will happen to Johnson direct trilogy? I don't think he will. $4.18. It's 9:30 for me. 9:39. Can't tell the story of episodes 5, 7, 8, 9 since he was turned off, covered with a tarp, and placed in the corner. Yep. And if you can't tell the story, then there is no story. Disney. Are you waiting for the Marriage Party, which will be released May 4th? Marriage Party? Bad Batch? That's funny. Marriage Party? Is that what it translated? Oh, that's funny. Bad Batch? No, I don't care for Bad Batch. Nor do I plan on having a marriage party on May 4th. Oh, that's funny. I'll watch it to review it probably, but I don't think he likes you at all. No, I don't like you either. No problem. It's funny. It is you. It's you. Me too. You also find it difficult to understand some of the apps that I write. Some words Google Translator does not translate. Bright color in nature means dangerous. Where do you come from? I'm in Pennsylvania. United States. A star of Star Wars live. No, I never met a Star Wars. I've never met anyone involved with Star Wars live. No. Not at a convention, not in life, no. The closest I've come is Jonathan Rinzler through email and live stream, which he's not George Lucas, but I gotta say, of all the other people that I could want to be friends with and have a stream with, Jonathan is, he did work with George every day very closely, and he's a real good dude. So I'm happy that I know him. A balance in the Force. Actors, I mean, yeah. I never got to. Good morning from LA. Good morning from PA. Must be about 6:40 for you. Yeah, check it out. It's cool. Yeah, different, but kind of sort of that type of idea. It's more community based, I think. It's not so much like a main feed that everybody sees. I think it's more community based. So you find communities, and then when you go into that community, then you have that feed. But the feed is, for example, like Not My Star Wars. It's not like Facebook where it's like all these different, right? Or like Twitter. So how long you been a Star Wars fan? Started watching in 2012? 1977. Arnold is, that's true. Daisy ain't got nothing on Arnold. Even if we have to translate, yes. That's what the 3PO is for. I haven't seen it, but I think it's on Amazon Prime. That would be pretty clever, Disney, if you had a fucking brain and knew how to market anything. You'd make a C-3PO that translates like, I don't know, at least 10 languages. You could have all kinds of fun. Yeah, I like that. It was goofy, but it was cool. Season 2, and the whispering talk style made me cringe. Yeah, she does this thing too, where she's like, that's really freaking annoying. Oh god. Sad that it ended in season 3 because nobody used Stars as a streaming service, but at least Stars let the let them make it the way they wanted and didn't disgrace the original content. They even praised it. Yeah. Stars made one of my favorite shows of all time, Spartacus. Well, I love Spartacus. That show was badass. I'll go. Good stream to you and all the best. Big hello from Russia. Every Friday, Lena, I'm not sure which one it is. Every Friday we're here. $6:40. How you're skipping over the Russian translate? Well, because what am I going to do with it? What am I going to say? I don't know how to read it. I heard Ryan Johnson may direct. Yeah. Well, I made a video about that. Lost on Marriage Party. Yeah, I think what you meant was Bad Batch. Pretty sure. That's funny, Marriage Party. Over 6 million forms of communication. Yes. How's Rinzler? He's okay. I was looking the other day. He some of his levels had gone back up, and the thing with cancer, you know, if you guys know anything about it, it's so day to day. Like today you could be okay, and then tomorrow you're a fucking mess, and you know it's really. And he's got pancreatic, which is one of the worst from what I understand, and it's just, and I hate it, but what can we do? But overall, he's in pretty good spirits, so that's the main thing. I've seen him many times on YouTube and in Star Wars DVDs. I was 2 in 77, little baby. I was 0. Bachi. Only on Sundays. Greedo, no, but Chewie understands English, yes. Seven-minute delay? It shouldn't. Oh, from when till I read it, yeah. Well, that happens for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, because I'm commenting and talking about your previous comments, but also because there's a delay from the actual stream to StreamYards. So. Probably Scarface, love Dog Day Afternoon, Son of a Woman, really love. He's another one, like all his movies are great. There was a movie with Robert De Niro. Was chasing around Robert De Niro. It was those two. Really great freaking movie. Not that it was full of too much action or story. It was pretty simple. But, you know, you got two monsters that just narratively are, you know, are playing off of each other. Like all the other shit doesn't matter. Like you've got De Niro and Pacino, and it's just
Uh, yeah, it's a tricky one, but definitely up there. Son of a Woman, Scarface, Devil's Advocate. I mean, Pacino's a god, man. Cruising. Attica. Yeah, with Gabrielle Anwar. She was so freaking gorgeous. My God, that girl was bad to the bone. Man, she kind of fell apart as she got older. But yeah, she was. I had it pretty good for her back in the day. Dog Day, yeah. Should live stream the Family Guy Star Wars spoofs. Seen them yet and got them free from a guy giving away his Family Guy DVDs. Sure. The problem is I don't have them. Not anymore. I don't have those. I don't have Blue Harvest either. I used to have Blue Harvest. Dog Day Afternoon was forward thinking with the plot twist. Godfather, of course. Heat, Dog Day, Scarface. Yeah, Heat, I love. That's one of my all-time favorite movies. Love Heat. A Righteous Kill. Dick Tracy. Heat, yeah. Heat was awesome. Tombstone. I'm not big on Westerns. There's a few. Tombstone was pretty good. There was one called Posse that was a little bit unknown that I thought was okay. I really like Westworld, which, you know, is kind of sort of a Western. But yeah. Good, the Bad, the Ugly. I'm not really big on Westerns. Best Western for me is a hotel or motel. Simone was a good movie. That's when I realized he was a great actor. Serpico. That's your uncle talking. And Justice for All. And Justice for All, you're out of order. You're out of order. Yep. You're thinking of Heat, another badass movie, 2.5, yeah. But it's not Heat. I love Heat. I know exactly, yeah. But there's another one with Pacino and De Niro. It came out much later where one of them is like the bad guy, but really he's like the good guy. Maybe they're both cops. I forget what it is. And it's a very narrative-driven movie. It was years after Heat. I don't remember for the life of me the name. Yep, there you go. Yeah, no, I can't argue that. I more so love the movie, and I like the premise. Now, I did like the show. It was, at least the first 2 seasons were pretty cool. Of course, JJ goes off in some other shit. That was JJ, by the way. Well, anyway, Bad Robot. I'm pretty sure JJ had the production rights there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure JJ you would see in the credits. Yeah. Dolores. I think young Natalie Portman. Yeah, she was nice. She still looks great. Unfortunately, she got all woke and dumb. He directed by Michael Mann versus Val Kilmer, Ashley Judd. Yeah, Ashley was gorgeous in there. Sizemore, De Niro. Yeah, I'll send you them. Yeah, cool. All right, just go. City Hall. Yeah. Righteous Kill. It must be. Donnie Brasco, yes. Carlito's Way. Like I said, same thing with Denzel. He does nothing but great movies. Yeah, Carlito's Way. Yeah. Departed. Yeah, Departed's a good movie. Yeah, which one? James Woods. Departed, English remake of some Japanese film. Man on Fire. You're thinking of there, bro. Fairly Alleyway. Righteous. What is that movie? Irishman. Heat. Was it Righteous Kill? Godfather. Maybe it was Righteous Kill. That's what it is. 2 veteran New York City detectives work on a case of serial executions of criminals who escape justice. Right. And in the end, one of them turns or is a dirty cop or some shit like that. with one of my favorite women of all time, Carla Gugino. Love that chick. Nom, 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 nom. I like her in everything. But I really like her in this, and I really liked her in the one with Jet Li. She's like the real life Jessica Rabbit. Beautiful, curvy, juicy body with long, crazy red hair and big green. She's literally freaking Jessica Rabbit. Oh my God, I was drooling when I saw her in the one. If you haven't seen it, it's a badass movie with Jet Li, and she is absolutely stunning in that movie. I mean, I like her with the long ass red hair, looking smoking, gorgeous dress and like dressed to the nines, or heels, and everything. She looked just absolutely. Jessica Rabbit would be crying in jealousy of her in that movie. Holy shit, the one. If you haven't seen it, watch it. Anyway, she's one of my favorite actresses. Actress and woman. Yeah, Righteous Kill. Yeah. Which I thought was really good. It was very narrative driven, but you know, you got those two monsters. As a movie, it wasn't all that interesting, but those two, that dynamic and the dialogue, and you see the YouTuber EDP got busted talking to underage kids. No, that is creepy. It happens all the time. Now you ask that I've fucking just closed the damn page. I don't see like a numbered list, but you got Godfather, Raging Bull, Heat, Righteous Kill, Irishman, Goodfellas. He's saying why they shouldn't expect the next Goodfellas. Let's see if this tells us. No, that's just the Facebook. Looks like about 4 or 5 movies. Irishman makes 4 for De Niro and Pacino. So there you go. $12. I like to listen to replay. Yeah, we're at 11:29. I can go a little bit like 13, you know, but once you start going too much, yeah, I'm tired anyways. We're gonna finish up here in a little bit. Devil's Advocate, yeah. Sea of Love. What's her name in there? She was just smoking too. Is that Ellen Barkin? Ooh, she was smoking. Another redhead. But Carla, she's like my top 10. I love that woman. My goodness. Just me personally. Oh man, that more Al Pacino. I would take her over Baby Jim, and I love my Baby Jim. Carla's something serious for me. Al Pacino and De Niro together. Yeah, that movie where they were both cops. Yeah, it was good. It wasn't the best they've done, but it was good. Again, narratively, the two of them, you know. Which one? The One or Righteous Kill? Either way, they're both great. Check them out. Such a Thing, Ashley Judd. Yeah, she's beautiful. She's not my personal preference, but I mean, you can't deny she's beautiful. Another casualty of wholeness. She and Natalie. Yeah. Where the Heart Is. No, I don't think so. And I don't remember them together in a movie, but I'm sure that's a nice film to look at. I don't know how else to put that. Tarantino, yeah, love Tarantino. It's all good. I made it when he started talking about it. Yeah, I didn't say too much. It's been a while. I don't even remember much of the, but I just remember that it was great. Another casualty of a hookness. Yeah. Wasn't Natalie banging John Connor? Really? Not in the same scenes. Huh. Well, yeah. I don't know about that. Carmen Diaz in The Mask. I never really cared for Cameron Diaz. I mean, she's not unattractive, but she never really. However, Justin's other, what's her name? Oh my Lord, how did he get that girl? Jesus. I can't remember her name right now, but I don't know who I'm talking about. Jessica Biel. Oh my Lord. Total Recall 2021 or whatever the fuck it was. Dumbass movie. Why would you remake that classic? But oh my Lord, Jessica Biel in that movie. Wowie, wowie, wow. I watched that film just to look at her. Prefer Pacino. De Niro's great, but Pacino. Godfather. Heat. Yeah. Harvey. Yeah. Yes. One of my all-time favorites, From Dusk Till Dawn. Love, 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 love that movie. Every piece of it. From Salma breaking her cherry and acting, to George Clooney getting on the big screen, to Tarantino being a nutball, to the priest with his kids, and it's like a whole movie, and then oh shit, it's a whole other movie. Vampires. I love that damn movie. It's so crazy. I love Dusk Till Dawn. First half is better, and I'm a horror fan. Yeah, I like the whole thing. I like that it's like two different movies wrapped up in one. And I'm not like a huge vampire horror guy, but I like it. And I think it's funny, like Cheech is all fucking crazy, and you know, the way they kill them and all the antics in the fucking bar. And what's the guy with the double barrel cock gun? The Death Machine, or what? Love Machine, or what the hell was his name? Yeah, I think that I love that movie. I love it. I haven't seen it in a while. Love that movie. There's a 2 and 3. The first one that they're not the non. There, yeah. There's a 2 and 3. I didn't mind them. I'm not saying they're number one or they're great, and they are kind of cheesy and dorky, but I remember they had like some cool kills and did some cool effects in those. Like they were fun. They were dumb, but just like for fun. I thought 2 and 3 were okay. Don't take them seriously, but they did some cool. There were some comedic and cool kills in that. Has a bird face actress, but not my thing. Yeah, I mean, she's not ugly, but her nose is funny. And she has a nice body, but I never thought she was all that. She's not Jessica Biel. That's for sure. I know she's mad as fuck. She's smoke coming out of her ears. Justin won on that one.
Yeah. Apple pie pussy. Shit. I love that damn movie. Yeah. That movie's great. First of all, I had no clue. Yeah, well, that too. Like, you have no clue. Like, you, for no reason, all of a sudden you're in this bar and it's fucking, what is it? The Titty Twister. And it's just Vampire City. And you're like, what the fuck? That's the proper way to subvert expectations, Rian Johnson. That's how you do that. You develop characters, you develop the scene and the world, you establish the narrative, you go through the whole story, you care about these characters, you have a reason to be invested in them, you want to kill freaking Quentin because he's being a creep, and then boom, now we've just turned up the stakes. You're in a fucking vampire bar. Hi, have fun with that. That's how you do that, Rian Johnson. Now, granted, most movies, and Tarantino and Dustin Dawn, don't have the burden of previous canon, so you can do whatever crazy shit. But if you're not going to respect or understand canon, then don't put a person into a 9 episode, the biggest IP in the history of the world, to go in and fuck it up. That's just stupid. Yeah, I love Dustin Dawn. Have you ever seen a movie called Very Bad Things? It rings a bell, but I'm not sure. I can't think of the premise or what it was. The name rings a bell, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, Cheese was awesome. I love that movie. I fucking love Dustin Dawn. Oh my God, I had such a thing and still do something. Well, yeah. Ever since Fools Rush In, I go to Gray's Papaya every time I'm in the city. They move locations, which sucks, but it's still amazing food. Yeah, love Salma. Salma is probably still in my top 10. Love Salma. What a gorgeous woman she is. Ooh, Lordy. You hear that you don't believe in vampires because I don't fucking believe in vampires. But what I just saw was fucking vampires, yes. I like it when the priest is like, I don't know what we're going to do. And what was Clooney's name? Oh, shoot. I'm trying to remember his name right now. He had like a plain name, like Ethan or something like that. Right? I can't name. But anyways, he was talking to the priest, and the priest is like, what are we going to do? This is all fucked up. Well, he wasn't cussing, remember? So then Richie, was it Richie? I can't remember. But anyways, they're talking, and he's like, it's been a while. I can't remember the dialogue, but he was like, are you all gonna fucking, cry and not do anything? Or are you a bad motherfucker and gonna, kick some ass? And the the priest is like, I'm a bad oh God. Yeah, I love that. Seth. That's it. Seth. Yes. Yeah, it's interesting because in a way they all like team up and the whole thing. And the Chinese boy, I remember, I think they get him on his neck and he's like shaking and that was what's her name's big breakout role too. Like everybody got made in that movie. George Clooney was known and doing ER or whatever, but like really blow up on the screen, all of them. Tarantino wasn't normally in his films.
Salma, boom, launched the shit. Everybody found out who Salma was. George, big screen, big time. And what's her name? I can't remember her name for the life of me. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Where Richie's having like the daydream and she's like, Richie, would you like to eat my pussy? And he's like looking at her like, really? And she's looking at him like, what the hell are you looking at me for? I can't remember her name. I can't remember the actor or the actual character, but she's been in other Tarantino stuff. She was in was Natural Born Killers, or she was in other stuff. I can't remember her name for the life of me. I never thought she was that cute. She's not unattractive, but I never was really into her. But I think she's funny, and it was a big breakout for her. Yeah, Seth, lunatics. Very Bad Things was good. A hooker dies at a bachelor party, and the guys have antics getting rid of the body. I'm not sure. Juliette Lewis, yes. Correct. Yes, Natural Born Killer. Yeah. I don't know that I've seen the name. Definitely rings a bell, but I don't know that I've seen it. Juliette Lewis. Yeah. She's cute. Just not really my thing. Top 10, yeah. There's so many movies. It's hard to like even keep track. Never mind like which is your favorite, or there's so much. Dust Till Dawn show was terrible. Tried about 3 episodes. I don't remember a show. I remember the movie 1, 2, and 3, but Salma was pretty nice with the snake around her neck and dancing on the table, and definitely. I mean, she was gorgeous there, but to tell you the truth, I think I like Salma now more than in Dust Till Dawn. Believe it or not, she is so gorgeous right now. Some women actually get better and juicier after they have kids, and I think Salma is one of those women. Some women stay the same, some become a train wreck, but some women get actually more beautiful, and she's one of those. I think she's more beautiful now than she was in Dust Till Dawn, and she was bad to the bone in Dust Till Dawn. But yeah. The show is something you don't want to remember. Okay, well then I won't bother. You beat me to it. Juliette Lewis. Oh, look, at these is back. Juliette Lewis remake of Cape Fear. Reservoir Dogs. Yes. Yeah, Cape Fear. That was the one with Alan Barkin, right? Was that the one? It's been forever since I've seen that. For it being a good. And isn't that a remake of like an old, right? There was an old original Cape Fear, I think, as well. Unless I'm getting mixed up with something else. De Niro. No, I'm thinking there was a movie that was Al Pacino and Ellen Barkin, right? Right. Cape Fear is the De Niro, right? What was some getting mixed up, but I believe Ellen Barkin. She had red hair, and she was smoking, baby, in that one. Good. Sea of Love. Yeah, right. Yeah, she was a hoo-wee. Something else in that movie. Her face. I think her face is absolutely gorgeous. Let's see. Is she here? Yeah. Yeah. She's man, I haven't seen this in forever. Yeah. Yeah, Ellen wasn't like the traditional like gorgeous woman, but she's different and sexy. She's pretty, but she has that sex appeal. She has that it. Right? Because really she's kind of skinny. She doesn't but she has that it, and she has a very unique look. I'm trying to think, isn't there another movie where she kind of has like shorter red hair? Yeah, that one was nice. I wouldn't put her on my top 10, but she was pretty nice. She has the it, is the thing. We've devolved to critiquing actresses, well, movies. Juliette Lewis, Very Bad Things, Cape Fear. Something you don't want to remember. Reservoir Dogs, yeah. Due Date. Yeah, De Niro, yeah. Played a guy called Max. There's one from the 60s. Yeah. Prayers. I also love Back to the Future. Yeah, of course, Back to the Future. Who doesn't love Back to the Future? Big Easy. Was it the Big Easy, maybe? There's one where she has kind of like shoulder, red hair. I seem to remember her looking really good in that one. Was it this, the Big Easy? It might be. Here's another one. 96. They did another one. Huh. Right. Quaid and Barkin. I don't know if this is the one. Kind of looks like it. Maybe that's what I was thinking. I know she had red hair. And she looks really good as a redhead. I think she looks better as a redhead than blonde. And I like curvier women. Like I like booty and hips, and which she doesn't have. She's very like, but she always had like really killer legs. And you know, again, she's not like a typical classic beautiful, but she's a very sexy woman. That might be it. Big Easy might be what I was thinking of. She definitely has some legs on her. Natural Born Killer. De Niro. That's funny. No De Niro, like no Robert De Niro, but it comes across like you ain't got no money. No De Niro. That's funny. Which is, if you don't know Spanish, dinero, money, is the E and the R is reversed, right? D-I-N-E-R-O. But it's just funny. No dinero. You're a poet and didn't know it, or you're maybe not a poet, but played a guy called Max Cady. Yeah, there is one from the 60s. Yeah. Back to the Future. Big Easy. Yeah, I think that might be Carla. She's my personal top 10. Love Carla. Ooh-wee. The One. If you haven't seen The One, watch The One. It's an awesome, fun, badass, Jet Li kicking people all over the fucking place movie. And Jessica Rabbit, hello, my lord. Boomerang, Haley and Robin Givens. What happened to Robin Givens? Coen Brothers, disturbs me. It's not Haley. Big Lebowski. Yeah, Lebowski's great. Yeah. Twi'lek. I'll take a Twi'lek. I'll take me in Ayla Secura. I'll take me an Ayla any day. Even though she's a little skinny, but I can deal with her. She's an actual real life model. I'm sure most of you know that, but she's a for real model. Favorite decade? 80s or 90s. There's like little films here and there, older stuff, but like a lot of the older stuff, there's not much that just little here and there. Like a bulk, I mean, probably 80s. Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Terminator, I'm not even, right now I'm half asleep, but we could literally sit here for like hours and just name all the Weird Science, Ferris Bueller. Speaking of Weird Science, oh man, you already know what I'm talking about. Yeah, 80s. I mean, come on, man. So many bangers come out of 80s. 90s, there was some stuff, but E.T., Star Wars, it just goes on and on. Jaws, I mean, or Jaws was the 70s? Yeah, Jaws was 70s.